We really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1590 Yin Yang Heavenly Curse Array, additional update. There is indeed something weird about her. We can't let her go. We must study her secrets carefully. The only thing we can do is attack her and prevent her from absorbing the rays of light from the Great Avenue. No, why don't we act together and let her accept our life-saving grace? Zhu Qiang communicated these words through sound transmission. They made eye contact and nodded to each other. A strong man took the lead to attack Fang Qingran. You're an intruder and you don't answer questions. It's really rude. It seems I have to teach you a lesson. As he spoke, he raised his hand to attack Fang Qingran. King Yu, stop. Don't hurt her, she's just using our universe to overcome the catastrophe. Another strong man in black robes dodged to block the attack. Poof. The strong man in black robe spat out a mouthful of blood, but still insisted on blocking the strong man named King Yu. The old man in black robe turned his back to Fang Qingran and said feebly, King Yu, don't be like this. She is our Taoist friend. It is not easy to grow to this point. King Yu was very dissatisfied and said, she is an intruder. She has nothing to do with me. I must teach her a lesson today. The strong man in black robe refused to give in. Then you can't kill innocent people indiscriminately. At this moment, Fang Qingran said faintly, noisy, Yu, deal with it. After receiving the order, Fang Yu couldn't wait to rush out, one claw at a time, and beat the two into a puddle of flesh. Zhu Qiang was shocked. They did not expect that Fang Qingran would react like this. Master Phoenix, where are they? Fang Yu asked via voice message. If anyone interferes with me, I will deal with it, Fang Qingran said coldly and continued to absorb the rays of light from the avenue. She originally wanted to value peace. But after reading the memory given by Fang Yu, she completely gave up on this idea. Such a strong man kills no innocent person without any scruples. What she hates most is this kind of gender-defined rules. Maybe it's necessary to let them have a taste of that. Fang Qingran was absorbing the rays of light from the avenue while thinking about ways to deal with them. At this time, Swallow came out of the space for some reason. Master Phoenix, it tastes delicious. I want to eat a little bit, is that okay? When Fang Qingran heard the word swallowed, she felt the power pouring into her body, and found the majestic purple energy of heaven and earth in it. Is this a surprise for her from Biawang? The rays of light enveloped the heaven and earth with purple energy, but not a single breath was leaked out. These powerful people probably don't know that there is purple energy of heaven and earth in the glow. Otherwise they wouldn't just stop her from absorbing the rays of light from the avenue. Okay, Fang Qingran divided some of the purple energy of heaven and earth and swallowed it. Swallowing was extremely happy immediately. Master Phoenix, the purple energy of heaven and earth in this place seems to have the flavor of the origin of Hongmeng. After eating it, I became stronger again. Hongmeng origin. Fang Qingran felt the purple energy of heaven and earth again. Could it be that she had overlooked something? The purple energy of heaven and earth nourished by the origin of Hongmeng is not a simple purple energy. This kind of purple energy will actively cultivate the sea of consciousness, allowing the monks to store more power, and the next promotion path will be smoother. Fang Qingran's eyebrows arched. Biawang was quite cute. Was it treating her so well for Xuan's sake? Or is it because she is a descendant of the Phoenix clan? After Fang Qingran felt it carefully, she noticed the scent of Hongmeng's origin. This breath is hidden very deep. If you don't feel it in particular, you can't notice it at all. Biawang was probably afraid that Hongmeng's original aura would be exposed and bring disaster to her. What a careful little cutie. This little cutie must exist forever. When Zhu Qiang saw Fang Yu killing two strong men effortlessly, he was first shocked and then angry. They looked at Fang Qingran coldly, saying that they were really being punished by drinking wine instead of giving him a toast. Everyone, she is so cruel and ruthless. We must not give her a chance to grow. Stop her quickly. You go and stop the iron-eating beast, and we'll stop her from advancing. Just save a breath. Zhu Qiang has a tacit understanding and is divided into two groups. One part went to attack Fang Yu. One part went to attack Fang Qingran. Fang Yu shook her head, her eyes showing excitement. Then, its figure quickly shuttled between the strong men, slapping each one. Yu, let them come over, Fang Qingran said through the message. She wants to use these strong men to save the Dao Emperor. Since they were afraid of the female cultivator becoming stronger, then she was not what they wanted. Fang Yu had just killed a few, and after receiving the message from Fang Qingran, she ducked to the other side. Some strong men were allowed to enter the range that could attack Fang Qingran. Zhu Qiang did not realize the problem. After crossing Fang Yu's defense line, he launched an attack on Fang Qingran. A strong man saw Fang Qingran vomiting blood and frowned. Why doesn't she have a defensive weapon on her body? She can have an iron-eating beast as a contract beast, so why can she be so poor? Tell me, is she a female cultivator who escaped from our plane? If not, why is everything so coincidental? There is no intruder thunder tribulation. I just happened to come here to escape the tribulation. She is most likely hiding in a secret place. She has to come out because she has to go through a tribulation this time. Otherwise, who would be able to go through the thunder tribulation of the Lord of Origin, the Lord of the Universe, and the Lord of Laws together? All the powerful people recognized this statement. Since she is a female cultivator in our universe, she should abide by our rules. She can only be in the Imperial realm, no more. That makes sense, let's act now. The figures of the 9 strong men flashed, each standing in 9 directions. They formed seals with their hands, light flashed across their bodies, and Skynet formed, fell down, and covered Fang Qingran. Array up, bundle. A strong man spoke. Complex formation patterns lit up under Fang Qingran. Among them, there are 9 places where the light is the most dazzling. Many strong men dripped their blood into these 9 locations. The blood submerged into the formation and disappeared very quickly. The formation of light that was originally flashing white gradually turned into blood red. Fang Qingran looked at the formation formed beneath him and sneered. This method is really sinister. They wanted to directly abolish her cultivation path. Yin Yang Heavenly Curse Array. The formation formed by their blood had excess yang energy. The formation will draw out her power to seek the balance of yin and yang. She will not be able to make up for the power drained away by the formation through practice. This means that after she leaves the formation, she will permanently stop in a certain realm. Is this how they dealt with them? In this case, let them also have a taste of being trapped in the formation. Fang Qingran sacrificed a drop of blood into the formation. In an instant, the formation buzzed, and the formation shone again, the runes intertwined, and the light was bright. Zhu Qiang, who was still setting up the formation, was shocked when he realized that the formation had lost control. But before they could do anything, they fell into the formation uncontrollably. Zhu Qiang looked horrified and wanted to escape from the formation. However, their own power is completely uncontrollable, constantly overflowing, and being absorbed by the formation. An inexplicable force restrained them, preventing them from moving at all. What did you do? A strong man asked in surprise. Fang Qingran raised her eyes to look at Zhu Qiang. Her eyes were cold, and she said nonchalantly, repay him in his own way. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1591 I can't get it back, Golden Ticket 1. Zhu Qiang was stunned for a moment. The next moment, they realized what Fang Qingran wanted to do. Fang Qingran wanted to drain the power from their bodies. Let them fall to the Imperial Realm. How can this be? If they return to the Imperial Realm, wouldn't they become fish on the chopping board and be sorted by others? The faces of all the powerful men showed panic. A strong man shouted loudly, quick, let's attack the formation eye together and destroy the formation. Don't let the formation absorb our power. After hearing this, the powerful forces gathered their strength to attack the formation. It's just that their attacks didn't destroy the formation, but instead caused their power to drain faster. What's going on? How could this happen? Boundary Lord, help. Commander, help. Cries for help came out from the formation. However, they had already set up several areas before, and their voices could not be heard at all from the outside. Zhu Qiang fell into panic and forgot to transmit the message. The strong men who were fighting Fang Yuyu turned around when they heard the cry for help. One look and they knew something was wrong. How did everyone fall into the yin-yang heavenly curse array? Isn't that specially prepared for female cultivators? Save us quickly, we are trapped here and can't get out. A strong man shouted. They looked at each other, and the strong one in the formation must be saved. But the iron-eating beast in front of him is really difficult to deal with. Already killed many of their strong men. If some of them were to rescue people, they would be no match for the iron-eating beasts. Outside the realm. The 9 world masters discovered the clues. They seem to be at a disadvantage here. Boundary Master, do you want to go in and help? A strong man began to ask his own world master. The 9 world masters looked at each other. Tianshu Realm Lord Chia Linyuan spoke, we underestimated this little girl after all. If she is like this, the forces behind her are probably not weak, so it is better to let her go. He had just become the Realm Lord not long ago. I still want to live well, but I don't want to die early. The Lord of Yuheng Realm looked at Chia Linyuan who looked like white jade and disliked it very much. He felt that men should be tall and strong, and it was really unseemly for a girl like Chia Linyuan. Yuheng Realm Master frowned and said, Chia Linyuan, she killed so many of us, let her go, do you want us to be laughed at? Chia Linyuan smiled and said, I'm still young, isn't it normal to be afraid of death? No more afraid of life and death than Lord Jinsheng. HMPH, people who are greedy for life and afraid of death can hardly hold a big position. Jinsheng, the leader of Yuheng Realm, scolded. Lord Tianji couldn't help but interjected, stop arguing, the problem now is not the little girl, but the iron-eating beast. These two always quarrel whenever they meet. The iron-eating beast is her biggest helper. As long as we take down the iron-eating beast, it won't be a problem to subdue her. She can pull everyone into a formation. Do you really think she is easy to deal with? No matter how strong she is just a master of laws. Those strong people just didn't have time to react, allowing her to take advantage of her. What do you think, Lord Fenghuai of the realm? Master Hakai of the Tiangshan realm looked at Fenghuai. Fang Huai withdrew his gaze from Fang Qingran. There is nothing to fear from the Tao King who is the Lord of Laws. He first sieves him into the small world and then cleans him up. He is more useful alive than dead. What Master Fang Huai said makes sense. Why should we waste time on a little girl? There's no need to go to war for her. Call them back, I'll go talk to her. A majestic voice sounded. All the powerful men looked sideways at the speaker. A swordsman from the Tianquan realm heard that he could kill millions of powerful swordsmen with his own strength. It is precisely because of his existence that the combat power of Tianquan realm has doubled. White Eyebrow Sword Lord, she is not worthy of you going there in person. A strong man said flatteringly. Bai Mei just looked at Fang Huai. Fang Huai was silent for a moment. Bai Mei, you can go, but you must be careful, she can't withstand your sword. Bai Mei nodded, I know. The white eyebrows stand tall and straight, and the eyebrows seem to have the sharp edge of a sword, but the aura of his whole body is contradictory to it, very peaceful. He raised his hand gently, and with a wave, the field in front of him was completely shattered. Screams suddenly echoed throughout the border area. Why is this happening? Why does the formation need so much yang energy? They drip their own blood into the formation. Fang Qingran only added a drop of blood. How to compete with them? They were terrified and wanted to break free from the formation. They don't want and can't change back to the Imperial Realm. Little fellow Taoist, as long as you let me go, I will find the Realm Master to plead for you. Little fellow Taoist, I know I was wrong, please let me go. Fellow Taoist, we still have to protect the universe. If we really fall into the realm of emperors, we will no longer have the power to protect the universe. Ellipsis. One after another, humble begging for mercy reached the ears of the 9 realm masters. Their faces were extremely ugly. Fang Qingran noticed that the realm was broken, and the corners of her lips raised into a smile. Yu, send them all to the formation. Fang Qingran's voice was clear and could be heard throughout the border area. When Fang Yuyu heard Fang Qinggren's words, she slapped hundreds of strong men into the formation with one claw at a time. At this moment, Zhu Qiang truly sensed the strength of the iron-eating beast. The greed in the eyes of the 9 realm masters flashed away. The White Eyebrow Sword Master stepped out of the formation and said, "My little fellow Taoist, let them go. You have no grudge against them, so I add another cause and effect." Fang Qinggren said calmly, "You want to save them." The White-Browed Sword Master said, "I am not saving them, I am saving you. No matter how strong you are, you only have one iron-eating beast. Do you want to be the enemy of the entire universe? My little fellow Taoist, practice is not easy, you have to know how to go with the flow." Snapped. As soon as the White Eyebrow Sword Master finished speaking, he felt a tingling sensation on his face. At this moment, all the powerful men had their eyes widened with horror. What did they see? The White Eyebrow Sword Master was slapped by a beast. They won't be silenced, right? Tianquan Realm Lord Fang Huai's face was ashen. The remaining 8 realm masters were unclear. When Bai Mei reacted, warm liquid was already flowing out of her face. He raised his hand and touched the blood on his hand. Bai Mei looked at Fang Qinggren. She was smiling and rubbing the iron-eating beast's head with a calm expression. For a moment, anger surged into his heart. If Fang Qinggren is not taught a lesson today, I'm afraid his sword master's face will never be regained. Bai Mei's aura suddenly changed, becoming overwhelming. "Ignorant young man, you are so presumptuous." When Bai Mei finished speaking, several sword blades flew towards Fang Qinggren. The power contained in the blade is terrifying. Several strong men were affected by the power of the sword and fainted directly. But Bai Mei's sword blade didn't touch Fang Qinggren at all, and Fang Yuyu swung it away first. Bai Mei looked at Fang Yuyu in disbelief. How could a prehistoric iron-eating beast be so powerful? Little fellow Taoist, you are so arrogant, aren't you afraid that you and the iron-eating beast will be killed? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1592 Hello Searchers for the Mother Disc. When Fang Qinggren heard these words, she raised her eyes casually and met the eyes with white eyebrows like frost. Fang Qinggren raised the corners of her lips and smiled wildly. "If you want to kill me, just come." The strong men in the formation all took a breath of cold air. How dare she? That's the White Eyebrow Sword Master. He is the first swordsman to reach the peak of Tao Master with just one sword. I heard that Bai Mei Sword Master once used his sword skills to cross the ranks and kill hundreds of Taoist realm experts. You are really ignorant and fearless. If you dare to speak like this to the White Eyebrow Sword Master, you are simply seeking death. Ellipsis. The faces of the strong men trapped in the formation were filled with joy. As long as the White Eyebrow Sword Master kills this little girl, they can leave safely. Ha ha. Tianshu Realm Lord Chia Linyuan laughed very loudly. Fang Qinggren, who was still shocked by Fang Qinggren's arrogance, was instantly attracted to him. They always felt that Chia Linyuan's laughter was a little weird. Aha. A folding fan appeared in Chia Linyuan's hand, and he stopped laughing at the same time. I thought she was a talented little girl, but I never thought she was a bad-brained girl. She's like this. I'm afraid that taking her back will lower the IQ of the powerful people in Tianshu Realm. Everyone, I am withdrawing from the battle on behalf of the Tianshu Realm. You can divide her and the iron-eating beast as you please. Zhu Qiang had different expressions when he heard Chia Linyuan's words. Several leaders of Tianshu Realm looked bad and wanted to speak, but Chia Linyuan looked at them and they could only swallow their words. The other realm owners are happy to see this happen. I won't advise anything. Realm Master Tianji looked at Fang Huai and pointedly said, "Master Fang Huai, this junior doesn't take you seriously at all. If you don't teach her a lesson, I'm afraid it will be difficult to end this. The White Eyebrow Sword Master is a sword master in the Tianquan world. Let a little girl be despised. If this matter is not handled well, it will affect Tianquan's prestige." But he really let the White Eyebrow Sword Master use his sword against a little girl. He also has the character of a man who lost his sword. This is the reason why the White Eyebrow Sword Master has remained silent until now. Bai Mei's whole body surged with sword intent, as if there were thousands of sword blades. Ever since he stepped into the ranks of sword masters and became famous in one battle, he has never met anyone who said anything arrogant to him again. Only at this moment did Bai Mei begin to truly examine Fang Qinggren. In the formation, the faces of those strong men looked flustered and slightly embarrassed, desperately trying to get rid of the shackles of the formation pattern. Only she is as stable as a mountain. Like the only controller of the formation. There was no trace of panic in her eyes, and her posture was calm, as if she was sure that they couldn't do anything to her. Where did she get the courage? There is no defensive weapon. Strength is the master of law. The Tao breath on his body is like the realm of Tao King. Was it the iron-eating beast that gave her the arrogant courage? Did she think that just one iron-eating beast could get out of here safely? The last trace of anger in Bai Mei disappeared. It was normal for him to be young and frivolous. To argue with it would make him lose his character. At the same time, Fang Qinggren said indifferently, "Yuyu, throw the emperor-level people out of the formation. Be careful, don't throw them to death." Fang Yuyu nodded and started to take action. Fang Qinggren raised her wrist and took out the small box from the space. "Little box, it's time for you to show off. Don't let anyone go." The little box calmed down for a moment, then understood what Fang Qinggren meant, and said excitedly, "Don't worry, Master Fang, I promise to complete the task." The small box flew towards the strong man in the formation. Finally, another injured strong man was rescued by it. In their heyday, it was not easy to do anything, and it could not directly empty out their space. But as long as they get hurt, it can hollow them out. The small box shuttles among the powerful, like a hard-working little bee. Fang Qinggren watched quietly. She wanted to use the resources of these powerful men to train female cultivators. Since they are so afraid of their power, she just wanted them to see with their own eyes that his and her identities were reversed. When the time comes, they will all be powerful. But they can only struggle in the imperial realm. I wonder if they can bear it. There is only one regret. They can no longer be used to break through the Tao Emperor. Zhu Qiang saw this scene and started talking a lot. Does she not take us seriously at all? Why don't you take action, Lord White Eyebrow Sword Master? Why do you want to keep her? Is it possible that Lord White Eyebrow Sword Master discovered her different value? Even if it's of some value, it's a fact that she doesn't take us seriously. She should be taught a lesson. Boundary Master, we cannot let her continue to be arrogant. She is simply stepping on our faces. Ellipsis. All the powers are dissatisfied. He wanted to attack Fang Qingbran. The Lord and Guest of Tiangshan Realm touched his beard and said wisely, don't be angry, don't kill her, she is of great use. Jin Sheng, the master of Yuheng Realm, snorted coldly and said, she has the same value as other female cultivators, but other female cultivators are not as rampant as she is. The guest took out a compass. The originally dim compass began to shine with 9 colors of light the moment it appeared. The compass escaped from the master's control and flew towards Fang Qingbran, then hovered above her. Then, a few rays of light fell on Fang Qingbran. Fang Qingbran's eyes changed slightly, and she felt like she was being spied on. When she raised her hand to grab the compass, it flew away instantly. Seeing the compass running away, Fang Qingbran immediately understood that the compass in front of her was a spiritual thing. It's just that she doesn't like the breath of spiritual consciousness. Probably sensing a dangerous aura. The compass wandered around Fang Qingbran's distance for a few times before returning to Hacker's hands. The guest took back the compass, his cloudy eyes flashed with excitement. Master Kegong Realm, is this the Heluo Zun Mother Disc? Exactly. When Zhu Qiang heard what Lord Tiangshan said, his eyes turned fiery when he looked at Fang Qingbran, and he suddenly forgot what she had just done. Master of the Kegong Realm, just now the Heluo Zun Mother Disc lit up with 9 colors, what does it mean? Lord Tiangshan touched his beard and said, do you still remember the innate Tao fetus that Xuanren talks about? Is he the one who has the best chance of being promoted to Tao Master? Lord Tiangshan nodded. Xuanren said that as long as the compass lights up with 9 colors, it means that the other party can give birth to an innate Tao fetus. This is the first time I have seen a compass light up in 9 colors. Our universe lacks a Taoist master, so it is necessary to keep her. She has such value, it's natural for her to be arrogant. Tiangshan Realm Master's remarks were approved by many powerful people. Among the remaining 8 Realm Masters, only Chia Linyuan retreated quietly and did not participate in the discussion. The other 7 Realm Masters have different expressions. A secret contest had already taken place. But she seems to have a bad impression of us. I'm afraid it will be difficult to control. If we do it forcefully, it will hurt her body. Her own strength is not low, and she also has an iron-eating beast, which is not easy to tame. How about we ask the ancestors to come over? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1593 The Small Boxer's Return. No, she is just a little girl who has just been promoted to the Master of Laws. It is our ancestors' turn to come forward. Let's give her something good. When she sees the benefits, she will definitely submit. Yes, she is so poor and has never seen any good things. Let's just give her a few artifacts. If she dares to be so arrogant, she must have seen less of the world. After we bring her back, we must teach her well so that she can have the gentleness that a woman should have. Ellipsis. All these remarks reached Fang Qingbran's ears. There was a cold light in her eyes, she was really a self-righteous guy. Master Fang, do you want me to kill them? Fang Yuyu said in a message. No, we still need to save people, Fang Qingbran said through the message. They deserve to die. But they, the innocent ones, deserve to survive. They should enjoy the dazzling lives. What she wanted to see even more was how they would get along when he and she swapped places. Then some play. But this time, the little box jumped back to Fang Qingbran. The small box took the credit and said, Master Phoenix, I took out everything. I even cleared out the cave they opened. It's really amazing, Fang Qingbran praised generously. After a strong person reaches a certain level, he will open up a cave space. The cave space is connected to the sea of consciousness. What is inside cannot be taken away. When a strong person dies, the cave space and the things in it will disappear together. Therefore, most powerful people will choose to use caves to hide the most important things. The small box is really incredible, it can even attack the cave space. Fang Qingbran raised her hand and placed the small box in her palm. Little box, have you been promoted? Little box said happily, yes, I am stronger and more powerful now. As long as the opponent's consciousness is damaged or in poor condition, I can take them all. I feel that I can become a god in the future. Fang Qingbran. There is no way to boast for a while. Isn't it a bit strange to take out the gods? Why don't you call the little box the god of thieves? Fang Qingbran asked. No, thieves have their ways. I don't like restraint. I feel that the word, Dao Shen, is more suitable for me. In fact, I was going to call it, Dai Shen, but Brother Fang Si said, Dao Shen, sounds better. The small box didn't wait for Fang Qingbran to comment, and then said, Master Fang, Sister Chu Chu also taught me a slogan. Let me finish it before talking. When Fang Qingbran heard this, she thought of the slogan of Chaos God, so she asked, what did Chu Chu teach you? The small box said, go back and take it out. I'm sorry, your house was taken away by me. I'm deeply sorry, don't be angry. Master Phoenix, what do you think of this slogan? Will it affect my handsomeness if I shout it out? Fang Qingbran imagined that scene and couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Saying such words brings hatred. Is the little box really not wanted by the entire universe? It won't affect your handsomeness, but it may attract hatred, Fang Qingbran said. That's okay. The little box rushed back to the space and went to Fang Si to show off its achievements. After the small box left, all the strong men in the formation were thrown out by Fang Yuyu. They were lying down, or kneeling outside the formation. They all looked horrified, then furious. A strong man looked at Bai Mei and said angrily, Sword Lord, she is a scourge. We cannot keep her. The other strong men reacted and immediately said, Sword Master, she still despises you, damn it. Sword Lord, I beg you to avenge us. She is extremely vicious and must not stay. Sword Lord, keep her, she will definitely become a threat in the future. She dared to be so arrogant when she first came to our universe. If you give her some more time, she might step on you. The power of Bai Mei's spiritual consciousness swept through thousands of strong men. It was discovered that they had all become emperors. Is the yin-yang heavenly curse formation really so terrifying? Bai Mei was just glad that he had stopped thinking about killing Fang Qingran, otherwise he would have entered the formation. Fang Qingran should be a formation mage. But this time, many of the force's commanders' faces were ashen. The strong man they spent their resources to cultivate, Fang Qingran was destroyed like this. But several realm masters had just spoken, and they were not prepared to harm Fang Qingran. They had no choice but to endure this aggrievement and get it back later. Fang Huai, the master of Tianquan realm, transmitted the message, Bai Mei, be more friendly to this little tasked friend. It would be best if you could let her come to Tianquan realm. Bai Mei heard the message and understood Fang Huai's intention. He said to the strong man in front of him, it is your own fault that you have ended up like this. Leave quickly and don't spare the purity of your little fellow Taoist. A group of emperors. Still unable to advance to the imperial realm. Chess pieces that can only be discarded. No one will stand up for them. Zhu Qiang also seemed to be aware of this problem. His face turned pale in an instant. In this realm, what's the point of living for them? Many powerful men turned to stare at Fang Qingran with evil eyes. Blame her. It's all because of her. If you want to die, let's all die together. They might as well just die like this. Seeing the yin-yang heavenly curse formation disappearing, hundreds of strong men rushed towards Fang Qingran. They burned all their strength at the same time. If they die, they will be buried with her. Fang Yuyu saw the strong man rushing over and was ready to take action. But Bai Mei acted one step ahead of it, raised his hand, and swung hundreds of sword blades. In an instant, their bodies turned into blood mist. When the group of emperors saw this, the light in their eyes was completely extinguished. Their next fate will be as dark as those of the female cultivators. Master Fang, this old guy has no good intentions, Fang Yuyu said in a message. Fang Qingran stood up, rubbed Fang Yuyu's head, and said through a message, I know, but since he is willing to act, let's go and see his little world first. Little fellow Taoist, I don't know what to call you. Bai Mei took the initiative to ask. Fang Qingran. Is your surname Fang? Her last name is Fang. She turns out to be someone with the surname Fang. 3 exclamations sounded in succession. Fang Qingran looked at Bai Mei and asked unhurriedly, is there any problem? Bai Mei hasn't spoken yet. The comments from other strong men came first. Why can she be so calm? Doesn't she know that Xuanren is looking for someone with the surname Fang? How can she look so proud? Does she not know what her ancestors have done? Can you expect a descendant of a sinner to reflect? Then, if we accept her, when we become enemies of Xuanren? What kind of acceptance? You are overthinking it. We have captured the remnants of the Fang surname, and Xuanren still wants to thank us. On all sides of the universe. If the man's surname is Fang, Xuanren may let him go. But if you meet a woman named Fang, Xuanren must massacre the entire opponent's family. As for why Xuanren targets people with the surname Fang so much, no one cares about the truth anymore. They only know that the forces that Xuanren is afraid of are certainly not simple. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1594 What crime? Additional update. Bai Mei asked, don't you know the guilt of the person named Fang? What crime? Seeing Fang Qingran's puzzled look, Bai Mei said, people with the surname Fang disrupt the order of the universe, causing the universe to fall into turmoil and often killing innocent people indiscriminately. They also always invade Xuanren's territory and claim to be the creators of the world. They even do not hesitate to cooperate with evil spirits for their own benefit, causing devastation to all living beings. People with the surname Fang are guilty of serious crimes. Half of the catastrophes in the universe are caused by them. This is one of the reasons why Xuanren targets people with the surname Fang. Bai Mei thought that after he finished speaking, he could see some horror or shame on Fang Qingran's face. But not at all. He only saw ridicule in Fang Qingran's eyes. Anymore. Fang Qingran's voice was indifferent. It's this light sentence. Zhu Qiang looked at Fang Qingran with a strange expression. She seems not to care about the sins of the person named Fang. Isn't she a descendant of the person named Fang? Maybe she thinks people with the surname Fang are not wrong. I think she has no brains. She is still fearless at this time. She must have thought that the iron-eating beast is here and no one can hurt her. When Zhu Qiang discussed this, he also lost his guard against Fang Qingran. Bai Mei was silent for a long time and decided to change the topic. No matter what, he would bring Fang Qingran back to the Tianquan realm. Fellow Daoist Fang, you have just finished your tribulation. Do you want to go to the Tianquan realm for some training? Okay, Fang Qingran responded briskly. Bai Mei is stuck. Are you so easy to talk to? Why is there such a big contrast between her before and after? Seeing this, the Lord of Tianquan realm showed satisfaction. The Master of Tiangshan realm said meaningfully, Master of Fenghuai realm, you still had the foresight to send White Eyebrow Swordmaster over. Jin Yuan, the leader of Yuheng realm, asked with a straight face, Master Fenghuai realm, she is a person with the surname Fang. If you take her back, aren't you afraid the Xuanren practitioner will come to find you? Fang Huai responded, it's just a coincidence that her surname is Fang, and she is not a person with the surname Fang. He didn't care who Fang Qingran was. All he needs is a carrier that can give birth to a Taoist master. Master Fang Huai realm must keep an eye on the person and don't lose him. Qi Gong said. Fang Qingran faced many looks and came to the Lord Fenghuai realm together with Bai Mei sword master. Fang Huai didn't have much expression. As long as Fang Qingran is willing to go to Tianquan realm, the rest doesn't matter. Bai Mei, you personally send fellow Daoist Fang back to Tianquan realm. You are a guest from afar, so let fellow Taoist Feng live in Tianquan Palace. Feng Huai said. Yes, Realm Lord. Bai Mei looked at Feng Qingran. Fellow Taoist Feng, follow me. As soon as Feng Qingran left, many world leaders prepared to disperse. Feng Qingran has gone to the Tianquan realm, so of course the iron-eating beast also belongs to the Tianquan realm. And right now. Boom. The entire border area began to shake. Click. Click. This is the sound of the Lord Defense Array shattering, a strong man exclaimed. There are 9,999 levels in the Lord Defense Array. Strong men under the Taoist realm cannot easily break in. If a strong man above the Taoist realm wants to come in, he must endure the suppression of the law formation and suffer some minor injuries. But no matter how strong they are, no one dares to touch the defensive formation. After all, the majesty of the law is supreme and cannot be violated. No, the opponent has already broken the 7-layer formation. What should I do? Isn't it the person with the surname Feng who caused the disaster? Master Feng Huai, hurry up and ask Lord Bai My Sword Master to bring Feng Qingran back. The power of Feng Huai's divine energy spread out. He didn't need to speak. The strong man beside him said, we haven't figured out the situation yet, so don't make any assumptions. Besides, Feng Qingran has been here for a while. If she had brought disaster, it would have been here long ago. There's no reason for him to appear after Feng Qingran left. The truth is this. But Zhu Qiang was still flustered. Feng Huai said in a majestic voice, we have 9,999 layers of formations, and we have only broken a dozen layers of formations. There is no need to panic. It is just enough for the defensive formation to consume the opponent's strength. After hearing Feng Huai's words, Zhu Qiang still felt uneasy. Especially the group of Emperor-level experts who were still alive, all of them looked frightened. The opponent dares to attack even the law formation, so his strength must be very terrifying. They couldn't calm down. Outside the universe. Ling Tianyun stood aside. Yan Wang was sitting on a fire lotus. Occasionally, he raised his hand and flicked it, and the Lord Defense Array dropped one layer. Ling Tianyun was unsure and said, Sister Yan Wang, why don't we go in? Isn't it bad to attack the barrier of the universe like this? It won't let me in, so I can only play for fun. Yan Wang said boldly. Xiao Dao seemed nervous about her arrival. He actually directly used the power of law to defend. Ling Tianyun noticed that Yan Wang's tone was dangerous, and asked cautiously, Sister Yan Wang, is it a great avenue? Why doesn't it let you in? Yes, it is afraid that I will go in and steal the treasure. Yan Wang said lazily. She didn't quite understand. What treasures could there be in this poor place? This was the first time she met such an ignorant little thing. Treasure, is there a treasure born in the universe? Ling Tianyun asked. No, it seems to be planning to give all the treasures to one person and then destroy itself. Ling Tianyun's eyes widened. Sister Yan Wang, is this Dao sick? How can one give a cosmic treasure to one person? Doesn't this make the universe unbalanced? And what the hell is self-destruction? Shouldn't a great person want to last forever? Why self-destruct? Yan Wang said, well, the illness is not serious, so I need to give it a good beating. The destruction should be left to me. How can you rob me of a great avenue? Ling Tianyun. I feel like Sister Yan Wang is not normal either. Sister Yan Wang, there are so many living beings in the universe, if they're directly destroyed, they may have to wait for death. Yan Wang said, you know you will die, why do you wait for death? Ah, Ling Tianyun was confused. They can choose to die in my hands. Yan Wang said lightly. As Yan Wang spoke, he had already destroyed 70 layers of defensive formations. Ling Tianyun was silent again. It seems to make sense. Sister Yan Wang, the old man said, please pay attention. Don't turn it up when you go up. It's best to start from the small world. The small world is starting to feel boring. Yan Wang finished. Ling Tianyun refused to give up and persuaded, Sister Yan Wang, it's boring to play to death all at once. It would be better to do it one by one. Yan Wang sighed softly, what you said seems to make sense, so let's play slowly, almost, go in. A space crack appeared on the cosmic barrier. Yan Wang ducked into the border area. Ling Tianyun followed closely behind. Who trespasses into the northern wilderness universe? Yan Wang and Ling Tianyun heard these words as soon as they entered. Ling Tianyun looked at the powerful people who were waiting for him and hid behind Yan Wang. Sister Yan Wang, they're so fierce, fuck them. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1595 for your good, golden ticket 2. Tianquan realm. After Bai My Sword Master brought Feng Qingran into Tianquan Palace, he arranged for her to live in a small courtyard. Feng Daoyu, the strong men in the Tianquan realm are more wary of outsiders, so don't move around casually. Bai Mei said, handing Feng Qingran a sound transmission jade, if you need it, fellow Daoist Feng, you can use this order to contact me. Do you have anything else to ask, fellow Daoist Feng? Feng Qingran took the sound transmission jade and said, no. Then I won't disturb fellow Daoist Feng. If you need anything, please contact me. After Bai Mei explained, he turned and left. The bag looked slightly hurried. As soon as Bai Mei left, Feng Qingran noticed countless peeping consciousnesses falling. She threw a formation disc nonchalantly. Block out all prying eyes. In an instant, a small white fox appeared from the air and rushed into her arms. You Sister Feng, someone is bullying me, the little white fox said aggrievedly. Who bullied you? Feng Qingran asked curiously. The little white fox said, a hot-tempered beautiful sister. If I didn't let her in, she would directly attack the universe and almost give me internal injuries. What the little fox said is indeed a bit exaggerated. However, Feng Qingran was a little interested in the new beauty. Will the other party come back for revenge? Sister Feng, she is super fierce. She must be trying to steal your treasure, but I can't stop her. Sister Feng, you have to be careful, I feel she might come to find you. Sister Feng, when will you go treasure hunting? I will pass on the location of the treasures in Tianquan realm. The little fox raised its front paw and pressed it on Feng Qinggran's forehead. In an instant, Feng Qinggran had a complete map of Tianquan realm in her memory. Feng Qinggran couldn't help but rub the little fox. Biawang, why are you so good? The little fox smiled naively. Hey, because Sister Feng is a good person and deserves these things. Sister Feng, I need to leave first. I'm worried that the other party will demolish the border area, so I have to stop them. The little fox came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Feng Qinggran really wanted to visit the border area, but thinking of those treasures, she decided to go treasure hunting first. By the way, let's check out the situation of the female cultivators here. At the same time, border area. Yan Wang glanced at a kind of strong man and said calmly, it would be a pity not to kill him if he is sent to his door. The moment she finished speaking, countless fire lotuses flew out with her as the center. In an instant, those powerful emperors burned into ashes. Ling Tianyun felt helpless when he saw this scene. Sister Yan Wang is still as arrogant as ever. This is people's territory. They are the ones who deliver it to your door, okay. Ling Tianyun hurriedly sent a message, Sister Yan Wang, just kill a few first to add to the fun. Don't kill them all, otherwise, who will lead the way for you? Yan Wang glanced at Ling Tianyun lightly, that makes sense. Then he raised his hand, and the fire lotus around him instantly dissipated. Yan Wang looked at the group of strong men standing in the air and smiled charmingly, tell me, how do you want to die? I can satisfy you. The 9 family heads looked at each other with alert expressions on their faces. They could feel that the woman in front of them was difficult to deal with. They couldn't treat her the way they treated Feng Qinggran. Master of the Hacker Realm, go up and ask why she kills people as soon as she comes in. Feng Huai said through the message. The guest has a kind face, smiles when he talks, and looks very friendly. Mr. Qi was already attracted by Yan Wang and agreed immediately. Fellow Taoist, what do you mean when you come in here? Yan Wang's beautiful eyes raised slightly. Your smile looks like a chrysanthemum, and it's not as beautiful as a flower. It's better not to smile. It's an eyesore. The guest's smile froze, and a dark look flashed through his cloudy eyes. Yan Wang noticed the change in Mr. Hacker's mood. Your eyes are not good looking either, they look like dead fish eyes. If you don't want them, I can help you get rid of them for free. Mr. Qi's expression instantly changed to anger. Ling Tianyun had a dull look on his face. He only knew that Sister Yan Wang was good at fighting, but he never knew that she also had a sharp tongue. Fellow Taoist, we can only ask you about your purpose of entering the universe. Why do you need to be so aggressive? Lord Tianji said displeased. You are ugly too. Shut up. When I see ugly things, I like to kill them. Yan Wang said. Lord Tianji did not react for a moment. All the powerful men looked at Tianji Realm Master. He has a dignified appearance, a tall and straight posture, and an elegant and noble temperament. What's so ugly about this? Does this female nun have any eye problems? Yes, keep it like this, don't say anything, you have to be ugly to be ugly. Yan Wang inserted the knife again. Jin Yuan, the master of Yuheng Realm, said coldly, fellow Taoist, this is the Northern Wilderness universe. Do we have any grudge against you? Sister Yan Wang, we have to go to the small world to play. Don't offend us all at once. Ling Tianyun reminded through a voice message. Yan Wang responded lightly and said to Jin Yuan, you look quite unique. If I don't have any grudge against you, can't I kill? Feng Huai stood up and said, fellow Taoist, this is the Northern Wilderness, where the Taoist realm is in charge. If you continue to be arrogant, it will not be good for you or me. Yan Wang looked at Feng Huai and said, you look like a thing. I am here to kill, and I don't want any benefits. Fellow Taoist, there must be a reason for targeting us like this, right? Reason. Yan Wang's jade finger tapped her lips. I want to kill you, but I don't like you. Does that count as a reason? Of course not, a strong man said loudly. Yan Wang just felt a little bored and kept asking what was the point, or should he kill them all? Sister Yan Wang, we are here to drive away the Chaos Law Enforcers, not to kill. Ling Tianyun said in a message. Okay. Yan Wang looked at Zhu Qiang and said, then I will reward you with a reason. When you attacked the female nuns in this universe, what reasons did you give? You said that they are addicted to cultivation and are too wild-minded, which is not conducive to the future of the universe. The universe needs the continuation and inheritance of life. You control their cultivation, cut off their resources for advancement, and trap them in a world. You say this is for their own good. So, I come to you to kill for your own good. That's the reason why I don't accept refutation. After Yan Wang finished speaking, he put his fingertips on his lips to signal him to be silent. You are using strong words, a strong man said. Yan Wang's beautiful eyes turned slightly, her gaze fell on the strong man who spoke, and she raised her hand, you broke the rules, I can only send you on your way. As Yan Wang finished speaking, flames ignited all over the strong man's body, and before he could do anything, his whole body was reduced to ashes. A red fire lotus floated back to Yan Wang's hand. Zhu Qiang suddenly looked horrified, they were afraid that they would not be able to deal with Yan Huang. Everyone looked at the 9 world masters. Feng Huai and the others also looked ugly, and Yan Wang was obviously a lunatic and an unreasonable one. It seems that we can only ask the ancestors to come out to deal with her. Yan Wang's voice sounded at this time, given you half a quarter of an hour to reflect and repent. What did you think of? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1596 You are not worthy of being my enemy. Zhu Qiang heard what Yan Wang said and didn't know why. What do they need to reflect on and repent for? This crazy woman doesn't have any sense. I have the nerve to ask them to reflect. How funny. Of course, they didn't dare to say this. Yan Wang's move just now was very intimidating. Zhu Qiang remained silent, and they decided not to speak again until the ancestors arrived. As Zhu Qiang remained silent for longer, the smile on Yan Wang's face grew wider. When the 9 realm masters saw Yan Wang's smile, they felt their hearts beating suddenly and feeling vaguely uneasy. Each realm master winked at the strong man around him. But this time, a strong man came forward with a cold face and said solemnly, fellow Taoist, we recognize the reasons you said and have repented. Please be noble and let us go. After hearing this, all the powerful people looked at Yuheng Realm Master. Unexpectedly, the majesty of the leader of Yuheng Realm is so cowardly. Jin Sheng wanted to directly kick the strong man to death who spoke. He clearly asked him to have a nice attitude and not to anger the crazy woman. Didn't let him beg for mercy. Ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting. Yan Wang's wanton laughter resounded throughout the border area. Ling Yuntian was very puzzled and asked via voice transmission, Sister Yan Wang, what's so interesting about this? They're all just a bunch of sanctimonious guys. Yan Wang turned sideways and looked at Ling Tianyuan, then raised his hand, thinking only of Feng Huai and the others. Aren't you happy to see a bunch of stupid things? What I like most is watching others fool me, so that I can kill without any scruples. After Yan Wang finished speaking, flames ignited all over the body of the strong man who spoke. In an instant, it turned into a bloody red lotus. Red lotus flew back to Yan Wang's hands. Yan Wang raised her hand to catch the fire lotus. Under the red light, her cheeks turned crimson, which made her whole person arrogant and unrestrained. Sister Yan Wang, you just want to find an excuse to kill someone, right? Ling Tianyuan saw through it at a glance. Ah, Xiaoyun, being too smart is not a good thing. Yan Wang said with a smile. Ling Tianyuan held his forehead, and before leaving, his father asked him to hold Sister Yan Wang. But he really couldn't pull it. This group of strong men also failed to live up to expectations. Ling Tianyuan said dryly, Sister Yan Wang, there are actually more fun things than killing. Really? It's very true. It's true, Sister Yan Wang. Killing is the lowest form of pleasure. It can only make you happy for a while. I know many games that allow you to see the ugliness of all living beings. Yan Wang tilted his head. Xiaoyun, don't lie to me, otherwise, I will have no choice but to kill him to calm down. Zhu Qiang. What does it have to do with them? He lied to you, go kill him. What's the point of using him as a target? The powerful dare not speak out in anger. In their hearts, they actually hoped that Ling Tianyuan could hold Yan Wang back. After all, before the ancestor came, they didn't want to be noticed by the crazy woman. Sister Yan Wang, when did I lie to you? No, before you ran away from home last time, you used me as an excuse, right? Ling Tianyuan felt guilty for a while and said, Sister Yan Wang, that was an accident. The old man is only afraid of you, so I can only carry you out. Okay, sister, I forgive you. Can you come up with something interesting? Ling Tianyuan formed a golden seal of memory and said, Sister Yan Wang, see for yourself, these are all things I learned in one place, and they're guaranteed to make you very happy. Yan Wang accepted the memory doubtfully. After reading it, Yan Wang narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked at Ling Tianyuan with a somewhat strange look. Xiaoyun, I thought you learned bad things from Gu Ming. It turns out you learned bad things outside. Yes, I will apologize to Gu Ming next time. I shouldn't have beaten him. Ling Tianyuan. Yan Wang said, you have changed so much since you came back from the outside last time. I thought you were from the ancient underworld sect, so I burned his island. Ling Tianyuan was speechless again. Ling Tianyuan tried to argue, Sister Yan Wang, those memories are not mine, they were collected by me. I have never done that. Yan Wang patted Ling Tianyuan on the shoulder, Xiaoyun, it's okay. You are still a child and have strong learning ability. It's nothing. However, these things you gave are very interesting. I want to experiment with them one by one. Yan Wang's eyes quickly locked on the 9 Realm Masters. Everyone, I want you to play games with me. Please cooperate. The faces of the 9 Realm Masters were ashen. I always feel that the game Yan Wang talks about is not a good thing. Seeing Yan Wang being so arrogant, Jin Sheng couldn't hold back his anger. Fellow Taoist, this is the Northern Wilderness universe. Do you really want to be an enemy of the entire Northern Wilderness? Being an enemy of Beer Wang, Yan Wang whispered softly. Ha ha ha. Yan Wang's smile was charming and charming. But Zhu Qiang heard the sarcasm. You alone are not worthy of being my enemy. If there were not innocent creatures in the universe, you would have turned into ashes long ago. Don't think too much. When I asked you to cooperate, I was just informing you, not asking for your opinion. Your name is Jin Sheng, right? Didn't I tell you that if you don't look like someone, you should talk less? After Yan Wang finished speaking, he raised his hand. An array of light flew towards Jin Sheng. Jin Sheng was immediately horrified and tried to hide. But the light still entered his body accurately. For a moment, Jin Sheng found that he could not speak, nor could he use his spiritual consciousness to transmit messages to others. His consciousness was imprisoned by a powerful and overbearing force. An icy look flashed across Jin Sheng's eyes. The strong man next to him noticed something strange. Boundary Lord. Jin Sheng glared at the strong man fiercely, exuding an icy aura. He must not let other world masters notice his abnormality. Fortunately, he didn't talk much on weekdays. Now he pursed his lips and remained silent, which didn't arouse much suspicion. Who else has a problem with me? Yan Wang asked with a smile. Zhu Qiang was silent. I don't dare to say anything if I have an opinion. Yan Wang nodded with satisfaction. That's how you behave. You 9, follow my instructions and prepare the venue for me. I will visit your little world one by one. Which world should we start with? Yan Wang's fingertips slid in the air, seemingly confused. Feng Huai's eyes met. At this moment, they all hoped that Yan Wang would not choose his own little world. In this way, they would have time to find a way to deal with Yan Wang. Old guy, you're dirty and smelly, it's you. Yan Wang pointed at Qi Gong. The guest didn't show any intention of resisting at all. Instead, he smiled kindly and said, fellow Taoist is willing to show you respect, so I will sweep up the couch to welcome him. Yan Wang closed his eyes. Didn't I tell you not to laugh? It's so ugly that I don't want to open my eyes. Xiaoyun, go and put a mask on him, pick one with a pig's head and a face. Sister Yan Wang, look at these, which one do you want to see? Various masks appeared in front of Yan Wang. Yan Wang tapped his fingertips slightly and selected a black mask. There are also 2 ugly tusks on the pig's face. The eyes are like copper bells. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1597 Don't touch me. Also has short, fine hair. Let's do this. Sister Yanwang, don't you want to take another look? Why choose the ugliest one? This one is much prettier than him. The other pigs are very cute, but he doesn't deserve to wear it. Yanwang said. Ling Tianyun's mouth twitched. When it comes to damage, Sister Yanwang definitely ranks first. Didn't you see that Mr. Hacker's face turned an earthy color? When the guest heard the conversation between Ling Tianyun and Yanwang, his body was shaking with anger. He tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. When Yanwang enters his Tiangshan realm, he will make her life worse than death to get back these humiliations. He will make Yanwang regret it. Kneel under him and repent. Let her know what it means that a powerful dragon cannot overpower a local snake. The guest is still angry. Then I received a message from Feng Huai. My lord, the strength of the madwoman is unknown and difficult to deal with, but the boy next to her is only at the level of the Lord of Origin. It's more than enough for us to take him down. Chia Linyuan's voice transmission came immediately. That guy is not simple-minded, and he is not easy to deal with. Let's not get into trouble. Tianji Realm Master sent a message. Chia Linyuan, how can you be so weak? They have bullied you to the doorstep, and you still let them be arrogant. If word spreads, do you still want the reputation of our Northern Wilderness universe? Kayang Realm Master slowly transmitted the message. We don't need to kill that kid, we just need to hold him hostage and force the madwoman to compromise. Will she compromise like that? I'm worried that he will kill that kid as well. Don't worry about it, it will take time for the ancestors to get out of seclusion. Try this method first, otherwise we are afraid we will die in her hands. How could our universe attract such a powerful lunatic? Did Fang Qingran bring it here? Realm Master Feng Huai, please ask Lord By My Sword Master to send him here quickly. Fang Huai sent a message. Fang Qingran is the future of our universe. You should know the content of a Taoist Master. Yaguang Realm Master echoed through a voice transmission. Yes, if we had a Taoist Master, would this madwoman still dare to come? Don't let the current crisis confuse your minds. Think about the status of the Chaos World. Why does the Chaos World have such a status? The previous leader of Yaguang Realm was a woman. Later, the universe changed its rules and prevented them from taking power. The Yaguang World suddenly became the last place. Therefore, the Yaguang Realm can only exist depending on the Tianquan Realm. Naturally, you would agree with whatever Fang Huai said. Yes, because there is a Tao Master in the Chaos Realm, he can always control the universe and has a transcendent status. Even the most powerful people would not dare to enter the Chaos Realm. Everyone, let's not talk about the affairs of the Chaos Realm. The reason why this madwoman broke in must have nothing to do with Fang Qingran. This crazy woman has caused so much damage to us, we can't let her go easily. It's best to use that kid to perform surgery and force her to compromise. What if she doesn't compromise? If you don't compromise, then let's get rid of that kid, and then wait for the ancestors to come over and deal with her. My lord, you must seize the opportunity later and destroy that kid. We will attack with you and we will never let you get hurt. After hearing the transmissions from the other realm masters, Mr. Hacker calmed down. Yup. Why is he angry with Yanwang? After pulling out Yanwang's fangs, he had a million ways to deal with her. She dares to be arrogant now, just because she has a little strength. Mr. Qi agreed to the proposal of other realm owners and sent a message. After destroying the kid, I will take the madwoman back to Tiangshan realm. No problem, Fang Huai said. As soon as he agreed. The remaining realm masters did not send any more messages. Ling Tianyun took the mask and ducked in front of Mr. Qi. Ling Tianyun looked around, feeling that everyone's eyes had evil intentions. You'd better not touch me, otherwise, I won't guarantee that you can continue to live. Ling Tianyun advised kindly. Chia Linyuan smiled like an old fox. That's inevitable. Don't worry, little Taoist friend, we welcome you. Ling Tianyun glanced at Chia Linyuan. Welcome. Do you dare to touch your hearts and swear that you welcome me? Chia Linyuan felt that he wanted to kill Ling Tianyun. How can we have such a chat? No wonder Ling Tianyun could stay with Yanwang. Fellow Taoist, give me the mask. I'll put it on right now. Mr. Hacker stretched out his hand and said. Ling Tianyun raised his hand and handed the face to Mr. Qi. Mr. Qi smiled and took the mask from Ling Tianyun's hand. The next moment, Mr. Hacker's body flew out uncontrollably. Poof. As soon as Mr. Qi regained his balance, he vomited a mouthful of blood. At the same time, many strong men looked pale, with blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. They all looked at Ling Tianyun with horrified eyes. How so? The power they used to attack Ling Tianyun all returned to themselves. Still doubled back on myself. Some strong men's bodies were directly exploded into blood mist. Another small group of strong men seemed to be injured by some kind of force, and fell unconscious, their bodies falling straight down. But Mr. Hacker's body was deteriorating at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, he was like a withered skeleton covered in human skin. Regardless of his injury, the guest hurriedly took out a handful of pills and drank them. Yanwang looked at Mr. Qi and watched him swallow the blood-red pill with cold eyes. No wonder the soul is so dirty and smelly that it trades the lives of others for its own. Yanwang knew that after Ling Tianyun passed, they would attack him. These people who are not afraid of death have no idea of the consequences of touching Ling Tianyun. But I didn't expect that there would be so many powerful people together. Ling Tianyun said innocently, don't touch me. Your injuries have nothing to do with me. You should have seen what I didn't do just now, right? He didn't even know how many defensive marks he had on his body. He only remembered that Grandpa Gu Ming told him that as long as he did not go to the Chaos Realm, he could walk sideways no matter where he went. Ling Tianyun ducked in front of Mr. Qi and personally put the mask on Mr. Qi, who was still vomiting blood. If Sister Yan Huang asks you to wear it, you must wear it, otherwise she will be angry and you will suffer. You don't need to thank me. Mr. Hacker's body trembled. You. Ling Tianyun seemed to be unable to see the angry look in Mr. Hacker's eyes and said, I'm fine, don't worry. Poof. Mr. Qi was so angry that he spurted out a curtain of blood. Ling Yunzong dodged away without getting any trace of blood. Reddish-brown blood flew. Ling Tianyun took a look and said, "You're a bit poisoned. I'm afraid your life is not long. I can't tell how old you are, but I know that the best way to increase your longevity is to practice. It's better not to follow some crooked ways. Because once you take the shortcut, you will never be able to calm down and practice properly. In the end, you will have to disappear early. However, it seems that you can only go to the dark side in one way. There is no longevity to help you return to the right path." "Oh, what a pity." Ling Tianyun shook his head regretfully and sighed. "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 1598 Lotus of Sinful Blood, additional update. You, PFFT, Mr. Qi pointed at Ling Tianyun's hand that kept shaking and spurted out a curtain of blood again. Perhaps the stimulation was too intense, causing Mr. Qi to be unable to calm down at this moment. Mr. Qi's old eyes were extremely scarlet and he stared at Ling Tianyun, as if he wanted to eat him alive. There was still a trace of blood mist escaping from those eyes. But because there is a pair of terrifying pupils on his mask. On the contrary, people subconsciously ignore Mr. Hacker's eyes. "Don't be angry, I'm leaving now." After Ling Tianyun finished speaking, he ducked back to Yanwang. Ling Tianyun looked at Yanwang and said, "Sister Yanwang, their psychological quality is so bad that they collapse after just 2 words. I'm really afraid that they will touch me." Yanwang said, "They have done too many evil things, so they are naturally afraid of hearing the truth. It seems that they will not repent for hurting innocent people. Xiaoyun, they are so cruel and ruthless, they are very suitable for playing PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. When the knife hits them, they should know it hurts. Xiaoyun, you have a good idea. It's really boring to kill someone yourself. I heard that the Northern Wilderness universe is the most united. This time, I want to destroy this unity and see them killing each other. We also want to let them have a taste of the situation after their identities are reversed. Xiao Yun, I decided to build a survival paradise in each small world and throw them into it." When Yanwang said this, the corners of his mouth raised. Before she came, she only wanted to kill everything that was objectionable. Kill everyone who defies her presence. In this way, we can find the Chaos Law enforcers with peace of mind, and also save those poor little female cultivators. Who knew Ling Tianyun had given so many good ideas? She now feels that killing is really boring. Why should these demons die comfortably? They don't deserve a happy death. It would be interesting to let them struggle repeatedly in despair. "Sister Yanwang, as long as you are happy," Ling Tianyun said. Just stop Sister Yanwang from going on a killing spree. Even if he fulfilled his father's instructions. "Sister Yanwang, it seems that a strong person is coming. Can you please stop beating him to death? I only let go of those who are obedient and sensible. Those who are ignorant of current affairs will still die." Ling Tianyun shook his head. "Sister Yanwang, that's not what I meant. I meant don't beat them to death, and then throw them into the survival paradise and let them fend for themselves. This just allows them to experience the despair of low strength." After hearing Ling Tianyun's suggestion, Yanwang felt very good. Her eyes fell on the dying hacker. "You go back now and find a place to build it like this." Yanwang passed the golden seal of memory to Mr. Qi. For some unknown reason, Mr. Hacker agreed and turned to leave. Zhu Qiang saw the guest leaving and wanted to follow him. But they encountered an invisible barrier. "You can't leave. If you leave, those old guys won't come," Yanwang said lightly. In a moment, dozens of figures descended to the border area. At the same time as they appeared, tyrannical pressure swept across the entire border area. Fang Huai led Zhu Qiang to salute and said, "We sincerely welcome the ancestors, and ask the ancestors to make decisions for us." A faint voice sounded, "What happened?" Fang Huai said, "Ancestor Hui Chengxi, after this madwoman broke into our universe, she killed them without any care. Tens of thousands of powerful people have died in her hands." "Intruder, then why hasn't the thunder calamity rained down on the intruder?" "I don't know about this either," Fang Huai said. Boom. Thunder tribulation arrived in response. Sky blue thunderstorms surged in the dark thunderclouds. Seeing this, all the powerful people looked strange. Did Dao Dao fall asleep before? "Sister Yanwang, this thunder tribulation is a bit fierce," Ling Tianyun commented. The blue thunder in the thundercloud surged even more fiercely. Yanwang looked at Ling Tianyun and said, "Xiao Yunzi, do you believe it? It doesn't dare to chop down and will disappear on its own after a while." Ling Tianyun nodded and said, "Let her." The thunderstorm in the air became more violent. Even the ancestors who had just arrived were a little afraid of the terrifying pressure. Their first impression of Yanwang was that of a fool who didn't know what the world was up to. At the same time, they were very disappointed with Fang Huai. "I can't even deal with such an idiot. They still have to come." But Lei Ji wreathed menacingly for a moment and then dissipated. It really didn't break down. "What's going on? Why hasn't the lightning struck yet? Why has it dissipated? Why do I feel that it was too scared to hit this crazy woman and left on its own? This is the first time I saw Lei Ji running away." Click. Click. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, 2 lightning strikes struck their heads. "Damn, did you make a mistake? They are outsiders. If you want to kill them, you should kill them too." A strong man looked at the sky and said speechlessly, "Why does it feel like Dao Dao doesn't like them and prefers outsiders?" "Biawang, why did you attack the strong man in this universe?" A slightly aged voice sounded. "The sky is silent." Yanwang said, "Why else? Of course you are stupid. If Dao were a person, I would have kicked you out long ago." As if in response to Yanwang's words, a ray of rays of light from the avenue floated towards her. When Zhu Qiang saw this, he really didn't know what to say. Fang Huai raised her eyes to look at the sky, her eyes darkened dark. The dozens of ancestors who came over stared at Yanwang, as if they were thinking about something. After Yanwang noticed the power of the peeping divine energy, he lightly waved his sleeves and blocked them all back. Dozens of ancestors changed their expressions at the same time. It's not like they never thought that Yan Wang was very strong, but they never thought that Yan Wang would be so strong. Even if they have the strength of the Immortal Lord, they cannot see through Yan Wang's cultivation. Who are you? Why do you come to Biawang to kill innocent people indiscriminately? An ancestor asked coldly. Yan Wang glanced at the ancestor who was speaking, and said with a lack of interest, you people here don't look like anything. Forget it, just come with dozens of you old people. I have no interest in beating them one by one. Yan Wang's arrogant words immediately aroused the anger of the strong men. Even more angry than when they were insulted by Yan Wang. Ancestor Changshi, teach her a lesson. Ancestor Siyun, she doesn't even take us seriously, she must let us have a taste of our power. Ancestor Giji, she just killed many people in our Tianquan world, don't let her go. Ellipsis. When Yan Wang heard these sounds, he felt a little noisy. In the next moment, the hundreds of powerful men who spoke were all reduced to ashes. Ling Tianyun saw this scene and sent a message, Sister Yan Wang, why do some strong men turn into fire lotus and float back, while others disappear directly? Yan Wang transmitted the message, that's not called the fire lotus, it's the lotus of sinful blood. Only those with dirty souls and serious sins can condense the lotus of sinful blood. Those who have no lotus flowers do not mean that their souls are clean. It's just that they are not qualified enough to form the blood lotus of sin. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1599 Red Sea Residence. Tianquan Realm. Fang Qingran just took away a treasure in the valley. I noticed some terrifying aura fluctuations in Tianquan Realm. Fang Yuyu also stood guard in front of Fang Qingran. Master Fang, these are the powerful masters of the Immortal Lord. The Immortal Lord. 2 realms higher than her. Can beat it. Master Phoenix, they left the small world. Fang Yuyu said. It seems that the beautiful sister Biawang mentioned is very powerful, even these old people are alarmed. She became even more curious about the beautiful sister Biawang mentioned. Old monsters like these like to stay in seclusion. Only when the universe faces a huge crisis can they be alarmed. Nowadays they are out in small numbers. There shouldn't be much of a crisis. Fang Qingran was originally planning to rush to the next treasure hiding place. But these old monsters came out and reminded her that she should check on the female nun first. Fang Qingran summoned Fang Jingyu, Fang Si, Wanling, and the small box. After they came out one by one, they seemed to be very guilty. Fang Qingran pretended not to notice anything unusual about them, handed the chaos gourd to Fang Si, and said, Fang Si, take this. You can use it when there is danger. Fang Si resisted very much, Master Fang, I am a beast and I have no hands. Why don't I give it to a small box? Little box didn't know the situation of the chaos gourd, so he immediately responded, Master Fang, if brother Fang Si doesn't want it, I will take his place. Wanling stood on top of Fang Si's head and rolled his eyes as big as mung beans, as if he was watching a good show. Fang Jingyu swung on the swing, curled her lips, and looked at the small box. Little box thought they were admiring his bravery, and was immediately inspired, Master Phoenix, leave it to me, I promise to use the gourd's maximum power. Fang Qingran gave the chaos gourd to the small box, Fang Si knows how to use it, let him teach you. Yeah, little box happily put away the chaos gourd and was eager to try it. Fang Qingran's fingertips touched Fang Jingyu's eyebrows. Fang Jingyu received the memory and immediately understood Fang Qingran's intention. Sister Fang, don't worry, I promise to get the treasure back without missing a beat. Pay attention to safety, Fang Qingran warned. Okay, leave it to us, Lord Phoenix, don't worry. After Fang Si finished speaking, he spread his wings, and the feathers on his tail flickered, Little Moon, come up, I'll take you. Fang Jingyu flashed and sat on Fang Si's back. Master Phoenix, let's go. After Fang Si finished speaking, he suddenly soared 90,000 miles and disappeared into the sky. Fang Qingran looked at the place where Fang Si disappeared. Yuyu, can you sense how many powerful people are stationed in the Red Sea residence? Fang Yuyu shook her ears. There are 10 Lords of the Void, 2 Immortal Lords, and 1 whose realm is higher than the Immortal Lord and should be the Eternal Emperor. As for the powerful Lord of Laws, Fang Yuyu has no plans to mention it. Because Fang Qingran is already the Master of Laws. She can easily kill a strong person in this realm instantly. A Lord of the Void can be worth hundreds of millions of emperors, they are really willing to give it up. Fang Qingran said sarcastically. Red Sea residence is a place established by powerful men to control female cultivators. The female cultivators inside are only at the imperial level. They actually sent such a lineup to take charge of Hongshuju. It seems that he has done a lot of bad things. Ranran, I want to go out. Hongxian's soft and waxy voice sounded in Fang Qingran's sea of consciousness. It is good. Fang Qingran released the red immortal and placed it on Fang Yuyu's head. The black and white iron-eating beast has a touch of red on its head. Hongxian said, Ranran, this small world has many treasures from the ancient times. There seems to be something wrong with the way of heaven in this world. Fang Qingran heard Hongxian's words and asked, what's the problem? Hongxian said, it is not the real way of heaven. It is a consciousness that has swallowed the original way of heaven and grown into it. It has the same 7 emotions and 6 desires as the human race. As long as such heaven is willing to give it benefits, it will condone the evildoers, help them cover up their evil deeds, and transfer the evildoers' karma to innocent people. The Great Avenue will not be able to make a true judgment because of its obstruction. This will lead to countless evildoers becoming powerful, thereby creating more evil. These evils will become the nourishment for the heavenly Tao here to become stronger. When it darkens to a certain level, it will risk swallowing up the Tao. If there are so many such heavenly Taos, the Great Tao cannot withstand their continuous devouring. Whether it is the way of heaven or the Great Road, they are all enforcers of rules and regulations. Their existence is not only to protect living beings, but also to restrict and screen living beings. Limit the growth of the evil ones. This leaves them without the strength to do greater evil. At the same time, those with kind thoughts are screened out, making them stronger step by step, and ultimately protecting more people. Therefore, once there is a problem with the way of heaven and the Great Road, it will become the source of disaster. Ran, this way of heaven has become a climate. I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with. Hongxian added. Fang Qingran touched Hongxian and said, I understand. No wonder she saw a trend of decline in Biawang. It should be related to the way of heaven in this world. Wrong. There should be more than one such way of heaven. Master Fang, when I was in the border area, I observed those strong people. Almost all of their souls were completely black. Fang Yu said. It was still thinking. They can advance to the Lord of the Universe even if their souls are dirty. Could it be that there is something wrong with the Tao consciousness? Now it seems that the problem does not lie with Dao. It should be these little devils. Hongxian Dao, Ran, there are not many powerful people in this small world. It should be the result of the intentional control of heavenly Tao. The cultivation level is at the emperor level at most. After listening to what Fang Yu and Hongxian said, Fang Qingran thought of the strong men appearing in the border area. 90% is the master of origin. Only 10% is the master of the universe. As for the Lord of Laws, he came later for Fang Yu. Thinking of this, Fang Qingran thought of the Lord of the Void who was sitting in the Red Sea residence. Even Yu can only attract the Lord of Laws. What exactly is there in the Red Sea residence that allows 10 Lords of the Void and 2 immortal Lords to sit together? Hongxian, Yu, let's go to the Red Sea residence and have a look now. Hongshuju is a small independent world. There are 3 Void Lords and an immortal Lord sitting at the entrance. The rest of Shaoshandi is strictly guarded. The Fierce Formation is within the Fierce Formation. Once touched, it will not only alarm the strong men guarding it, but also put yourself in danger. The safest entrance to Red Sea residence is this place guarded by strong men. After Fang Qingran observed Hongshuju, her eyes became a little deeper. With such strict fence, it was difficult for her to believe that the female cultivators inside were only at the imperial level. The Red Sea residence is home to the immortal Lord. She couldn't use space to jump and enter it directly. Any fluctuations in space and time will alarm the immortal Lord. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1600 Nothingness and Demonic Way. Seeing Fang Qingran deep in thought, Hongxian asked, Ran, what's wrong? How do you enter the small world without alerting anyone? She could actually kill it. Anyway, Juzhao was promoted some time ago. Dealing with these immortal lords is no problem. But doing so would alarm the powerful people in the entire small world. It may also implicate the female cultivator inside. It even involves female cultivators in other small worlds. Judging from the discussions among the powerful people in the border areas, they obviously regard them as resources. How could they care about the life and death of resources? In their eyes, once resources cannot bring them benefits, they will infringe on them. They will definitely choose to destroy resources as soon as possible. Ran, have you forgotten that you have a chaos clock? Chaos clock. Fang Qingran was slightly surprised. Hongxian said, yes, the chaos bell can imprison time and suppress space. As long as it takes action, you can enter the small world silently. Fang Qingran flipped her wrist, and a small black-yellow clock appeared in her palm. I remember that it can reverse space, but it always said that it was very weak and could only reverse time and space for a few breaths. There is a huge difference between reversal and confinement and suppression. Ran, it's fooling you. It's not weak at all now, Hong Xiandao said. The chaos clock shook for a moment, as if it had just woken up. Phoenix Master, do you have anything to do with me? Fang Qingran said, I want to enter the Red Sea residence, but I don't want to disturb any living being here. Do you have any idea? The chaos clock sensed the Red Sea residence, and then observed the small world here. Why, Master Phoenix, they're too strong, I can't do it. It's not that I don't want to, but once I use time imprisonment, I will definitely alarm the powerful people in the upper realm. Fang Qingran heard the question immediately. You mean there is a powerful person in the Red Sea house? Well, there is one. Chaos Bell said. Shangdao realm, if Ran goes in, you will definitely be discovered. Hong Xiandao said. Just when Fang Qingran was about to speak, Hongxian said again, Ran, how about you advance a path to the upper realm first, and then go in? Chaos Bell was shocked. What does it mean to advance a Tao to the upper realm first? Master Phoenix now has only a few Tao Emperors who have entered the Tao Emperor. There are 5 realms between the Tao Emperor and the Tao Emperor. Master Fang chooses to advance to the upper realm, which will definitely alarm the entire universe. It would be better for me to directly imprison time. Hongxian said in a soft voice, but Ran has practiced a lot of Tao. When some Tao are promoted, there will be no movement at all. To advance in some realms, there is no need to recast the body. Naturally, there is no need to risk one's life to advance. Even if there is no movement, it is impossible to advance to the upper realm casually. Chaos Bell insisted. It has lived for so long and has a very deep connection with heaven and earth. He also knows a lot about the methods of cultivating Taoism. The path that can only be promoted by putting oneself to death and resurrecting one's life is mostly the path that violates the laws of nature, such as time, space, destruction, etc. Of course, there are also some Taoists who can easily advance to the next level once the Taoist rhyme is powerful enough and the meaning of their existence is understood. Those who practice this way have no fighting ability. Under the same realm, the only option is to admit defeat. As soon as Chaos Bell finished speaking, he realized that his tone was a bit fierce, and explained, I didn't mean to refute you, I was just worried the Phoenix Master was in a hurry to advance, and would easily encounter backlash. After hearing this, Hongxian said, there will be no backlash, but I need your help. Chaos Clock asked subconsciously, what should I do? Hongxian now, suppress the void around Ran to prevent her breath from leaking out. There is no problem with this, Chaos Clock assured. But this time, Chaos Clock realized something was wrong. No. Is Hongxian really ready to let Phoenix Master advance to the upper realm of enlightenment all of a sudden? Why did it believe such an outrageous thing? Chaos Clock couldn't figure it out and decided not to think about it. Phoenix Master, you put the Hongmeng Pearl into my space, so that I can suppress all voids. Chaos Bell said. It is good. The moment the Hongmeng Pearl merged with the Chaos Clock, Fang Qingran noticed that the space she was in had changed. The laws related to time and space cannot be used. Ranran, you have two choices. One is to use Hongmeng's demonic energy to achieve the upper realm of the demonic path. The other is to use the source of nothingness in the body to practice the path of nothingness. There are dangers in practicing the devil's way. You may be bewitched by the devil's energy and become a puppet during your promotion. But with Hongmeng's demonic energy around, as long as you always stick to your heart, it will be very easy to enter the upper realm. Practice the way of nothingness is also risky. The power of nothingness is inherently domineering, and it contains thousands of creations. It is easy to get lost during practice. But fortunately, the source of nothingness has given birth to spiritual consciousness and has a contract with you. It will protect you subconsciously. As long as you are firm-minded, it can pull you back. Ranran, as long as I am here, you can enter the upper realm of the Tower of Nothingness. It's just that I feel that the path of nothingness will conflict with the other path you practice. Everything comes from nothingness and then returns to nothingness. The path of nothingness is a path more domineering than devouring. In addition, the source of nothingness gave birth to spiritual consciousness, so it must be more domineering. Fang Qingran began to think deeply. She knew which path Hongxian was talking about. It's just that that path has never been in conflict with other paths, and even the path of devouring is under the leadership of that path. Seeing that Fang Qingran remained silent for a long time, Hongxian said again, Ranran, don't worry. If we can let the path of nothingness and that path live in peace, there may be unexpected surprises. The Tower of Nothingness has created thousands of things. After practicing it, you can capture more small Tao, which will be of great help to you. Ranran, how about I think of other ways to help you advance to the higher realm? Fang Qingran came back to her senses and asked curiously, Hongxian, why can these two paths quickly enter the upper realm? Cultivation is never achieved overnight. Even with endless power, it is difficult to advance in one go. Ranran, do you still remember those two techniques? The way to defeat the opponent is king, and the god of play. Fang Qingran felt that some strange memory attacked her again. What is Tao? Only by crushing the opponent is the supreme way of the king. Close black lens bracket. Do you want the gods to lie down there and let you bully them? If you want to, you should learn from me Tilda. Ranran, these two books are all the experiences and understandings on the road to the devil. With my help, you only need to follow the exercises step by step, and you will soon be able to enter the upper realm. After Hongxian finished speaking, he was afraid that this might mislead Fang Qingran, so he added, Ranran, the reason why the demonic way can operate like this is related to your previous accumulation. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1601 The Red Immortal is about to become a White Immortal, additional update. As for other ways, you still need to practice hard. Fang Qingran understood Hongxian's intention and responded softly, okay. Ranran, you also have the techniques of the Way of Nothingness, please look through them carefully. Before Fang Qingran went to check, a glowing book floated out of the sea of consciousness. It says, cultivation, no matter what, as long as you have no morals, everything will get out of your way. The opening chapter of these exercises focuses on doing whatever you want. In fact, it also implicitly hints to the ascetics not to set limits on themselves. Hongxian, I choose the path of nothingness. It is good. After Fang Qingran finished speaking, he began to practice the Way of Nothingness. The power of nothingness quickly circulated within her body, tempering her body. Fang Qingran refined the power of nothingness bit by bit according to the method described in the technique. It actually took less than half a day to cross the Taoist realm and enter the Taoist realm. Fang Qingran felt shocked. Fortunately, after joining Daojin, the speed of advancement has slowed down. But just as outrageous. 10 days later she arrived at the Dao King realm. It took her 100 days to step into the Dao Emperor. It took another year to enter the Dao Emperor realm. Chaos Bell felt the aura spreading from Fang Qingran's body, and kept saying, you, to Hongxian, and finally asked dryly, how did you do this? Fang Yuyu raised her hand and picked off the hot red fairy on her head. The red fairy at this moment was extremely red. You don't have to be like this. Fang Yuyu sighed. Hongxian's voice was slightly weak as he said, I feel that there will be a bigger crisis next, and Ranran must grow up. Chaos Jung immediately understood that Fang Qingran's promotion so quickly had something to do with Hongxian. Fang Qingran was currently in an unknown space. There is nothing in space. Looking around, it was so foggy that I couldn't even tell the direction. Fang Qingran's eyes were clear and she looked around confusedly. Who is she? Why come here? What is she doing here? How is she going to get out of here? Ranran, is that you? A soft call sounded. Gentle and melodious. It's like a dream. It seems to have come across a long river of time. Fang Qingran felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, and asked tentatively, who are you? And got no response. The next moment, the space began to change. Separated heaven and earth. Then came the sun, moon and stars. Then came the change of day and night and the seasons. Then, there were mountains, rivers, seas, flowers, trees, wind, rain, thunder and lightning. Gradually various kinds of life were derived. Then, the mountains, rivers and seas began to disappear little by little. The seasons then disappear. Ellipsis. Eventually it returned to the foggy look it had at the beginning. Next, space began to differentiate into heaven and earth. Ellipsis. Fang Qingran watched the evolution of heaven and earth over and over again. It begins with nothingness and ends with nothingness. Repeatedly. Back and forth. All evolutionary processes are like programmed processes. Is this the long river of time? Fang Qingran murmured softly. She didn't understand why she knew the flow of time. I only feel that the changes before my eyes are like the passage of time. Ranran, the gentle female voice sounded again. I'm here. Ranran, you shouldn't have come here so early. You have to be careful about enemies coming from the future and the past. An almost transparent lotus flower floated in front of Fang Qingran. The lotus flower is almost transparent. But Fang Qingran saw the evolution of heaven and earth just now. In an instant, the lotus became rich in color and very beautiful. Fang Qingran lowered her voice unconsciously. Thank you for reminding me, where are you from? Me, I don't belong to the past, let alone the future. I am the future in the past and the past in the future time. After listening to this, Fang Qingran's eyes were full of doubts. She decided to change the question, is my enemy strong? Compared with the future you are very weak, but they want to block your future and destroy the present you. Fang Qingran was confused again, since my future self is very powerful, why don't my future self kill the enemies who threaten me? After a long silence, the voice sighed softly, because there is only one Ran, but there are countless greedy ones. As these words fell, the lotus flower in front of Fang Qingran disappeared. At the same time, a hole opened not far away from Fang Qingran. She walked over uncontrollably. After a moment, Fang Qingran slowly opened her eyes. She has entered the realm of Tao Zun. But she was not happy because she entered Tao Zun. In fact, the moment her consciousness became clear, her memory of that space began to blur. Only the woman's last words remained fresh in her memory. Master Phoenix, the red immortal is going to become a white immortal. Fang Yuyu's voice spread into Fang Qingran's sea of consciousness. Fang Qingran immediately quit practicing, suppressed the power churning in her body, and looked at the dying Hongxian. The red fairy was so white that it was almost transparent. In order for Phoenix Master to advance smoothly, it uses its own power to help you sort out the power of nothingness. Fang Yuyu said. Fang Qingran put her hand on Hongxian and gave it strength. Sister Fang, let me go. Biawang suddenly appeared and shouted loudly. You, how did you get in? Chaos Clock said in shock. You came in directly, you little Chaos Clock, don't say anything. Take good care of yourself. After Biawang finished speaking, he came to Fang Qingran and said, Sister Fang, I'm here. I sensed your promotion, so I hurried here. Although I came late, I came in time. A small purple dragon flew out of Biawang's body and flew towards Hongxian. The power of Hongmeng's origin. The Chaos Clock looked like it had never seen it before, and it seemed to be still swallowing saliva. Go aside. After Biawang said, another purple dragon appeared and submerged into Hongxian's body. The almost transparent small clouds gradually took on color. Pink. Red. Finally it turned purple. Hongxian seemed to have woken up, and noticed the power flowing in Fang Qingran's body, and said anxiously, Ran, why don't you continue to practice? Fang Qingran flicked the red fairy lightly and said, what's more, why didn't you tell me that you would become like this? Ran, I'll be fine. I'll fall into a deep sleep at most. Just take care of me and I'll be fine. Hongxian said. It was Biawang who saved you. Fang Qingran said. Ah, Hongxian looked at the little white fox not far away and said softly, thank you Biawang, Ran will repay you for me. The little white fox Biawang said, I don't need anything in return. When I help you, I am helping Sister Fang. You have a good rest first, and then I will protect Sister Fang. It is good. After Hongxian finished speaking, he said to Fang Qingran, Ran, you can practice with peace of mind. I'll be fine. Fang Qingran raised her hand and placed Hongxian on Fang Yuyu's head. Then she entered a state of cultivation. Seeing this, Biawang jumped in front of Fang Qingran and pressed his front paws on her eyebrows. Sister Fang, I will use the power of Hongmeng's origin to help you advance with peace of mind. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1602 Please come out together. Fang Qingran did not answer Biawang. After entering Tao Zun, if you want to advance upwards, the strength required is very huge. While the power of nothingness was destroying her body, it was also reshaping her body. There is also a gentle force nourishing her body. It should be the original power of Hongmeng imported from Biawang. Chaos Clock had now recovered, looked at Fang Yuyu, and asked hesitantly, Yuyu, I just slept, why did it look like this when I woke up? Always been this way. Chaos Bell was speechless when he heard Fang Yuyu's answer, don't fool me. That's the origin of Hongmeng. There are only 50 sources of Hongmeng in the whole world. This is how Biawang is used by Phoenix Master. The origin of Hongmeng is the thing that can keep it immortal, and it is given away like this. Chaos Clock became more and more excited as he spoke. What is the origin of Hongmeng? It is something that even the first generation of gods and demons could not find. I heard that as long as you get the source of Hongmeng, even a conscious body can be refined into an immortal spiritual body. Achieve immortality in the true sense. Fang Yuyu said calmly, the origin of Hongmeng can be taken away, but if you hold on to Master Fang's thigh, no one can take it away. This little fox in Biawang is very smart. From the initial show of goodwill to the gift of various natural and earthly treasures, the little fox had a plan. But the little fox didn't have any bad intentions. All I want is stability in the universe. But, Chaos Clock was speechless for a moment. Compared with Phoenix Master, Hongmeng origin seems to be nothing. Phoenix Master can find the origin of Hongmeng by himself. But whether Biawang can always maintain the origin of Hongmeng is another matter. Chaos Jung thought about this and said to himself, I want to buy more time for Phoenix Lord so that she can advance on the road of advancement with peace of mind. Chaos Clock emits bright light all around. Maximize the effectiveness of the time stone. Border area. Yang Wang was playing with dozens of ancestors. Occasionally, he yawned. No matter what tricks dozens of ancestors use, Yang Wang can easily deal with them. Even if it was their combined attack. It can only be exchanged for Yang Wang's one finger flick. A bloody lotus petal is enough to deal with all attacks. Why don't you just use your ultimate move? It's boring to fight like this. Yang Wang's voice was low and extremely insulting. Zhu Qiang looked ugly and glared at Yang Wang angrily. Dozens of ancestors looked down and down, with murderous intent in their eyes. They have never seen such a rampant and powerful existence. Their combined efforts failed to force her to use her debut form. There is no Tao body. They couldn't find out what level of ascetic she was. Dozens of ancestors looked at each other. One of the ancestors said in a message, use the heaven and earth net to destroy the formation and force her to use her Taos body, so that we can invite the venerables to come out. The Dragnet extermination formation requires a large number of sacrifices. Should we ask them to go to Red Sea residents to bring them here? No, just use the Source Masters present. There are only a few hundred, it won't take any trouble. Okay, but while we are setting up the formation, someone needs to hold this madwoman back, otherwise she will notice the clues and the formation will not be formed. It's simple, I have already achieved some success in my music. When the music is played, even those who are strong in the Tau realm will be in a trance for a few breaths. To be on the safe side, just control the kid next to the madwoman and distract her. There is no need to control the madwoman. Ellipsis. When Fang Huai and the others received the message from their ancestor, they were stunned for a moment. Hundreds of Origin Lords sacrificed themselves. Is this to deal with the madwoman, or do you want them to kill each other? The eyes of the 8 realm masters were dark. But he didn't dare to disobey the ancestor's orders, so he could only put the blame on Yanwang. At this moment, they envied the departing guest. After Fang Huai and the others discussed it, they decided to have 100 Origin Masters each. To make the plan go smoothly, they can only choose the most loyal secret guards. Yanwang didn't care about the small actions of dozens of ancestors. A group of old, rotten old guys, when it comes to ruthlessness, they're far beyond what Fang Huai and the others can match. Sister Yanwang, are you really not afraid of alarming the defenders of the universe? Ling Yuntian said via voice transmission. Yanwang said casually, why are you afraid? At worst, we will disappear together in the river of time. Ling Tianyun. I have some regrets about following Sister Yanwang, what shall I do? Shagun, we all live under the rules of heaven and earth. We are bound by the rules. Don't set limits for yourself. Just do whatever you want. Sister Yanwang, I don't have the capital to do whatever I want. If he is really as arrogant as Sister Yanwang, no matter how many defensive marks he has, he will not be able to be protected. That's right, don't learn from your sister. It's easy to become bad and become a villain. Yanwang is not the villain. Sister Yanwang is better than them all. Sister Yanwang never kills innocent people. He had already seen it. Those strong men who turned into the Sin Blood Lotus all died. There is no life at all. And those who have not turned into Sin Blood Lotus still have a glimmer of vitality in heaven and earth. As for whether they can seize this glimmer of vitality, it depends on the judgment of the rules of heaven and earth. Yanwang pointed to a small world emitting bright light and asked, Shagun, where is that? Ling Tianyun thought for a moment and said, it should be the Tianquan realm. The look Yanwang looked at Fang Huai was somewhat meaningful. It seems that the person Da Dao wants to protect has gone to Tianquan realm. He is also preparing to advance in the Tianquan world. Since there is a fellow Taoist who has the same purpose as her, she should help him once. Attract firepower for the opponent. Let the opponent complete the promotion with peace of mind. When the time comes, she will defeat half of the strong men in the small world, and the other party will defeat half of them. It will definitely overwhelm the powerful men in the entire universe. Very interesting. Yanwang's beautiful eyes moved slightly, revealing a charming smile. Old guys, I don't have the patience to play with you anymore, so I can only give you a ride first. After Yanwang finished speaking, with a flick of his sleeves, the bodies of dozens of ancestors instantly ignited with flames. And it dissipated with lightning speed. Transformed into blossoming bloody lotuses. The lotus is so delicate and beautiful. Like beautiful flowers that have just bloomed in the hot sun. Yanwang looked at the lotus floating back and sighed, it's so beautiful. No wonder they all like to do evil. Ling Tianyun didn't react until the blood lotus disappeared in Yanwang's hands. Zhu Qiang looked at Yanwang with horrified eyes, completely falling into panic. Fang Huai and the others reacted fastest and hurriedly stopped the secret guard who was about to sacrifice. Ling Tianyun asked, Sister Yanwang, we agreed to maim them, but why did they all die? Yanwang said lazily, if you don't like it, kill it. It's a bunch of disgusting things anyway, and it's useless to keep them. After Yanwang finished speaking, he looked at Fang Huai and said, Master Tianquan realm, please ask the more powerful old guy to come out. These are too weak to watch. By the way, didn't you say before that you have people from the higher realm here? Please come out together. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1603 I will throw you out. Yanwang ignored the livid expressions on Zhu Qiang's face and continued, you trash old guy, please don't call me here. I don't want to pick up your trash. Oh, also, if you have any great killing formations or other powerful forbidden techniques, you can use them together. Anyway, it's better if I conquer you all at once, so that you don't have to keep chirping and make my ears hurt. Other world masters, please also call out the old people in your world. I packed them all together. Yanwang's speech was extremely arrogant. Not to mention that Fang Huai and the others would become angry after hearing this. Even Ling Tianyun was a little scared after hearing this. Sister Yanwang, are you really not afraid that they will invite someone particularly powerful? Those in the Daoshang realm are the beings who guard the universe. If they all really go out and work together to deal with Sister Yanwang, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. Yanwang said nonchalantly, what are you afraid of? Didn't I tell you? At worst, we will disappear together. Anyway, my sister has lived to this age, which is enough. Ling Tianyun wanted to say that he hadn't lived enough yet. Yanwang's voice sounded again, don't worry, Shaoyun, if you really can't beat me, I will throw you out. Ling Tianyun. Sister Yanwang, with my small body, I can't block a few blows. Yanwang said with a firm tone, you can block it. The defensive marks on your body can bounce back to kill them. Also, it is more convenient to use you to summon Gu Ming and the others. Ling Tianyun came to the immortal realm. They're a bunch of old guys who are bored all day long, except fighting. Now that their realm has reached that point, even if they continue to practice, it will be difficult to improve. With nowhere to vent their energy, they can only fight. You can also increase your strength during the fight. No harm at all. The only bad thing is that when fighting, if you are not careful, the immortal realm will collapse and the world will be turned upside down. The domain lord never got angry after seeing the immortal domain in ruins. They just imprisoned their strength without any change and asked them to build roads, fill mountains, and dig seas. Afterwards, Chigo and the domain master returned to the immortal domain. In order to restrain him, Chigo came up with more damaging tricks. They were asked to plant trees, but the trees should not have leaves but should be covered with sacred grass. Grasses that are required to bloom are not allowed to bloom and will bear fruit directly. Grass that is not required to bloom must bloom with 7 color flowers. With their strength, it would be easy for them to fulfill these requirements. But their strength was restricted at that time and they couldn't complete it at all. Finally, they came up with the idea of using the excrement of the beasts as nutrients for flowers, plants and trees. So the beast, which obviously does not need to poop, is forcefully forced to poop every day. The orcs were collectively depressed for a long time. But the depression of the orcs has nothing to do with them. But don't mention it, after using the excrement of various animals, it really has an effect. Flowers, plants and trees are slowly growing up. However, under everyone's careful care. I don't know what's going on with those intelligent plants. After a small branch grows, it stops growing. Bare branches, no flowers, no leaves. As for the result, it is even less likely. They were tortured unspeakably. From then on, as long as Chigo was in the immortal realm, they would not dare to fight again. It turned into a quarrel. When you meet, you must have a quarrel first. Until Ling Tianyun appeared and changed this phenomenon. Raising cubs is obviously more interesting than fighting. Everyone is rushing to raise Ling Tianyun. Every time during the snatching process, fearing that Ling Tianyun would be killed, a defensive mark would be added to his body. But the mark on Ling Tianyun was never triggered even once. Over time, they all forgot how many layers of marks there were on Ling Tianyun. Therefore, throwing Ling Tianyun is more effective than throwing any magic weapon. Yan Wang looked at Ling Tianyun in front of him and remembered how cute he was when he was just a little girl with big breasts. Like a small cloud, rub it casually. It's a pity that now that I have grown up, I look good, but I am not as cute as I was when I was a child. Yan Wang shook his head with regret and wanted to rub the fluffy beast. If I had known, I would have brought little Guai Guai with me in this fight. Sister Yan Wang, did I do something wrong? Ling Tianyun asked, shrinking his neck. Sister Yan Wang's eyes made him feel terrible. Sister Yan Wang isn't really planning to throw him out, is she? Xiaoyun, you are not wrong. What is wrong is the world, and what is wrong is time. Yan Wang patted Ling Tianyun on the shoulder and said regretfully. Ling Tianyun became even more panicked, so he pointed at Fang Huai and the others and said, Sister Yan Wang, there is nothing wrong with this world, it is them who are wrong. They have no sense of shame, no sense of justice, and they're terribly wrong. Ling Tianyun still felt that it was not enough, and said through a message, Sister Yan Wang, they're at fault, but the other creatures in the small world are not at fault. We do not want to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Yan Wang nodded in agreement, it makes sense. A bunch of ugly things don't deserve to be buried with them. They should die alone. Sister Yan Wang, can you please hold it back? Ling Tianyun asked. That's right, I won't kill any of them next, I will throw them into the survival paradise. Yan Wang and Ling Tianyun's unobtrusive conversation made Fang Huai and the others even more angry. Fang Huai and the others each sent messages to all the ancestors. As long as the ancestors were not in retreat, they were allowed to shout out. At the same time, they thought of the previous Dragnet extermination formation. Perhaps the only way to deal with this madwoman is to use that formation. The various realm masters looked at each other. In the end, it was decided to use the Heaven and Earth Net extermination formation to deal with Yan Wang. At this moment, they don't care about anything else, they just want Yan Wang to die. Yan Wang felt the number of strong men coming this way and was very satisfied. It doesn't count as an outpouring of force. But most of them came over. In this way, that Taoist friend will have more time to advance. Yan Wang raised his eyes and looked at the sky. It should be that the consciousness of the Great Avenue was blocking the aura of Hongmeng's origin for him. However, this aura will leak out eventually. That's it. She reluctantly tried her best to be a good person and let this aura cover her for a while longer. Xiaoyun, I remember you have half a jade plate of creation in your hand, right? Take it out and let me use it, Yan Wang said. Ah, Sister Yan Wang, Lao Ling said that if I want to die, I can take out this thing outside. Be good, take it out, my sister is here and I won't let you die. Only the jade disc of good fortune can temporarily block the aura of Hongmeng's origin. Only the good fortune jade disc can simulate the original aura of Hongmeng. In this way, when the true Hongmeng original aura is leaked, everyone will not take it seriously. Ling Tianyun still took out half of the jade plate of creation, and at the same time, added countless defensive weapons to himself. Sister Yan Wang, can you still hold it back later? He always felt that Sister Yan Wang was going to do something big. I can't hold it back, but I still have you. Yan Wang touched half of the jade plate of creation. The whole body is green and translucent, so beautiful. It feels very smooth. At first glance, it seems that there is nothing special about it except that it looks good. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1604, how about we run away, added. But if you look closely, you can find that the palm-sized jade plate is actually full of mysteries. You can also feel the endless power of laws within it. What a good thing. If this thing is used to kill animals, it should be quite powerful. Ling Tianyun's heart skipped a beat when he heard Yan Wang's comment. Sister Yan Wang, this jade dish of creation is used to comprehend the laws. It's not cost-effective to destroy it directly. A dark color flashed through Yan Wang's beautiful eyes. Oh, comprehend the laws. Just those laws, what is there to comprehend? The more laws you learn, the more restrictions you will have, and eventually it will be difficult to move forward. It's better not to learn any rules and just practice your own way. Xiaoyun, how about I help you destroy it? Yan Wang asked this question very seriously, as if as long as Ling Tianyun agreed, she could immediately destroy the jade dish of creation. Ling Tianyun shook his head crazily. Sister Yanwang, this thing cannot be destroyed. He is not Sister Yanwang. It is impossible to do whatever you want, and you cannot practice your own way. He can only live according to the laws of heaven and earth. Okay, be you Rui, don't be nervous, I'm just kidding. After Yanwang finished speaking, he no longer covered up the aura of the jade dish of creation. In an instant, the aura of the jade dish of creation leaked out. An aura similar to the origin of Hongmeng swept across the entire border area. Sister Yanwang, Ling Tianyun said in shock. He never expected that Yanwang would dare to let the breath of the jade dish of creation leak out. Wrong. This smell is not quite like the smell of the jade dish itself. There is another powerful aura, a bit like Hongmeng aura. Ling Tianyun really couldn't hold it any longer at this moment, and said in a tearful tone, Sister Yanwang, I really don't want to be besieged, why don't we just run away? Yanwang looked at Ling Tianyun, his beautiful eyes moving as if stars were shining in them. Yanwang smiled nonchalantly, Xiaoyun, don't be afraid, my sister will tell you something. What's the reason? Ling Tianyun asked subconsciously. Yanwang did not answer Ling Tianyun's question. Instead, he raised his hand and arranged 99 layers of barriers to protect Ling Tianyun. Xiaoyun, hide inside. The drama that follows is not suitable for a child like you to participate in. Yanwang's voice was obviously soft and sweet. But to Ling Tianyun's ears, it seemed like a reminder to the powerful. Fang Huai and the others noticed the special aura immediately. In a moment, they had already reacted. They must get what Yanwang was holding. A treasure with Hongmeng aura. As long as you get it, you will definitely become a strong man above all else. There was endless greed in their eyes, and the gazes towards Yanwang changed greatly. There is still horror. But it's more about scrutiny. Examining the treasure in her hand. The fire lotus under Yanwang disappeared. She stood up slowly. The ancestors who came from the small world happened to see the scene. I saw a woman with an enchanting figure, her dark hair dancing in the wind behind her, making her skin as fine as jade. The lotus steps moved lightly, like red roses blooming under the scorching sun. The next moment, the woman smiled brightly at them. She was even more dazzling and captivating. All the ancestors trembled in their hearts. Instead of being seduced by the beauty, they felt chilled in their hearts. I just feel that she is a very dangerous existence. Before the ancestors entered the border area, they had an idea at the same time. This woman must not be kept. Yanwang noticed the surging murderous intent, his eyes flashed, his cheeks were stained with a little blush, and he said angrily and strangely, old guys really don't understand the charm, they want to kill me as soon as they come. Fang Huai and others were expressionless. If they hadn't seen the scene where Yanwang killed people without blinking an eye, they might really feel sorry for her right now. After all, there are not many beauties like Yanwang who are beautiful to the core and gorgeous to the soul. Yanwang played with the jade plate of creation in his hand and slowly moved in the direction of Feng Huai and the others. Fang Huai and the others kept retreating after discovering Yanwang's movements. What are you hiding from? I won't eat you, Yanwang said with a sweet smile. Fang Huai and the others were speechless, showing the same expression, as if to say, you will not eat us, you will only kill us. It happened that the ancestors came to the border area at this time. There are thousands of ancestors coming this time. As soon as they came over, they immediately sealed off the border area, trying to prevent Hongmeng's aura from leaking out. Yanwang's eyes moved slightly, he raised his hand and lightly touched his red lips with his jade fingers. No, the treasure must be shared together. When Yanwang finished speaking, the defensive barrier erected by thousands of ancestors was instantly shattered. The ancestors were horrified when they saw this scene. An ancestor asked sternly, do you know what this treasure is? What will be the consequences if it is leaked? Yanwang glanced at the other person. This seems to be something I took out, right? I just like people to snatch my things. Where is the value of the treasure? Isn't it that the more people rob, the higher the value? After all, if no one competes with you, even if you get it, you'll still feel unhappy, right? If there is something good, it should be announced to all the heavens and the world, so that everyone can fight for it. When Yanwang said this, he caressed the jade dish of good fortune with his jade fingers. Good things are learned from them. You are a bunch of ignorant people. Be good, my sister will take you to see the blood. The ancestors looked at Fang Huai and the others, as if asking, is this person sick? Fang Huai immediately sent a message to his ancestor, Ancestor, this woman is a madman. She kills people as soon as she comes. Ancestor Changshi died in her hands. What? Say it again. Fang Huai immediately lowered his head and said, back to Ancestor Changyun, Ancestor Changshi will die in her hands, and his body will be gone. He tried to capture the soul breath of Patriarch Changshi, but there was none at all. The ancestor named Changyun, after hearing Fang Huai's words, looked at Yanwang with murderous intent. Changshi was personally taught and raised by him. It wasn't until Changshi was able to be alone that he resigned from his position as world leader. Even if Changshi abdicates now, countless realm masters have changed in the meantime. But Changshi was the only one who satisfied him the most. Ancestor Changyun looked at Yanwang and said in a voice that was cold to the bone, give me your name. I will not kill unknown people. Yanwang's eyes fell on Ancestor Changyun, raised his hand, and flicked it. The next moment, Ancestor Changyun's body burned into ashes and turned into a blood-brown lotus flower that flew towards Yanwang. Yanwang touched the lotus and said, if you don't kill the unknown person, I will. When you meet your opponent, don't talk nonsense, remember. Yanwang put away the lotus and raised her eyes to look at a strong man. Remember, I am Yanwang. If you have any resentment after death, come to me. I like to kill you until you are convinced. Fellow Taoist Yanwang, who asked you to come? Asked an ancestor. He has some idea of Changyun's strength. The flame phoenix can cause Changyun to die and disappear through the air, so I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with. If possible, they had better not become enemies with Yanwang. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1605 Come in. Golden Ticket 1. Yan Wang did not answer the ancestor's question, but pointed to the jade disc of creation suspended in his palm and said, "You want this, right? If you want it, come and grab it. You don't have much time. This thing is comparable to the origin of Hongmeng. There must be many strong people on the way. The overall strength of your place is not good. When other powerful men from the universe arrive, you won't have a chance to grab them. Besides, this is not the territory of those strong people. I'm afraid they won't restrain their strength when they grab things. Then you will be the ones who suffer. TSK, 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 what a pity. If you care, you will be restrained and your strength will not be unleashed. You can actually learn from me." Yan Wang's words were truly infuriating to death. Zhu Qiang glared at Yan Wang. More than 1,000 ancestors also released pressure, trying to scare Yan Wang. But Yan Wang was not affected at all. At this moment, Yan Wang stopped and turned to look at the entrance to the universe. In an instant, countless terrifying attacks headed towards Yan Wang. "Sister Yan Wang, be careful," Ling Tianyun shouted. Zhu Qiang's eyes were full of excitement and he murmured, "Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell." The ancestors had no time to stop the powerful attacks. They have seen through it now. As long as they follow Yan Wang and don't provoke her, there is room for negotiation in everything. Yan Wang didn't care about the jade plate of creation at all. A madman who doesn't even care about the Hongmeng treasure cannot be treated with ordinary methods. The ancestors could not stop the attacks of the strong men, so they could only protect the strong men they knew. Those attacks did not touch Yan Wang at all. He was swallowed by a huge blood lotus. The blood lotus glowed faintly with a bright purple light. Yan Wang turned her head, and Zhu Qiang could only see her side face, which was equally bright and charming. "Shaoyun, they brought this to my door by themselves. I can only kill them." After Yan Wang finished speaking, the huge blood lotus pressed towards the group of powerful men. All the strong men who had attacked Yan Wang felt that the terrifying force had locked their souls, making them unable to move even a little bit. Only a few hundred strong men had no time to take action and fled. The ancestors were shocked and hurriedly rescued Fang Huai and the others. After a moment, the huge blood lotus pressed down, and the various enhancements turned into a blood mist, and finally condensed into droplets of blood, flying into the blood lotus. A moment later, the blood lotus flew towards the flame phoenix and disappeared. Now, no one dares to kill Yan Wang anymore. The ancestors' eyes were dim. Yan Wang was in the Northern Wasteland universe at the moment, which might be a good thing for them. At least Yan Wang won't let the Northern Wasteland universe be destroyed. Fang Huai and the others hid behind the ancestors, not daring to show their faces again. The ancestors have no time to take care of Feng Huai and the others. They are currently discussing what to do next. The aura I feel is obviously the origin of Hongmeng. How could it turn into a jade disc of good fortune? I heard that the jade disc of creation can simulate the original breath of Hongmeng. Could this crazy woman do it on purpose? Does she have a grudge against us? Does she want to lure the powerful to destroy us? No, if she wants to destroy the universe, she can do it herself. Why does she need to attract strong people? I suspect that she is related to the group of female nuns who escaped back then. If this is the case, things can still turn around. Even if we make some outrageous rules, at least this is their home. By destroying this place, they are also destroying their own home. You all tell your juniors not to attack her or provoke her. Just let her do whatever she wants. After the current crisis is over, we will find a way to deal with her. Actually, we can take advantage of the chaos and set up a dragnet to kill the formation, and then activate it after the outsiders leave. Use her to scare off intruders first, that's a good idea. Anyway, the thing is in her hands, and the target of the intruder will only be her. Let's pretend to help when the time comes, and leave the rest alone. Ellipsis. While they were discussing how to deal with Yan Wang had already reached the entrance to the universe. She first said to the direction of the sky, "Little fox, I am going to open the entrance to the universe. If you refuse, just accept. If you agree, just keep silent." Ling Tianyun followed and looked at the sky. There was no movement. What's going on with this avenue? Are you really not afraid that the universe will be destroyed? You acquiesce, then I will open it. After Yan Wang finished speaking, he raised his hand to open a space-time rift. Suddenly, countless terrifying auras came over. Yan Wang dodged and moved away from the entrance. Ling Yuntian held his forehead, very puzzled. Sister Yan Wang had obviously agreed to play slowly. Why did you suddenly start going crazy? Ling Tianyun looked at Fang Huai and the others. These old guys must have offended Sister Yan Wang. The sudden appearance of a space-time rift stunned the powerful people outside. They did not rush into the universe. When things go wrong, there must be fraud. A majestic voice sounded, "Fellow Taoists inside, listen, as long as you take the initiative to hand over the Hongmeng treasure, we don't have to go in." Yan Wang laughed out loud after hearing this. Yan Wang looked at the ancestors and said, "Ask you, answer them." Ancestors. What did they answer? The thing is not in their hands. How should we answer the fellow Taoist Yan Wang? An ancestor asked with a great attitude. Yan Wang said, "This is your territory. If you can't lose your momentum, just respond to him. If you have the ability, come in. We are not afraid. Come quickly and we will blow your heads off." The ancestors were even more speechless. "Fang Huai, please answer the Taoist friends outside." An ancestor said. Fang Huai's face was full of reluctance. "But I have to follow it." Fang Huai said with a stiff expression, "Come in if you have the ability. We are not afraid. Come quickly and I will blow your heads off." Yan Wang commented, "TSK, TSK, TSK, weak, no momentum at all." When the strong man outside heard this, he was stunned for a moment. This voice is so hollow. It must be an act, there must be a trap in it. Fellow Taoists inside, if you can't grasp the Hongmeng treasure, you still have to hand it over to our Chanyuan universe. We are willing to exchange it with you for good things. This time, Ling Tianyun spoke up, "You are fooling a fool. What can be exchanged for the Hongmeng treasure? Don't dither. If you want something, come in." Yan Wang gave Ling Tianyun a thumbs up. Shogun, that's right, my sister likes a man as strong as you. Ling Tianyun was already immune to such compliments. His face did not turn red and his heart stopped beating. Sister Yan Wang, as long as you are happy. I'm very happy, so things are going to be a little bigger. After Yan Wang finished speaking, he tapped the jade dish of creation with his fingertips. The cyan jade butterfly turns into a brilliant purple. Hongmeng's original aura poured out. Now, even the weakest person can sense this aura. Zhu Changquan was attracted by the jade plate of creation and did not notice the changes in Tianquan realm at all. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1606. The Phoenix Master is definitely a human, right? View from the borderlands. I saw that the small world that originally exuded yellow light was now faintly glowing with purple energy. And the purple energy gathered more and more, almost covering up the yellow. Within the realm of Tianquan, the chaos clock hummed heavily. This buzzing sound was vast and distant, as if it came across the long river of time and across the void. The ancient patterns on the clock's body flickered. The aura of Hongmeng purple chi overflowed. The chaos clock shook up and down unsteadily. Fang Yuyu and Hongxian looked at the chaos clock at the same time. Fang Yuyu raised her front paws, and a wisp of purple energy flew out of its body and disappeared into the chaos bell. The red fairy changes from red to purple, exuding a gleaming brilliance. The chaos clock finally stopped shaking. The ancient patterns on the clock also faded away. As soon as chaos bell settled down, he was shocked and said, damn it. Didn't Lord Phoenix just reach the peak of Daozun? Why is the aura so terrifying? I can barely control time in this void. Fang Yuyu said, how can the Tao achieved by the origin of nothingness not be terrifying? The path of nothingness is inherently powerful. The way of nothingness cultivated by Phoenix Master is different, and naturally it is countless times more terrifying. Chaos Bell said, isn't this a bit too strong? The pressure of Daozun is comparable to the peak of Dao Shangjing. The chaos clock spreads out a little bit of the power of spiritual consciousness. I want to find out about Feng Qingran. In an instant, the clock shook again. Chaos Bell quickly withdrew its power of spiritual consciousness. At this moment, Feng Qingran was surrounded by a terrifying aura. That breath seems to be able to swallow everything. It seems to exude endless vitality. Two extremely domineering auras, strangely intertwined. The chaos clock was shocked. It was extremely certain that the power around Feng Qingran could easily crush the void and cut across all realms. Yuyu, Phoenix Master is definitely a human, right? Chaos Jung asked hesitantly. Nonsense. Chaos Bell hurriedly explained, no, that's not what I meant. What I want to ask is, what is the true identity of Phoenix Master? Is she not the first generation of gods? After chaos, no matter what kind of creature it is, there is a process of becoming stronger. But the first generation of gods in the Taichu period did not use it. They are born as supreme beings, capable of suppressing all enemies in the world. If it hadn't been for the changes between heaven and earth later, the laws and rules were deliberately targeted at them, constantly draining the power from them. No one today can be the opponent of the first generation of gods. Fang Yuyu turned her eyes, stared at the Chaos Bell and said, the Phoenix Master is the Phoenix Master. Even if she is not the first generation of gods, she will still become the strongest existence, and no one can compete with her. Chaos Bell felt dizzy when he heard it, so, is the Phoenix Lord the first generation of gods? Is it important? Fang Yuyu asked. The Chaos Bell was silent. Hongxian said, Ranran is herself. It doesn't matter who she was in the past, but who she will be in the future is important. It makes sense. Chaos Clock seemed to have an epiphany. The ancient patterns on the clock's body lit up again. The light emitted this time has obviously changed. The ancient lines that were lit up before looked intermittent. And now the ancient patterns that light up on the clock are connected. Ha ha ha, I finally advanced. The God-killing spear and the 10,000 ghost banners can no longer defeat me. Chaos Bell said excitedly. Chaos Bell just finished being excited, and his aura suddenly changed. Yuyu, Hongxian, there is good news and bad news, which one do you want to hear? Hongxian said, everyone listens. The Chaos Clock said solemnly, the good news is that I can suppress all void and time around me. The bad news is that Phoenix Master's way of nothingness is too powerful. I have no way to control the aura of the way of nothingness from leaking out. When the time comes, I'm afraid Hongmeng's origin will not be able to hide it. So we need to think of countermeasures earlier. Of course, they will not be able to come in and interrupt the Phoenix Master during his promotion. However, after the Phoenix Master is promoted successfully, the Phoenix Master may face siege. Fang Yuyu and Hongxian didn't react much after hearing Chaos Bell's words. Chaos Clock did not expect their reaction, and asked anxiously, why aren't you anxious? Border area. Yan Wang glanced at Tianquan realm inadvertently and smiled. It seemed that this fellow Taoist was quite up to date. She likes this kind of fellow Taoist who can accomplish things. The noise needs to be louder. The flame phoenix jade finger came into contact with the jade dish of creation, and a drop of bright red blood sank into it silently. In an instant, purple light soaring into the sky emitted from the jade dish of creation. Brilliant and dazzling. Shining brightly. The extremely terrifying aura is wrapped around the jade dish of creation, enveloping it with the aura of endless years. It seems to be able to open up the world and manifest endless vitality. At this moment, there seem to be countless peerless divine powers descending between heaven and earth. At the same time, whether they are outside the universe or within the universe, they are extremely sure that the origin of Hongmeng has been born. Ling Tianyun was still sitting leisurely. But when Hongmeng's original aura leaked out, he jumped up and stared at the jade plate of creation in shock. Could it be that his father didn't let him take out the jade plate of creation because it contained the origin of Hongmeng? Wrong. It is absolutely impossible. He should never get something like Hongmeng origin. Ling Tianyun blinked his eyes and looked at Yan Wang. Could it be the Hongmeng original aura created by Yan Wang's sister? Why is she doing this? Isn't it to attract more powerful people so that they can have fun killing? Ling Tianyun tried hard to think about the details that he had ignored. At this time, an ancestor was trembling all over, his vicissitudes of eyes burst out with radiance, and his hoarse voice sounded, "There must be the source of Hongmeng hidden in this jade dish of creation. The jade dish of creation that contains the origin of Hongmeng." The ancestors looked at Yanwang with burning eyes. To be precise, they looked at the jade dish of creation suspended in her palm. "As long as you can get this thing, you will definitely be able to break through those shackles and become the second Taoist master in the world." The ancestors looked at each other, and they all had the same idea: they must seize the origin of Hongmeng. An ancestor hurriedly sent a message to remind everyone, "Please don't mess up your mind. There are many enemies outside the universe. Let's fight the enemy together first. After the enemies leave, we can talk about the distribution of the jade plates of creation. How about it? Yes, at this time, we must be unanimous in dealing with the outside world, and there must be no internal fighting. Yes, as long as this thing does not fall into the hands of intruders and remains in our universe, no matter who it falls into, it will be beneficial to us. In this case, we can't stand idly by. First, we need to prevent things from being stolen. Second, we must set up a dragnet and kill Array in advance. Everyone, no matter what, we must keep the origin of Hongmeng in our universe." Ellipsis. Yanwang looked satisfied. It was really good, they were all a bunch of idiots. This was deceived. She didn't even think about it. If there really was the origin of Hongmeng, why would she bring it out? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1607. The show begins. Isn't it good for her to refine it herself? Hey. What a bunch of stupid and confused people. Poor and unaware of it. Fellow Taoists of Biawang Universe, we do not want to be enemies with you, and we advise you to surrender your things wisely. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to enter the universe. A cold and threatening voice came from outside the universe. It can be heard from this voice that the other party does not have much patience. Yanwang's beautiful eyes raised slightly, looking towards the entrance, and her unhurried voice came out, "If you have the ability, just come in and get it, but do you dare?" An ancestor sent a message to Yanwang in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Yanwang, please don't provoke them anymore. This will only anger them." "Does this count as provocation?" Yanwang shook his head, showing a regretful look. "You were really weak. They even hid you at the door, and you were still cowering." Ancestors. Yanwang looked at the livid faces of the ancestors and felt that it was not enough. "Hey, I really didn't expect that even if you don't like it, it is also so useless." Ancestors, shut up. If possible, we really want to kill you first. The ancestors thought so, but what they said became, "Fellow Taoist Yanwang, the enemy we have to face is very powerful. The venerables haven't come yet, so please wait. Fellow Taoist Yanwang, you should know better than us how rare Hongmeng origin is, right?" Yanwang smiled and said, "So what if you know? So what if you don't know?" All the ancestors took a deep breath together. One of the ancestors said, "Fellow Taoist Flame Phoenix, it was only during the Taichu period that we cultivated 50 sources of Hongmeng. So far, there are less than 10 in the world. This one in your hand should be the 11th. Isn't this rare enough? Why can you look so calm and calm?" Of course, the ancestor did not have the courage to say the last two sentences. Yanwang laughed out loud when he saw the frustrated expressions of the ancestors, and then said nonchalantly, "As long as the thing is in my hand." Yanwang's eyes fell on Ling Tianyun. "Xiaoyun, you are right, it seems more interesting to keep them, like a group of toads, jumping up and down, looking very ugly." Ling Tianyun nodded in response, still thinking about why Yanwang did this. But the powerful people outside the universe finally lost their patience. They were afraid that there would be problems with the space opened by Yanwang, so they did not choose to use the space crack. However, not long after, they discovered that there was no other entrance to the universe. It seems that you can only enter through the opening opened by Yanwang. As a result, the powerful forces began to attack the cosmic barrier. But they are not Yanwang. When their attack fell, the repercussions of the law came to them. Suddenly, the auras of many powerful men became disordered and their consciousnesses were damaged. When the other strong men saw this, their faces became even more ugly. Yanwang clicked his tongue. "You are really a bunch of disobedient people. The door has been opened for you, but you won't come in. You have to go to the side door." From outside the universe, an angry voice came, "Fellow Taoist, don't be arrogant. If you have the ability, can you come out?" All the ancestors were immediately nervous. Yanwang must not go out. Even if they die, they will still stop Yanwang. "Ha ha ha, you are so stupid. You'd better not come in, otherwise I won't be able to tolerate you. Also, if you ask me to go out, I will go out. Don't I want to lose face?" When the other party heard Yanwang's words, his energy and blood suddenly surged, and he jumped in directly along the crack in the space. As soon as he came in, before he could see the situation clearly, his body burned into ashes and turned into a blood lotus. Ancestors, I am inexplicably mentally balanced. But in the next moment, the smiles that were about to appear on their faces disappeared. I saw countless strong men entering the border area from the cracks in space. The terrifying pressure spread immediately. Yanwang ducked behind the ancestors and said in a charming voice, "Ancestors, I'm so scared. They actually want to steal my jade plate of creation. Kill them quickly." When those strong men heard this, they immediately looked at the ancestors and regarded them as opponents. An intruder looked at the ancestors with fierce eyes. "Hand over your things, otherwise, I don't mind destroying the universe directly." Another intruder echoed, "Yes, hand over the things. As long as you hand over the things obediently, we will leave." The ancestors could sense that these intruders were about the same strength as themselves. But there were too many interlopers. They don't want to confront it. "Oh, this is the Northern Wilderness universe, how can I allow you to talk nonsense?" A vast and majestic voice sounded. The next moment, the two intruders who spoke turned into a blood mist. All the ancestors turned their heads and looked at Yanwang in shock. The voice was indeed hers. But it shouldn't come from her. The woman has a pretty face and a seductive smile on her face. No matter how you look at it, she has nothing to do with majesty. Yan Wang's beautiful eyes flashed with light, and her red lips parted slightly. They're about to take action. Are you sure you want to look at me? Only then did the ancestors realize that a terrifying attack was coming towards them. They didn't have time to think about it. We can only deal with these attacks, even if the number of intruders is tens of thousands. But this is the Northern Wilderness universe after all, and the strength of the ancestors is barely equal to that of the intruders. However, just being flat is not enough, because there is a steady stream of strong people coming in. Yan Wang was behind the ancestors. When he saw this scene, he showed a playful smile and murmured, "The show has begun." At the same time, there was turmoil in all the heavens and realms. Countless strong men who were in seclusion forcibly quit practicing, their eyes showing greed. They made the same move in unison, stood up, and headed toward the Northern Wilderness universe alone. Even the old monsters who had been sleeping for an unknown amount of time woke up. They feel the breath of heaven and earth. Didn't get up immediately. Those turbid and weathered eyes seemed to be able to see through the void. A dry and hoarse sigh sounded. Origin of Hongmeng. Is it another trap? Forget it. So what if it's a trap? It's better than living in such panic. It's better to go and see what's going on. In a certain void, a man slowly opened his eyes. Those gorgeous fox eyes are as deep as the sea of stars, vast and boundless. Her appearance was so beautiful that it was hard to distinguish between male and female. Charming and natural. Seducing all the people. He turned over lazily and yawned. It was an apparently simple action, but when he did it, there was an indescribable fatal temptation. He looked slowly in a certain direction. A good thing is a good thing, but there must be a lot of people trying to snatch it. Forget it, let's give it to them. After saying this, he turned over, closed his eyes, and calmed down his breathing. Soon, he opened his fox eyes like the sun again. His eyes were cold, and he whispered softly, "Have you come up with a new trick to deal with us? All we want is a life, a chance to survive. Why don't you let us go? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 1608, Territory Lord, Go There in Person, Additional Update. A mortal realm. On an island. Cloudy and misty. The scenery is as poetic as picturesque. Quiet and beautiful. The buildings on the island are even more magnificent. In a quiet bamboo forest somewhere, a man in mysterious clothes slowly opened his twinkling starry eyes. He raised his eyes and looked into the void. The source of Hongmeng and the source of nothingness appeared together. In a moment, another voice came from outside the bamboo forest. "Lord, are you awake? Ling Yuanluo, who is going to each universe this time?" His voice was clearly cold. But to Ling Yuanluo, it sounded extremely oppressive. Ling Yuanluo felt guilty. But he didn't dare hide anything. Ling Yuanluo said respectfully, "Back to Territory Lord, Gu Ming and Taiji went to Honk Universe, Wanyu and Taisha went to Jinyuan Universe, and Tagan went to Chanyuan Universe." Ling Yuanluo paused and then said, "Yan Wang and Ling Tianyuan went to the Northern Wilderness Universe." When Mo Jinggong heard Ling Yuanluo's words, his eyes became clear. No matter where Yan Wang goes, he will turn everything upside down before giving up. It is not surprising that the Hongmeng origin and the Void origin appear together. But this aura can alarm more than just him. Those supreme beings who are hiding will definitely wake up and go to the Northern Wilderness Universe. "Lord, do you need me to call Yan Wang back?" Ling Yuanluo asked tentatively. "No, I'll go there myself. He has the origin of Hongmeng. There is no need to compete with those supreme beings. He has seen a lot of the power of nothingness. Only this source of nothingness came from nowhere. Since that time, he has not seen anything about the origin of nothingness. At that time, he just assumed that there was no void origin. So I settled for the next best thing and chose Hongmeng origin. If there are 50 origins of Hongmeng, then there is probably only one origin of nothingness. You must grab it." However, he was not sure whether he, who had already refined the Hongmeng origin, could still control the void origin. "Ah, Territory Lord, are you going in person?" Ling Yuanluo asked hesitantly. "Doesn't the Territory Lord want to capture Flame Phoenix and bring him back?" Last time, Yan Wang went out and entered a universe. At that time, only the mortal world was alive in that universe. Last time, Yan Wang went out and found the station where Xuanmen was located, and almost destroyed the entire Xuanmen world. The Xuanmen leader was so frightened that he immediately changed his station. Nowadays, Xuanmen acts in a much more low-key manner. Last time, Yan Wang went out and killed those greedy people who gave up control of the universe and just ran for their lives. Anyway, every time Yan Wang goes out, the universe will definitely experience a turmoil. He just killed Yan Wang, who was in a state of high spirits. He just wanted to kill him and not care about anything else. Only the Territory Lord, Qi Lord, or one you can call Yan Wang back. "Ah. Who will the domain chief take with him?" Ling Yuanluo asked respectfully. "Of course you are taking me with you. Master loves me the most," Zhuo Yan said proudly as he flew from a distance. Ling Yuanluo looked at a fiery red ball that suddenly appeared. Stunned. Round ball. Ling Yuanluo's eyes became strange. He looked carefully and saw clearly that it was a fat, fiery red bird. The body is too bloated. If you don't look carefully, you would think it is a big round ball. Ling Yuanluo's face was a little tangled. This scorching flame stands on the shoulders of the Territory Lord, which greatly affects the Territory Lord's image. Zhuo Yan's flattering voice sounded, "Hey, Master, you finally woke up." Mo Jinggong raised his hand, picked up Zhuo Yan and weighed it. "Where did you go to eat?" Zhuo Yan seemed to have thought of something sad. "Hang your head." Slightly crying, You, Master, I didn't eat anything. I just went to Taiji Island to eat a few grasses, went to Tagan Island to get some elixirs, and went to Taishu Island." The corners of Ling Yuanluo's mouth twitched a few times, and the divine plant on Taichi Island was eaten by Zhuo Yan. Are the pills refined by Taikian edible? Only one you can move things that are too imaginary. No wonder it became a big round ball. Probably poisoned. Mo Jinggong took a feather from Zhuo Yan and burned it to ashes. The next moment, Zhuo Yan's figure suddenly changed and returned to normal. Mo Jinggong let go of Zhuo Yan. Zhuo Yan flew back to Mo Jinggong's shoulder and rubbed his face. Master, you are so kind. I finally recovered. Don't eat randomly next time. After Mo Jinggong finished speaking, he looked at Ling Yuanluo. I'll take Zhuo Yan and Gehu with me. It is good. When Ling Yuanluo's voice fell, the figures of Mo Jinggong and Zhuo Yan had already disappeared. Ling Yuanluo shook his head helplessly. Yan Wang, please wish yourself well, I can't control it. Hongmeng origin is a good thing. It's a pity that it's not his turn. After all, as long as he stays in the immortal realm to retire, he won't need Hongmeng origin. Such things should be left to those strong and ambitious people to fight for. Somewhere in the realm of chaos, ancient buildings collapsed everywhere, and half of the sky was stained with blood. Bones and broken limbs can be seen everywhere. In such a place where rivers of blood flow, there is actually an elegant small courtyard located in it. The courtyard even looks simple. There is a fence around the outside, which looks like it can fall down if the wind blows. The fence is filled with beautiful flowers of all colors. Each flower has a different style, but they are all equally beautiful. There is a quiet path among the flowers, leading to a small house in the courtyard. The house is not big, occupying only 1/10 of the small courtyard. It is not possible to peek inside the house from outside the courtyard. Inside the house, a black dragon is entrenched on the roof. Master, that is the origin of Hongmeng. Are you really not tempted? Once you get it, you can become a being that is above all else. Yan Yu was lying on the recliner, eating snacks and admiring the beautiful flowers. She was in a good mood and replied, I'm not moved. Xiao Hei had no choice but to move the faucet to a pavilion, stared at the handsome man and asked, what about you? Don't you want it? Qi put down a chess piece and behaved elegantly. After I go there, can I grab it? After I grab it, can I refine it? What happens after refining? Being a being above everything else means you can really do whatever you want. Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei decided to give it a try. If you don't get the origin of Hongmeng, how do you know this is impossible? If you give it a try, maybe you can fly into the sky. Qi placed another piece on the chessboard. No fight. Xiao Hei was speechless again. I finally understand why the master can play with this guy. Same mess. The same doesn't matter. It seems that apart from beating up the Chaos Realm Lord, there seems to be nothing that can arouse their interest. Lord of Chaos. Xiao Hei suddenly changed his tone. Hey, if you don't go, you don't know if the Taoist master will go. The auras around Yan Yu and Qi suddenly changed. Their eyes met. Qi took the first step and said, he must want to go. Yan Yu flexed her wrist and said, if he wants to go, then don't let him go. Let's go find him now. It is good. The next moment, the small courtyard disappeared. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1609, Not Giving Face, Golden Ticket 1. Northern Wilderness Universe. The number of powerful people coming in is getting bigger and bigger. The strength of the intruders is also increasing. In the beginning, there were only a few Lords of the Void. Later, a large number of immortal lords appeared. Now, even the most powerful men like the Eternal Emperor have come. The key is that these Eternal Emperors are still in the realm of Tao. Once several Eternal Emperors enter the universe, those whose strength is lower than that of the Eternal Emperors will never have a chance to move again. Standing there, these Eternal Emperors can deter all unwilling restlessness. Just the aura emanating from their movements can make the hearts of the strong tremble, and the coldness instantly creeps into their souls. The originally bustling border area was silent. Whether they are intruders or powerful men in the universe, they all remain quiet. Their eyes looked at those beings who looked like gods descending into the world with horror. They felt that the other party only needed one breath to kill them. Only Ling Tianyun, who was in the barrier, was not affected. Of course, Yan Wang is not affected either. But she was staying behind Zhu Qiang at the moment, and deliberately concealed her aura, so the Eternal Emperor couldn't notice her at all. As for the Jade Plate of Creation, she had been thrown into the hands of an ancestor a long time ago. Anyway, she just has a way to get the things back, and she's not afraid of throwing them away. One of the Eternal Emperors said, my dear friends, hand over the origin of Hongmeng. The voice is hoarse and vicissitudes of life. But it still has a strong deterrent effect. The old man who spoke had his back hunched, and the light in his eyes alternated between on and off. Like expectation. It's like worry again. When Yan Wang saw this scene, his red lips curled up slightly. What was he worried about? Are you worried that Hongmeng origin is fake? Or are you worried that you will die in the process of fighting for the origin of Hongmeng? If you little friends refuse to give it, I can only take it myself. Don't resist, little friends, or I will hurt you and I won't heal you. After the rickety old man finished speaking, another voice with the same vicissitudes of life sounded, everyone who sees something has a share. Don't try to keep it to yourself, old friend. Can this thing still be divided? A voice as sweet as a bell sounded. She is also an Eternal Emperor. He is also the only one with a young appearance. However, the traces of time can be seen in her expression. Whether you divide it or not, get it first, don't worry. An Eternal Emperor said, raising his hand to get something. When Yan Wang saw this, he was ready to stop him. But in the next moment, something unexpected happened in the world of Tianquan. Hum. A heavy and distant sound echoed through the sky. It was more like stepping through the void, with a sense of vast majesty. At this moment, the Tianquan realm overflowed with an aura that was terrifying enough to destroy the eternity of time. The expressions of all the powerful men changed. Then came another surprise. Could it be that some venerable person is trying to break through to a higher realm? Several Eternal Emperors looked towards the Tianquan realm with dark eyes. If I feel it right, why is the aura so much stronger than Hongmeng's origin? Or are there two Hongmeng origins here? What's going on there? An Eternal Emperor grabbed a strong man and asked. The strong man was suspended in front of the rickety old man and said in horror, That's the Tianquan realm. I don't know what happened. There was nothing abnormal in the Tianquan realm before I left. The rickety old man threw it away and picked up a strong man, you tell me. The strong man's body trembled. Return to your venerable master, there is really nothing special about Tianquan realm. If you don't tell the truth, just kill him, another eternal emperor said. The strong man's body trembled even more violently. Wait a minute. I remembered that the only special thing about the Tianquan realm is that their red sleeves seem to contain a true god. Are you sure? The rickety old man asked coldly. The true god has been favored since his appearance, and he was born with strength stronger than the eternal emperor. If he was a true god, how could he be imprisoned by a group of trash? The strong man said fearfully, I have never seen the other person, but even if that person is not a true god, at least he is in existence like a true god. Because in order to imprison each other, the Tianquan realm created the red sleeve residence and arranged 12 great arrays of gods in it. I heard that this formation was invented to deal with the gods. If there isn't a true god inside, the god-killing formation inside can't always be there. After the strong man said this, he begged for mercy, please let me go, I have told you everything I know. Many ancestors in the Tianquan world looked extremely ugly after hearing these words. I wish I could just go up and kill that strong man. An eternal emperor whispered, the 12 god-slaying formations are somewhat believable. When the rickety old man heard this, with a flick of his sleeves, the strong man turned into ashes. The traitor must die. No matter what the purpose of betrayal, you deserve to die. Who is the lord of Tianquan realm? The rickety old man asked. Feng Huai was just about to make a move. Yan Wang made the first move, and she ducked and took back the jade plate of creation. The flame phoenix's aura also leaked out. Several eternal emperors looked at Yan Wang as if facing a formidable enemy. They couldn't see through her realm and strength at all. Who are you? The rickety old man asked. Yan Wang met the rickety old man's gaze and said with a smile on his face, I have a name when I am walking outside. I am happy to be my father. If you like, you can just shout the last word. At this moment, the entire border area was filled with silence. The terrifying pressure spread rapidly. The rickety old man's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but he didn't know Yan Wang's strength, so he didn't act rashly. You are really arrogant. Thank you for the compliment. By the way, do you really want this? Yan Wang held up the jade dish of creation and let the aura inside spread out. But Yan Wang wanted to attract firepower. It seems that Tianquan realm doesn't give him any face. Hum. Another earth-shattering sound sounded. At the same time, countless breaths overflowed. It has the origin of Hongmeng. There is another, more powerful breath. There is also the aura of the Tao source that emanates from the front of the advanced realm. Yan Wang was a little speechless. Forget it, it's been delayed long enough, the rest depends on the fate of fellow Taoist. As for the more terrifying breath, Yan Wang could guess what it was. But her eyes were clear, without any greed or desire. She doesn't like to take things away. She likes to pick up things. Since she can't pick it up, it doesn't belong to her. Several eternal emperors were silent. For the first time, they felt an aura more powerful than Hongmeng's origin. What is this thing? Their eyes met each other, both alert and wary. Whatever it is, they wanted. At this moment, an illusory voice came from outside the universe, seemingly coming from the void. My dear friends, it is not easy to practice cultivation, but you have to practice it and cherish it. I have taken a liking to this thing in the universe. My dear friends, please leave on your own. The sound is unreal. I can't tell the master's strength. It's even less possible to detect the other person's aura. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1610 The Invincible Lord appears. Several eternal emperors froze, with panic in their eyes. Ever since they entered the realm of the Lord of Lords, they knew that the more the aura around them returned to their original state, the more powerful they would be. Especially this kind of person, who doesn't leak any breath at all, is probably the invincible venerable in this world. Such an invincible person can destroy the endless void with just a raise of his hand. With just one move of your hand, you can create a new universe. The invincible venerable doesn't care about the life and death of the creatures in the world at all. It can even be said that in their eyes, everything is just a speck of dust. As long as the invincible venerable wants something, there is nothing he cannot get. Several eternal emperors can sense that there is nothing outside the universe at this moment. The strong men who were vying to enter here are also gone. Even the Zerg hidden in the dark were breathless. They knew very well that they had snatched the invincible one who came across the void. Several eternal emperors made a movement at the same time, saluting respectfully. Their postures were extremely humble. He didn't look as arrogant as he had just faced the powerful powers of the universe. The rickety old man said in a very respectful manner, Thank you for your noble hand, your majesty. I didn't get the treasure, and I have no intention of disturbing your majesty. I will leave now. The remaining 6 eternal emperors also expressed their attitudes. As for the other powerful people in the universe, they were confused at the moment. But their eyes were filled with a deeper terror. The pressure of the eternal emperor disappeared. Their movements are no longer restricted. This should be a good thing. But judging from the humble attitudes of these 7 eternal emperors, the enemies outside are probably more powerful than these 7. They have experienced the power and terror of the eternal emperor firsthand. The other party hasn't taken action yet, just releasing the pressure will make them unable to resist. It can be seen that the strong man speaking outside is even more terrifying. Therefore, even if Zhu Qiang regained his freedom now, he would not dare to act rashly. Yan Wang's beautiful eyes swept around and showed a sarcastic smile. Sure enough, when facing death, no matter how stupid a person is, their IQ can return. Ling Tianyun stayed within the barrier and couldn't feel anything. Seeing something was wrong in the atmosphere, he sent a message to Yan Wang. Sister Yan Wang, what is the situation now? Yan Wang didn't use the sound transmission, her red lips slightly opened, and she said with a charming smile, the situation is like that, Xiaoyun, my sister may need your help later. Ling Tianyun. Does Sister Yanwang want him to save her life, or does she want to drag him to death? The moment Yanwang's voice sounded, it attracted Zhu Qiang's attention. The ancestors of the Northern Wasteland universe looked at Yanwang with hope. The intruders looked at Yanwang in shock, more like looking at a madman than shocked. When the 7 Eternal Emperors looked at Yanwang, their eyes were dark and unclear. They were unable to detect the strength of Yanwang, and they were also unable to sense the strength of those coming from outside. But they knew that if Yanwang could lure away the invincible lord, they might be able to go to the Tianquan realm to steal things. As for what Yanwang held, they didn't dare to think about it anymore. Besides, the invincible venerable from outside was also attracted by the thing in Yanwang's hand. The rickety old man's turbid eyes flashed with a dark light, and he said respectfully, "Honorable sir, what you want is in the hands of this fellow Taoist flame phoenix." Ha ha ha. Yanwang's laughter was charming and charming. It's just that at this moment, everyone has no intention of appreciating this. They just want to throw the flame phoenix out. Yanwang's laughter echoed throughout the universe and spread out at the same time. Yanwang quickly stopped laughing. He's right, the thing is in my hand. If you have the ability, come in and get it. If you don't dare to come in, just get out early and save me the trouble. Hey, a cold voice came from outside the universe. No joy, anger, sorrow or joy can be heard. There was no pressure coming. But Zhu Qiang felt inexplicably nervous. The next moment, Yanwang and Ling Tianyun disappeared in front of Zhu Qiang's eyes. It must have been a long time. It's like a few breaths. A strong man asked tentatively, "Are they dead?" "How is that possible? There is no breath at all. I suspect the madwoman ran away with that kid." "That shouldn't be the case. She and that boy disappeared in an instant. She has to show her breath when running away, right? The venerable man outside has also disappeared. Will he go after the crazy woman? Maybe he got the treasure and left." Zhu Qiang guessed, but never got the answer. The rickety old man among the 7 Eternal Emperors said, "They have not left, nor have they disappeared. They're in the border area, but you can't find them. They had just captured a trace of space power. It should be released by the Invincible One. The Invincible is probably going to teach the madwoman a lesson and seize the treasure along the way. There's just one thing that the Eternal Emperors can't figure out. Why did Ling Tianyun disappear? There was really no aura fluctuation in Ling Tianyun's direction just now. Don't worry about these for now, let's take this opportunity to go to Tianquan realm to have a look." An Eternal Emperor said in a message. Another Eternal Emperor sent a message, "Shall we form an alliance for the time being? After all, one invincible venerable has already appeared, and I'm afraid there will be more. If we don't cooperate, we won't be able to run away with our things." The rickety old man sent a message, "We can form an alliance, but we must first make a Taoist oath. If anyone stabs everyone in the back, they will be wiped out." "Okay, no one can break their oath until we find a safe place. Then let's act quickly. Before we go to Tianquan realm, we should first raise the memories of these losers and let them fight here to attract firepower. That's all this bunch of rubbish is good for. Wait a moment, I will implant some memories into them. This will prevent them from having time to think and buy us more time." After the 7 Eternal Emperors finished the discussion, they disappeared. The eyes of the powerful men in the border area were dull for a moment. After their eyes became clear, they looked at each other in confusion. Weren't they fighting just now? Why did it stop? Sparks flew between the intruders and the powerful forces, as they all remembered that the common goal was the origin of Hongmeng. Why should we give the treasures of our universe to outsiders? We must keep the treasures even to death. Yes, fellow Taoists from Biawang universe, join me in killing all intruders. Come on, kill them all. The powerful powers of the universe seemed to have been given a shot of blood and rushed towards the intruder, completely without regard for life or death. The intruders also remembered that they came for the origin of Hongmeng. Now that things are hidden by the Northern Wilderness universe, if they want to get things, they must step on the bones of these strong men. The strong men on both sides had scarlet eyes, and their hearts were full of bloodthirsty murderous intent. After a while, they were inseparable from each other. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 16:11 The Divine Calculator. At the same time, 7 Eternal Emperors entered the Tianquan realm. After sensing it for a while, the rickety old man said in confusion, "Obviously the aura is in this small world, why can't it find its specific location? It seems that Hongmeng's original aura is present everywhere. It seems that there is no Hongmeng original aura everywhere." An old man in grey robe took out an astrolabe and started to deduce it. For a moment, blood oozed from the corners of the grey-robed old man's lips, and his breath became slightly disordered. After the old man in grey robe took a pill, his breath calmed down. "I can't deduce anything. It seems that the treasure has not been obtained. Nothing that appeared in the Hongmeng period can be deduced. But as long as it is obtained by future generations, the traces of the Hongmeng things can be known through deduction. It's just right if we don't get it. Let's work together to seal the Tianquan realm first. When the origin of Hongmeng is really born, we can get it as soon as possible. I'll set up the formation. I will set up restrictions to avoid outside prying eyes here. I will set up the 9-layer barrier. If someone wants to force their way into this place, we will be able to detect it immediately." Ellipsis. With the cooperation of the 7 Eternal Emperors, the Tianquan realm was completely separated from the outside world. In this way, even if Hongmeng origin is really born, the breath will not leak out. Of course, this is just what they think. Fortunately, we erased the memories of those strong men in advance. No, there is also Yanwang. She is bound to die. How could she still be alive if the Invincible Venerable took action? As soon as she dies, the Invincible Venerable will leave. According to the time calculation, the Invincible Venerable must have come for the origin of Hongmeng in Yanwang's hands. Indeed, the Hongmeng origin of Tianquan realm is hidden under the cover of the Hongmeng origin. If we hadn't seen the anomalies in the Tianquan realm with our own eyes and conducted an investigation, we would never have been able to discover the origin of Hongmeng here. At this time, the beautiful woman said seriously, "Did you feel a familiar breath?" What familiar smell? The woman's expression was not good. It seems to be the aura of fragments of the moon god's eye. The remaining 6 eternal emperors all changed their faces. Their eyes met each other, as if they understood something. The old man in grey robe took out the astrolabe again. At this moment, his face was full of disbelief. The rickety old man and the remaining 4 people directly spread the divine energy and checked in the Tianquan realm. Their ability to grow to this height is inseparable from the fragments of the eye of the moon. If it weren't for the mysterious power contained in the fragments of the eye of the moon, with the resources at that time, they could not become eternal emperors. It is even more impossible to be the best on the road of spiritual cultivation. Live to this day. However, everyone who got the eye of the moon god back then was filled with fear. They both hid their identities from each other when they attacked the eye of Luna. After dividing up the pieces of the moon god's eye, they parted ways immediately, completely unaware of each other's identities. During the process of refining the fragments, they did not dare to let their breath leak out at all, and they all completed it in their own small world. After refining the fragments, they spied out the existence of the eye of the sun. More afraid of identity exposure. Naturally, he hid all the fragmented aura tightly. The eye of the sun and the eye of the moon are equally powerful beings. But the eye of the sun seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. They do not know where the eye of the sun sleeps. No one knows when the other party will wake up. All they know is that they cannot face the eye of the sun. In order to deal with the eye of the moon god, countless strong men died. In the end, if they hadn't found the weakness of the eye of the moon, they wouldn't have been able to kill the eye of the moon, let alone get the fragments. Those who obtained the fragments back then are now missing. If the eye of the sun seeks revenge on them one by one, they must die. The old man in grey robe stroked the astrolabe. It's not a fragment of the moon god's eye, it's the complete moon god's eye. A burly man looked horrified and said, "How is this possible?" The eye of the moon god was killed by them with their own hands and broken into pieces bit by bit. Now he still has 15 fragments here. The grey-robed old man said, "The deduction of the Chankan star plate has never been wrong." The rickety old man looked at the old man with his turbid eyes. "Are you the magic teller back then?" The remaining 5 were all shocked. It was the fortune teller who calculated the weakness of the eye of the moon back then. Let them kill the eye of the moon god. The old man in grey robe knew that they were already on the same rope and did not deny his identity. "It's me. Back then, I only had the imperial realm, so I could only deduce her weaknesses, and I couldn't deduce anything extra. The implication is that he is completely different now than he was then. What is inferred is more accurate." The beautiful woman asked nervously, "Then why does the eye of the moon god still exist? Could it be that the one I got back then was a fake?" The fortune teller shook his head. "I only calculated that there is a mysterious sage who left her with vitality. She can reshape her soul without the need for her body. So, below, is it really the eye of the moon god?" The magician said, "Yes, it's her, but I wonder if she has any memories from that year." Their eyes met again, and their expressions became complicated. The rickety old man asked, "How strong is she now?" The magic fortune teller tapped the astrolabe again and said, "We are weaker than us. If you want to attack her, I will not stop you, but I will not participate." "Why?" the burly man asked. The fortune teller said seriously, "Because if we touch her, we will die." When the rickety old men heard this, they immediately calmed down. The rickety old man's voice was slightly cold. "Have you sensed the aura of the god-suppressing beast? Isn't the god-suppressing beast extinct long ago? It is indeed a divine beast. This small world has many treasures from the ancient times. Could it be that these treasures attracted the god-suppressing beast?" The fortune teller said, "The person before said that a true god might be imprisoned here, and this god-suppressing beast is likely to be involved with the true god. In this case, we might as well look for the god-suppressing beast first. Anyway, the origin of Hongmeng hasn't really been born yet. As for why Hongmeng origin was not truly born, the reason is unknown. But they guessed that it might have something to do with the god-suppressing beast and the true god. Yes, you're already here, why not go see the god-suppressing beast first? If you get the god-suppressing beast, it's a worthwhile trip." The fortune teller said seriously, "We cannot waste our strength on the suppressing beast, we must let the suppressing beast choose its own master." "It is good." Everyone agreed. Only they know what they think in their hearts. The fortune teller doesn't care. He counted his death here, and also counted the opportunity to leap forward. He lived for endless years before he became the eternal emperor. He has never been willing to do so. But that's all. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 16:12. Let's change our stance, more updates. Now there was an opportunity to become an invincible venerable, and he didn't want to miss it even if it meant death. After all, there are 6 eternal emperors to protect him from death. It's hard to come across such an opportunity again. Everyone went to the place where Feng Xi was with their own thoughts. Feng Xi took Feng Jingyu, the small box, and Wanling, and they were happily collecting them. There are huge amounts of natural materials and treasures in the Tianquan world. Even the little box is a little tired. Feng Jingyu was responsible for leading the way. Feng Xi and Wanling are responsible for breaking the restrictions on the treasure and driving away the beasts that spy on the treasure. The small box keeps filling into the space. The lid of the box opens and closes without stopping. When he found an amethyst divine source mine again, Feng Xi sighed. "I didn't expect that little fox in Biowang was quite capable of hiding." All of these things are available. The divine origin stone contains rich sources of divine power. This type of ore can only be formed before the prehistoric times and cannot be regenerated in later generations. It is this kind of power that the gods cultivate. If you want to forge an immortal body, the most important thing is to absorb and refine the power of the divine source. The power of the divine source can broaden the sea of consciousness, solidify the soul, and temper the body. Among them, the amethyst divine source stone ranks first. Wanling looked at the amethyst genuine mine with a pair of bright mung bean eyes. "Get ready to fly towards the mine." Fang Si took the palm-sized little yellow chicken in one mouthful. Throw it back over your head. Wanling, this is very important. You can't eat it. Be good. I'll find you something else to eat later. Okay. Wanling's voice was weak and a little aggrieved. It's hard to digest even if you eat it with your current strength. Fang Si said. Wanling Wamba said, I know, I am too weak, but I will grow up slowly, and I will definitely be able to kill everyone. Brother Fangchi, don't dislike me. Fang Si was slightly helpless. Since Wang Giban organized everyone to write storybooks together, Wanling has learned tea talk. It also became tea-like. Fang Si decided to change the topic. It seems that the little fox really doesn't like the powerful people in this universe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden all the treasures from the prehistoric era. Xiao Hazi said indignantly, that's what they deserve. Who told them to do nothing? Yes, they deserve it. Fang Jingyu said, they looked at it and saw that there was no shortage of treasures from the prehistoric period. Fang Si said, go and grab it from other universes. Didn't you hear what those old guys said? They cooperate with Shuanman and the Chaos Realm. What kind of cooperation can it be? It can only be robbing things. It's faster and safer to steal it from other universes than to find it yourself, and you'll get more. As long as you choose a target and stalk it, it doesn't take any effort at all. So they deserve it if they don't get favored by the little fox. When Fang Si finished speaking, he noticed something was wrong with Fang Jingyu's aura. Little Moon, what's wrong? Fang Jingyu's eyes flashed coldly. Brother Fang Si, I feel that someone strong is coming towards us. Fang Si immediately said to Little Box, if you move faster, you can't directly take in this mountain range. Okay. Wanling lay on Fang Si's head and turned his eyes. Brother Fang Si, do you want to summon the beast tribe to protect us? Fang Jingyu said, they're very strong. I am afraid that only Little Box and Brother Fang Si can beat them. So strong, Fang Si said in surprise. They never let the breath of the treasure leak out, so why did they attract such a powerful person? It would be better if they came for the treasure. I'm afraid I am here just for Little Moon. Fang Si's eyes darkened, hoping they weren't here for Little Moon. It's better to avoid it. After all, it's easy to deal with one person, but if a group comes, it will be troublesome. Fang Si said, Little Moon, Wanling, you must hold on to it later and don't fall down, so that I can take you away at any time. Wanling Chick nodded like a peck of rice. Brother Fangchi, don't worry, I've got it. Sensing a tingling sensation on the top of his head, Fang Si said helplessly, don't scratch me hard, I'm going to scratch off your scalp. Wanling apologized. Brother Fangchi, I'm sorry, I'm too nervous. I'll change my position right now to make sure you're comfortable. Phoenix C. Fang Jingyu was afraid of laughing out loud, so she immediately covered her lips and laughed. Wanling moved a few times and then said, Brother Fangchi, I changed my position. Is this comfortable for you? Fang Si was silent again. Fortunately, the small box came in time. Brother Fangchi, it's done. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go to the next place. Fang Si flapped his wings, and their figures disappeared from the spot. Before Fang Si left, he deliberately wiped away Fang Jingyu's aura. When Shenji Suanzi and the others arrived, they only noticed the remaining aura of Fang Si. It's really a divine beast. It just left, chase after it. The divine machine operator seemed to say casually, a divine beast that is as powerful as us must be arrogant, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with. The burly man said, then we have to get it even more. 7 of us are fighting against 1, can we still win? The cultivation method of the beast race is different from that of the human race. When the strength of the two is similar, the beast race must be stronger. But no matter how strong he is, he can't fight 7 against 1. The rickety old man said, let's go, we'll find it later. They went after Fang Si again. But for some reason, they always seem to be a step slower. How can it be able to obtain natural resources and treasures so quickly? You should have known the exact location for a long time. It can't be so fast. There are restrictions in heaven and earth formations around the treasure. There is no way an orc can understand formations. Little Moon, thanks to you, if you hadn't understood the formation, we would have let the old thing catch up. Sister Fang taught me. Brother Fang Si, it's finished. Let's go to the next place and let's walk those old people. Fang Si was now sure that they were coming for them. Moreover, it can sense that they're not strong in this plane. This is a unique skill of the Genshin clan. It must be impossible to go wrong. Fang Si is happy here. They're not so good with the divine machine operators. The burly man said, something's wrong. Why do I feel like we've been tricked? The god-suppressing beast has been here and back 3 times. My fortune teller, doesn't the god-suppressing beast already have an owner? The fortune teller looked deeply and asked calmly, is it important? The burly man choked. It certainly doesn't matter. Even if he has a master, he will never give up. From the moment he entered the path of spiritual practice, he understood the resources depended on grabbing. Rob at all costs. Robbery by any means necessary. Only in this way can we climb up. The rickety old man said, we can't go on like this. Let's act separately. We must stop the suppressing beast first. As long as the oath is there is no need to worry. They quickly dispersed and headed in 7 directions. Just now. Hum. A heavy and mysterious voice came across the void. It is like the sound of the clock of time hitting the eternal mountain. Shocked the world. Infinite power. At this moment, all the creatures in the entire small world trembled. The weaker ones didn't even dare to come out to check the situation. Only the Immortal Lord and the 2 Eternal Emperors came out. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1613, Rookies Pecking Each Other, Golden Ticket 1. They stood in the sky, with cold eyes, looking for the source of the sound. No source found. Instead, find the rickety old man and the others first. An Eternal Emperor said with an ugly face, there are actually 7 intruders. At most he can only deal with 1. The other Eternal Emperor shook his head. I can't defeat any of them. The realm of Eternal Emperor, a difference of one level, is like an insurmountable chasm. The Eternal Emperor that none of them can defeat. It is even less possible to count on the Immortal Lord. The Immortal Lord has no place standing in front of the Eternal Emperor. What should we do? Should we let them take away the treasure? The Eternal Emperor in white did not answer this question. He pondered. Changshu, there is such a treasure hidden in the small world, why haven't we discovered it before? The one named Changshu had a fair face, but no trace of time could be seen on his face. It seems that he only has the realm of an Eternal Emperor, but does not have the reality of an Eternal Emperor at all. Changshu said, I don't know, maybe it's not allowed by heaven. Changchan, I feel that what we should consider is the one in the Red Sleeve residence. The seal over there is already loose. What if they break in? There is no emotion on Chen Qian's cold face. Some traces of time can be seen on Chen Qian's body. But compared with the divine machine operators, there is obviously a big gap. There is no sense of vicissitudes of life in him, let alone the precipitation that an Eternal Emperor should have. Like Changshu, he is like a pile of cultivation bases. If they enter the Red Sleeve residence, it will be easy to handle. They can just activate the 12 god-killing formations. A look of horror appeared on Changshu's face. No. That Hongshuju is our hard work. If it is destroyed, neither the Xuanmen leader nor the Chaos Realm Lord will spare us. Chen Qian said indifferently, don't worry, both Xuanmen and Chaos Realm are lacking carriers, just build them again. Changshu said worriedly, but what about the one in Hongshuju? After being sealed for so long, what will happen if she comes out again? Besides, she was sealed back then not willingly. Changshu was silent after hearing this. He didn't know exactly what happened that year. I just know that guy is a bit stupid. In order to save the lives of other female cultivators and to provide them with a good environment, they were willing to be sealed. Which ascetic is not selfish? Who would sacrifice themselves for the sake of the common people? It's just stupid enough. Sure enough, ascetics should be ruthless and ruthless, without any weaknesses. Changshu looked at Changchan and said seriously, Changchan, let's leave them alone. Chen Qian knew that Changshu's neglect would mean giving up on all the living beings in the small world. In fact, when they reach this level of strength, they should take on the responsibility of protecting them. But he finally reached this state. Living is the most important thing. Changchan nodded and said, okay. Life and death matter. He can only take care of himself first, if he has the energy to spare. He and Changshu will still save everyone. Border area. When the powerful forces were fighting you to the death, a vast voice came from outside the universe, my dear friends, I will not embarrass you. You can hand over the Hongmeng treasures yourselves. The unwarranted pressure spread to the entire border area along with the sound. The intruder looked at the powerful men in the Northern Wilderness universe and signaled them to hand over the treasure quickly. The powerful powers of the Northern Wilderness universe looked at each other in confusion. Who has the thing in their hands? Everyone was silent together. As time goes by, the pressure in the border area becomes more and more intense. The intruders and the powerful powers of the universe bent their backs, their eyes were horrified, and the fear of death struck them. Hurry up and hand over your things to him. We don't have anything. Who has that thing? Are you confused? Wasn't the thing in the hands of the crazy woman? And then the invincible Reverend took it away. Is it? Everyone's eyes were confused, and their memories were always confused. The next moment, all the pressure disappeared. Everyone looked at each other. He's gone. Unlikely, I felt that he seemed to have come in, but he hid his breath. What should we do? An intruder said, keep fighting, we're here anyway. An ancestor said, just fight, whoever is afraid of whom. So they fought again. The few Eternal Emperors who just came in saw the heated scene between the two sides. Several Eternal Emperors had strange expressions. It's been a long time since I've seen rookies pecking each other. It turns out that this is how they fought before. It's all slow motion. Duel with various magic techniques and magic weapons is a complete waste of time. They felt it. An Eternal Emperor said, the aura of Hongmeng's origin has disappeared. Did someone get it? Impossible. If it was taken away, why are they still fighting? It must have been hidden. One of the Eternal Emperors was just about to find a strong man to interrogate him. Then I heard a buzzing sound coming from Tianquan realm. The powerful forces of the universe and the intruders continued to fight as if they did not hear the sound. Why didn't they react? Don't worry about them, go find the treasure first. Several Eternal Emperors stepped away one after another and headed towards the Tianquan realm. The powers of the universe and the intruders didn't even notice that they were here. However, less than half a quarter of an hour later, another faint voice came from outside the universe. Interrupted everyone's fighting. In an instant, the other party's aura disappeared. This time, the powers of the universe noticed obvious fluctuations, and the void trembled. What realm of power is this? Why is his aura so terrifying? I feel like there was more than one person who came in just now. Where have they gone? As soon as these words came out, everyone felt chills running down their spines. An intruder said cautiously, how about continuing the fight? Don't worry about these invincible sages. They don't bother to deal with novices like us anyway. An ancestor said, who are you calling a noob? Everyone mingle again. It's just obvious that they use their killing moves less frequently. Several more Eternal Emperors appeared, and soon they were attracted by the Eternal Emperor outside the Tianquan realm. And those invincible sages who came across the void appeared for an instant and then disappeared inexplicably. Master, are they serious about this fight? Zhuo Yan looked at the battle between the powerful powers of the universe and the intruders. No matter how he looked at it, it was weird. No need for killing moves at all. It's really like noobs pecking each other. It's more like acting. Mo Jinggong stood on the sky and looked in the direction of Tianquan realm with cold eyes. There is the aura leaked from the chaos clock. There are also the auras of Feng Si, Feng Jingyu, Wanling and Little Box. Mo Jinggong's eyes became a little gentler, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. She was here. Duo Yan tilted his head and saw the smile on Mo Jinggong's lips. Duo Yan suddenly felt as if he had seen a ghost. Master, did you see any extinct treasure? The smile on Mo Jinggong's lips disappeared instantly. He raised his hand indifferently, and with a flick of his sleeve, the entire border area completely became an independent small world, separated from the small world within the universe. From here, it is no longer possible to explore the situation in the small world, unless the seals and barriers he arranged are broken. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 16:14, Blocking the Invincible. Duo Yan saw Mo Jinggong's movements and said excitedly, Master, it's not your turn to take action on these little novices, let me deal with them. Need not. Ah, do you want to leave them here? Duo Yan asked curiously. When the origin of Hongmeng is born, there will definitely be an invincible venerable one coming. The place where the invincible lords fight. If these little novices stay, they will only end up in ashes and annihilation. Not sent away early. At that time, it will only get in the way of the master. Duo Yan tilted his head, observing Mo Jinggong's face, and saw a smile on his face again. Duo Yan. Master, what's wrong with you? They stay here and are out of the way. The origin of Hongmeng is not here, and those invincibles will not stay. Duo Yan wanted to ask Mo Jinggong why he was laughing, but it has no guts. Mo Jinggong is investigating the situation in Tianquan realm. Find Feng Qingren's location. Although the aura of the Chaos Bell was leaked, it kept changing the void, which made it impossible for him to find out its specific location. When the Chaos Bell does this, the aura of the origin of Hongmeng will become looming. The small world will also be filled with the aura of Hongmeng's origin. It can effectively prevent the powerful from finding the void where it is. Mo Jinggong discovered that there were 9 eternal emperors in the small world. These eternal emperors can be dealt with by Ranran, who has been successfully promoted. Just leave it to her to practice. And he will stay in the border area to stop the invincible ones who will come later. If the invincibles are allowed to approach the Tianquan realm, they will definitely detect the source of nothingness concealed by the aura of the Hongmeng source. Thinking of this, Mo Jinggong's eyes showed a smile. It was an unexpected pleasure to meet her here. As for Xiangjin's joy, leave it until she comes out. Before that, he had to eliminate the threat after her successful promotion. At the same time, with the combined efforts of 20 eternal emperors, they were unable to open the entrance, and a crack in time and space suddenly appeared. They looked at each other and thought of the space-time rift at the entrance to the universe. Could it be that the strong man inside wants us to enter? It could also be fear that we continue to attack the world. No matter what, the space-time crack at the entrance to the universe is not dangerous, and this one must be not dangerous either. Then you go in. Actually, it is normal for a treasure to be dangerous when it is born. If there is no danger, it means it is a trap. At this time, an eternal emperor said, if you are afraid, don't go in. There will be one less person to grab things. After he finished speaking, he ducked into it. Seeing this, the other eternal lords followed suit, fearing that if they were a step too late, the opportunity would be robbed. After Mo Jinggong saw them entering, he closed the space-time rift. Immediately, Mo Jinggong raised his slender hand and quickly drew something in the air with his fingers. In a moment, a flower of the other side formed in front of him. The dazzling Bianhua flower appeared, and only Duo Yan and Mo Jinggong could see it. The powerful forces of the universe and the interlopers are still fighting. It's just that the scarlet color in their eyes is disappearing, and there is gradually a flash of confusion. They use each other's killing moves less often. I'm still fighting now, it's completely smooth. Duo Yan shrank his neck, stared at Bianhua, and said warily, Master, why did you summon it here? Mo Jinggong tapped the flower on the other side, and there was a green mark in its stamens. Mo Jinggong raised his hand and tore open a void and sent it in. It's stronger. It can prevent the emergence of invincible people in the world of Tianquan. Duo Yan asked again, where did it go? A smile appeared on the corners of Mo Jinggong's lips. We went to where we should go. Duo Yan. Tired. Master, when did you learn nonsense literature? After doing all this, Mo Jinggong took back his divine energy in the Tianquan realm and turned to look at the space-time crack at the entrance to the universe. No need to guess, this must be prepared by Yan Wang. She likes to invite you into the urn most. However, the restriction on this entrance cannot sanction those in the supreme realm. Just now, a dull and bone-chilling voice came from outside the universe. Fellow Taoists, I have taken a fancy to the things in your universe. You should obediently offer them with both hands, otherwise. The sound stopped suddenly. The powers of the universe and the intruders all showed strange expressions. The sound came quietly. Why is he half talking? I'm afraid it's to threaten us. Indeed, I remember that those sages like this, saying that only in this way can they arouse the deepest fear in the other party's heart. Then will he kill us? We don't have anything to hand over, what should we do? An intruder sent a message and asked, by the way, which of you is in charge of the origin of Hongmeng? An ancestor said, didn't you snatch the things away? One of the intruders said angrily, what were we robbed of? We didn't even see Mao Mao. Another ancestor was confused, how is this possible? We didn't get the treasure ourselves. You are so stupid, we are intruders, if we had gotten the treasure, we would have run away long ago. Who is still here fighting you? Who are you calling stupid? Are you looking for death? Don't worry about the treasures, kill these intruders first. The heroes of the universe said, and started to fuck with the intruders regardless. Duo Yan only heard the second half. Then he looked at the powerful people in the universe with strange eyes. Are they sick? They seem to be quite ill. Mo Jinggong said, they didn't, they were just banned. Whoever puts such a restriction on them is sick. After Duo Yan finished speaking, he asked again, Master, where did you send the one who spoke just now? Mo Jinggong said, sent to where it should go. Duo Yan. Master, is there something wrong with this universe? Otherwise, why are you always acting strangely? Duo Yan finally didn't dare to ask the last words. Ah. The mysterious clothes on Mo Jinggong's body suddenly stopped moving. A chill suddenly flashed in his eyes. This time, without waiting for the invincible person outside the universe to speak, he first sent the opponent into the Yuan domain where Yan Huang was. The Hongmeng origin simulated by Yan Huang using the Jade Disc of Creation can only attract those of the Eternal Emperor and below. And these invincibles came only after they sensed the true aura of Hongmeng's origin. This should be the reason why Yan Huang created the Yuan domain and introduced the invincible ones. Because if we deal with them here, they will definitely notice the anomaly in Tianquan realm at the first time. Yan Huang is enough to handle the invincible ones coming in now. When Yan Huang couldn't handle it, he wouldn't send the invincible ones into the Yuan domain. While Mo Jinggong was thinking, several more invincibles came over. Mo Jinggong did not hesitate and sent the opponent into the Yuan realm. Duo Yan only felt some breath passing by, and then disappeared in an instant. Duo Yan didn't quite understand, why was Mo Jinggong standing here stupidly? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 16:15 Void Yuan Realm. He didn't even understand where those invincibles had gone to him. It turned its eyes and looked at the cosmic powers and the intruders pecking at each other, and it felt a little sleepy. Duo Yan couldn't help but said, Master, aren't we here to steal the origin of Hongmeng? Why are we waiting here? Who told you we were here to rob something? Duoyan. Don't come and grab anything. What are you here for? Come to see a show. Duo Yan flapped his wings and flew in front of Mo Jinggong, staring at him. No admission of error. The contract is still there. Master, aren't we here to save all sentient beings? After all, as long as there is a place where the origin of Hongmeng appears, there will definitely be a bloody storm. As soon as Duo Yan finished asking, Mo Jinggong nodded. Duoyan. It must be crazy. He actually saw a strange Mo Jinggong. Within the meta domain. Xiaoyun, my sister really needs your help next time. Ling Tianyun was pulled into a strange place by Yan Huang and looked around with a confused face. It's like a separate world here. Not quite like it. There is no power of law here. Not even the power of heaven and earth. It's a bit like a domain created by the strong. But the domains he had seen were not like this. Sister Yan Huang, where is this place? Why does it look so weird? Yan Huang smiled and said, this is the Yuan domain, a domain created with the help of the power of the void. Here, there are no rule makers. Whoever wins the battle is the master here. Ah, Ling Tianyun was puzzled. It's okay, you don't need to understand, you just need to know that strength is the last word in fighting here. Ling Tianyun was even more confused. We are the only ones here. Who does Sister Yan Huang want to fight? Ha, of course I am. When the voice fell, a figure appeared. The old man has a majestic figure. Even though his body is pale, he still looks strong and energetic. But his eyes looked terrifying. Ling Tianyun's eyes only met with his, and his soul suddenly went cold. Ling Tianyun only had one idea. This old man is very strong. The kind that is terrifyingly strong. Sister Yan Huang is afraid that she may have met her opponent. Fortunately there is only one. If another one comes, Sister Yan Huang will definitely suffer. Ling Tianyun dodged and hid behind Yan Huang. Sister Yan Huang, don't worry, I will cheer you on. Yan Huang turned around and gave Ling Tianyun a headache. Xiaoyun, you are not kind. Hand over the things. The old man's voice sounded coldly. Yan Huang turned around, looked at the old man, shook the jade plate of creation in his hand. If you don't want to give it to me, come and grab it if you have the ability. The old man's body rushed towards Yan Huang with lightning speed. Yan Huang's lips curved slightly, turned sideways, and threw Ling Tianyun behind him. Ling Tianyun collided with the old man before he could react. Boom. Click. The defensive weapon on Ling Tianyun was shattered on the ground. A bright light shines for a moment. The old man flew out upside down. The old man lay on the ground, raised his head in disbelief, and looked at Ling Tianyun. How is this possible? You are obviously just the master of the origin. Ling Tianyun lay on the ground and took a long time to recover. He sat up, looked at Yan Huang, and said aggrievedly, Sister Yan Huang, are you really throwing it away? Yan Huang blinked his eyes were moist and looked very innocent. Xiaoyun, there will be many old people coming later. I don't want to waste my strength on him. You must understand me, right? Ling Tianyun. Is this okay to throw him away? Sister Yan Huang, aren't you afraid that I will be beaten to death? Ling Tianyun asked sadly. Yan Huang ducked in front of Ling Tianyun. Xiaoyun, you know nothing about your own ability to withstand beatings. Sister Yan Huang, can I not want to know? Yan Huang sat on a blood lotus. I don't have to say this, it's up to him to decide. Ling Tianyun looked at the old man not far away, met his gaze, and asked with a little uncertainty, Senior, why don't you leave? The old man opposite had a constipated expression on his face. He was actually knocked away by an origin lord. If this gets out, his reputation will be ruined. The old man's eyes swept across Yan Huang and then fell on Ling Tianyun, thinking about the possibility of silencing him. This strange boy has too many treasures. The clothes he wears can withstand the fatal blow of the immortal lord. He was certain that there would be no more than 10 people in the entire universe who could refine such robes. He had a strange feeling. Killing this kid is harder than killing Yan Huang. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly and finally looked at Yan Huang. The thing in your hand will definitely attract more snoops. You and him alone can't guard it. Yan Huang's beautiful eyes flickered. So. The old man said, divide your strength into half, and I will work with you to deal with the next invincible one. The origin of Hongmeng is a complete aura. It cannot be divided. But if the two form a Taoist couple and practice dual cultivation, they can absorb and refine them together. If you absorb the two together, the risk will be much smaller. When the old man finished speaking, Ling Tianyun said in surprise, can the origin of Hongmeng be divided? Ling Tianyun didn't understand the meaning of the old man's words. But Yan Huang understood it immediately. A dangerous look flashed across Yan Wang's beautiful eyes. Xiao Yun, this old man is very shameless. He is targeting your sister. You should teach him a lesson for your sister. As Yan Wang spoke, he threw Ling Tianyun, who had not yet reacted, towards the old man. Click. This time the sound of breaking bones came first. Then there was the sound of broken magic weapons. Yan Wang flashed in front of the old man, picked up Ling Tianyun, and looked down at the old man lying on the ground. Old man, if you are ugly, you will have less sweet dreams. You. The old man's face was distorted, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. You are so old, are you still tough? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Yan Wang continued to taunt. Ling Tianyun. Did he understand what Sister Yan Wang said? The old man's breath became even lower, and the terrifying pressure spread. In an instant, several magical weapons on Ling Tianyun were broken into pieces. Seeing this, Yan Wang raised his hand and arranged a barrier around Ling Tianyun. At this moment, there was an extra breath in the Yuan domain. Yan Wang pulled Ling Tianyun to another location. This time it was a man in his 20s who came in. The man was dressed in blue clothes, had a handsome face, and looked gentle and elegant. He immediately noticed the original aura of Hongmeng surrounding Yan Wang. The man bowed his hands and said, Fellow Taoist, I need this Hongmeng origin very much. I wonder if you can give it to me. I can exchange it with you for the treasure. Xiaoyun, do you think it's okay? Yan Wang ignored the man and asked Ling Tianyun instead. Of course not. This is his thing. Even if the origin of Hongmeng is fake, it cannot be given out. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 16:16, my sister is going to throw you away, added. The man heard this and said, in that case, fellow Taoist, don't blame me, I have no choice but to take action. When the man finished speaking, his breath began to leak out. Sister Yan Wang, he is quite polite. Ling Tianyun commented. Yes. Yan Wang nodded. Xiaoyun, be prepared, my sister is going to throw you away. Ling Tianyun. Where is he wrong? Why do you do this to him? Ling Tianyun had already flown out before he could ask these two questions. When the man saw Ling Tianyun coming towards him, he calmly raised his hand, trying to make Ling Tianyun fly in another direction. But when his power reached Ling Tianyun, it was like a mud cow entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. The man's eyes were shocked, and he ducked away, trying to escape. The old man who had sat up next to him saw the scene, his eyes flickered. If hiding worked, would he still lie down? Sure enough, the next moment, Ling Tianyun still hit the man accurately. Seeing this, the man looked displeased, and a terrifying attack force fell on Ling Tianyun. Since Ling Tianyun insisted on dying, he could only give him a ride. But just when the man's attack fell on Ling Tianyun suddenly burst out with extremely terrifying power. Poof! The man suffered a backlash and spit out a mouthful of blood. He didn't wait for any unnecessary reaction. Ling Tianyun hit him. Suddenly, countless protective weapons were shattered. Ling Tianyun got up from the man, looked at the livid man and said, I'm sorry, fellow Taoist. Then, Ling Tianyun flashed to Yan Wang's side. He had a feeling that if he ran any slower, the man on the ground would tear him apart. The man sat up with a gloomy expression. What kind of power did you use just now? I don't know either. Ling Tianyun shook his head. The last time he had the most fun fighting was when he was fighting those ferocious beasts. They could really hurt him. The rest of the time, the fights were a complete game. The opponent couldn't even knock off the defensive magic weapon on him. Have you hidden your cultivation? The man asked again. If it weren't for the Chaos Lord's cultivation, Ling Tianyun would never be able to hurt him. No. Ling Tianyun shook his head again. Fellow Taoist, he has no hidden cultivation. He should have defensive restrictions under the control of Chaos, the old man said. The man looked at the old man lying on the ground. The old man said again, fellow Taoist, the thing is in the hands of that crazy woman named Yan Wang. How about we join forces? The man's eyes were searching, as if he was examining the old man's strength. Instead of waiting for the man to make a decision, another invincible person enters the Yuan realm. Yan Wang still chose to throw Ling Tianyun. Ling Tianyun was already used to it, and after hitting the opponent, he would get up skillfully. Sister Yan Wang, are you really not going to take action? It's not time yet, Yan Wang said. When Ling Tianyun was about to ask further questions, he was thrown out by Yan Wang again. Yan Wang won't wait any longer now. As long as an invincible person comes in, she will throw Ling Tianyun away. Not long after, a dozen invincibles united together. There's only one kid, let's attack her together and see what she does. Yes, let's work together to capture her first and then talk about the distribution of the treasures. Let's make an agreement first. When we attack her, we will only attack her. We are not allowed to sneak attack allies. That's inevitable. Our biggest enemy now is the crazy woman. As for Ling Tianyun, they subconsciously ignored him. A boy of the Origin Lord. Just a little more treasure. Even if he is alive, he cannot pose a threat to them. Yan Wang noticed dozens of terrifying attacks coming towards her, her beautiful eyes flashed with interest, and a blood lotus appeared in her palm. As the attack approached her, petals from the blood lotus flew out. Block the attack for her. After blocking the attack, the petals turned into powder. The redness on Yan Wang's face disappeared. Her eyes overflowed with excitement. Ling Tianyun noticed the change in Yan Wang's aura and asked with concern, Sister Yan Wang, are you okay? I'm fine. Yan Wang just finished speaking and turned away from Ling Tianyun. Yan Wang just left. Boom. The place where Ling Tianyun was swept by a terrifying force. Ling Tianyun. What he imagined was hiding behind and watching Sister Yan Wang kill her indiscriminately. As a result, he didn't expect that Sister Yan Wang would trick him without any mercy. Boom. There is a strange breath in Yuanyu. The invincible looked around in confusion. He had just approached the Northern Wilderness universe and had no time to do anything. Why was he dragged into the Yuan realm? You. He just spoke. An invincible fell beside him. The same confused look in his eyes. Bang bang bang. There were several sounds in succession. Several more invincibles fell into the border area. Their eyes were equally confused, and there was a flash of horror. Ling Tianyun took advantage of this moment and rushed to Yan Wang's side. Sister Yan Wang, what's going on? It doesn't look like these guys came in by themselves. Yan Wang's eyes flashed slightly, and he can directly send the invincible into the Yuan realm. Apart from the territory lord, she couldn't think of anyone else. She said, being able to become friends with Qi Go is not much better. There will be more, Xiaoyun, you will have to ask for blessings next time. Yan Wang patted Ling Tianyun on the shoulder. What? The next moment, Ling Tianyun knew the meaning of Yan Wang's words. There were dozens more sounds in succession. Ha ha ha, Yan Wang, can't you be arrogant anymore? The old man who came in first said. Fellow Taoists, the thing is in the hands of this madwoman. If you want it, use your skills to capture her first. The invincible who came in later took a closer look and saw what Yan Wang was holding. One of the invincibles had dark eyes. Why was there something wrong with his aura? What happens after we capture her? Who owns the things? Asked an invincible man. The old man said, of course whoever kills her first will get the things. All the invincibles looked at each other. Okay, whoever kills her first will get the things. As for why Yan Wang was killed first, I can only say that she was unlucky. Who let her have something in hand? In fact, they knew very well that it was impossible for everyone to stop fighting until the last person was killed. Ling Tianyun looked worried when he saw this. There are so many invincibles, it's not enough to just throw him away. What worries Ling Tianyun even more is that there are invincible people coming in. Although they were all thrown in. But the goals were surprisingly the same, they were all targeting Yan Wang. The corners of Yan Wang's mouth twitched slightly at this moment. Is the territory lord planning to let her crawl out? Also, didn't he come here for the origin of Hongmeng? Don't go to Tianquan realm. He actually stayed in the border area and threw people around for fun. Or does he want to deal with these invincibles first and then get the things? Yan Wang didn't have time to think too much. For they had begun to besiege her. Outside the meta domain. Zhuo Yan finally realized something was wrong. Master, are those invincibles dead? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 16-17 You can give it a try. No, they went where they were supposed to go. These invincibles have all survived from the prehistoric period. He has countless life-saving things on him. It is still a bit difficult to kill them all at once. It is more convenient to leave it to Yan Wang. In the dark void outside the universe, there are beings whose strength far exceeds that of the invincible. These are his goals. They are also the most likely to detect the origin of nothingness. Mo Jinggong's starry eyes were deep, and if Hongmeng's original aura hadn't appeared for a long time this time, it would have attracted them. He really didn't know that there were so many invincible people hidden in the heavens and the world. From the period of chaos to the prehistoric period, the calamities of heaven and earth broke out many times. Every time there is a calamity, it is a time when the rules of heaven and earth are shuffled. During this period, every corner of the world was filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and countless lives were lost. And after each calamity ends, countless inheritances and histories will disappear. The loss of resources and opportunities for cultivation is even more serious. He had tried to prevent the calamity of heaven and earth, but failed every time. Anyone who, like him, tries to prevent the calamity of heaven and earth from appearing will be rejected by the dark rules of heaven and earth without exception. He has Hongmeng origin, and the dark rules between heaven and earth cannot make him disappear. But most of the other stoppers have disappeared in the long river of time and can never be traced again. The dark rules between heaven and earth pursue a kind of balance. It does not allow two powerful creatures to exist. Especially those who can challenge the rules of heaven and earth, it will not allow it. Since he obtained the origin of Hongmeng, he has vaguely glimpsed many vague things. However, he has never been able to detect the manipulator and maker of the rules between heaven and earth. He went back in time and went to before the birth of heaven and earth, trying to find the truth. He didn't get an answer. However, he encountered a shadow during his search. The phantom told him, this heaven and earth have no beginning and no end. They go around in cycles and each has its own creation. There is another world beyond heaven and earth, and there are rules above rules. If you want to be a rule maker, you will also be a rule follower. No matter how powerful a being is, it cannot be the manipulator and maker of the supreme rules. The shackles of the rules will always exist. But, as long as you don't give up, always climb up and surpass yourself, one day you will be able to get the answer you want. Since you are able to come here, let me give you one more word. The reincarnation of heaven and earth will last forever. At the end of the road, I will bend down to see the common people. He always remembered these words. For this reason, he searched all over the heavens and the world, hoping to fully understand its secrets. After seeing many reincarnations of life and death, he discovered that what the figure said was all true. Every time the calamity of heaven and earth occurs, a new group of high-ranking rule makers will appear. Those who can become rule makers do so because they are strong enough. And when they are pushed down from their high positions, it has nothing to do with their strength. Most of them are the instigators of disasters in the world. They will eventually fall from their high position because of the backlash from the rules. The rules that come back to bite them are often made by themselves. Every time the calamity of heaven and earth ends, the strength of the strong men he sees in the universe will drop by one level. After the prehistoric period, he never saw the Lord of Chaos in the world again. Later generations could not see the Chaos Lords, so they called them the Invincibles. Later, he would no longer see the Eternal Emperor. The ones I see most are the Lords of the Universe and a small number of Lords of Law. As for the Lord of the Void and the Immortal Lord, they can only be seen in the void. Most of them are looking for ways to break through and will not change in the cosmic era at all. While Mo Jinggong was thinking, he had already discovered that there were at least dozens of invincibles hidden outside the universe. There are even a few whose realm is higher than that of the invincible. These few have never left the void, and only occasionally release their aura, wanting to cross the border and check the situation in the Tianquan realm. Presumably they have realized that the origin of Hongmeng is in the Tianquan realm. I just don't know if they have discovered the origin of nothingness. Why didn't the invincible come here? Zhuo Yan asked in confusion. Before, within a quarter of an hour, an invincible person will come over. And since the master threw away more than 20 invincibles, there has been no movement outside the universe. Zhuo Yan said again, Master, have they given up? After all, the original aura of Hongmeng seems to have disappeared. Mo Jinggong said quietly, no, they're just waiting for the opportunity. These invincibles know very well that the original aura of Hongmeng is still in the Northern Wasteland universe. And the reason why they were waiting outside. It is just a certainty that the origin of Hongmeng has not been refined. Because the power that needs to be borrowed to refine Hongmeng's origin is very huge, there will definitely be fluctuations in the universe. They must be disappointed. The origin of Hongmeng has been refined. What is being refined now is the source of nothingness. Boom. This sound sounded like the divine sound of the Great Avenue. Spread throughout the entire northern wilderness. Spread into the void. At the same time, dazzling golden light lit up in all small worlds in the Northern Wasteland universe. One after another, golden light of merit poured into the Tianquan realm. In the boundless and vast dark void, there seems to be a powerful and mysterious force pouring into the northern wilderness. Mo Jinggong noticed this change, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. He raised his hand and intercepted all the supreme beings who wanted to cross the void. It is impossible to directly enter the world of Tianquan through void conversion. When Mo Jinggong did this, the aura around him leaked out. The powerful powers of the universe and the intruders in the border area looked at Mo Jinggong, who seemed to have suddenly appeared, and their eyes suddenly showed fear and alertness. Just a glance. Mo Jinggong is absolutely terrifying. He stood there like an incomparable and noble god. Mo Jinggong glanced at Zhu Qiang lightly, and with a flick of his sleeves, they all disappeared. The powerful people in the universe only felt that their eyes went white, and when they opened their eyes again, they were in another place. The same was true for the intruders. The environment in front of them turned into a dark void. After doing this, Mo Jinggong looked at the entrance of the universe again. Everyone, entry into the Northern Wilderness universe is temporarily prohibited. Please leave on your own. Mo Jinggong's voice spread through the endless void for countless thousands of miles. Most of the invincible ones who were coming towards them chose to turn around and leave. And a dozen of the invincibles outside the universe have also left. When Mo Jinggong opened his mouth, they knew that they were not qualified to participate in this battle. Although Hongmeng's origin is good, living is more important. What if I have to force my way in? A pale and slightly hoarse voice sounded. Mo Jinggong's eyes were cold and he said indifferently, you can give it a try. As Mo Jinggong spoke, pressure spread out. At this moment, a dozen more invincibles left. Of course, there are still some invincibles who have never left. They all had the same idea. They were competing with snipe and clams. Maybe they, the little fish and shrimps, would be able to pick him up. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 16:18 I'll get out now, okay. Mo Jinggong's indifferent and indifferent attitude. To the ears of the invincible outside the universe, it was the ultimate provocation and contempt. The hoarse voice sounded again, oh, I want to see who is so loud. As he finished speaking, a terrifying aura invaded the universe. The blood mist spread in the border area. Even if the border area at this moment is endless darkness, the blood mist can still be easily captured. The blood mist seems to contain the ultimate icy and evil power. The vitality in the border area quickly disappeared under the erosion of the blood mist. Mo Jinggong could feel that there was a force trying to attack him. Mo Jinggong remained still, letting the force circulate around him. You really have some skills, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. But do you think this is enough? After the voice finished speaking, there was silence for a moment. Then, Mo Jinggong sensed several more powerful forces. Mo Jinggong's eyes moved slightly, and there seemed to be stars in his eyes. These attacks destroyed the formations and barriers he had arranged for the border area. Sure enough, the goal is to enter the world of Tianquan. Mo Jinggong raised his hand, auspicious light surged around him, and runes appeared as his hand floated. Seeing this, Zhuo Yan flew away from Mo Jinggong's shoulder. Spread your wings. In an instant, its whole body was ignited with blazing fire. The flames lit up the vast border area. The blood mist in the border area disappeared in an instant, all kinds of auras also disappeared, and vitality was restored. In an instant, a firebird dozens of feet long flew out of the flames. Under the boundless flames, the entire border area was covered with red clouds. Every feather on the firebird's body is fiery red. It's like being covered in flames, containing endless power. There is also a single feather standing on top of its head, shining with golden luster. This feather is different at first glance. The power contained in it seems to be able to easily destroy this world. The burning flames at this moment looked noble and powerful and inviolable. However, the next moment, Juan opened his mouth and spit out a ball of flame. The flames flew out of the Northern Wasteland universe. At the same time, a violent voice sounded from outside the universe, fuck, what the hell, After one scream, there were several more screams. I promise I will never go to the theater again. After this sound, the universe became completely peaceful. Zhuo Yan knew that this was affecting innocent people. I wanted to burn it, but it didn't. But of course it won't admit that it was burned incorrectly. It raised its head arrogantly, and its arrogant voice echoed across the universe, humph. What the hell, you dare to threaten my master, even if you want to be destroyed physically and mentally, just come in. Mo Jinggong seemed a little helpless when he heard Zhuo Yan's words. As soon as this guy transformed, he subconsciously thought that he was invincible forever. Oh, a mere phoenix dares to do this. It is truly a beast following its true master. In that case, I will send you and your master to perish both body and soul. When this voice fell, an additional figure appeared in the border area. The other party was tall, his body was covered in blood mist, and his appearance could not be clearly seen. As soon as he stepped into the border area, the death energy spread for no reason. They collided with the scorching flames, and they didn't want to give in to each other. After glancing at Duo Yan, he looked in the direction of Mo Jinggong. At this sight, the aura on his body began to riot, and his face hidden by the blood mist was revealed. There is a long scar across his face. He looked extremely fierce. Just by looking carefully, you can find that his body is shaking and his eyes are full of fear. Then, he knelt down in the direction of Mo Jinggong. Duo Yan's eyes were filled with confusion. Is this a new fighting posture? The man was sending a humble message to Mo Jinggong. Master Mo, I didn't expect you to be here. I was actually joking just now. Mo Jinggong stood there and looked at the man calmly. Yinyi, you are still alive, which really surprises me. With a smile on her face, Yinyi said through her voice, Hey, Lord Mo, look at what you said, am I not alive because of your light? If you hadn't appeared and seriously injured those dogs, how could I have survived? That Lord Mo, it's a complete accident that I came here. I'm going to get out now, okay? Yinyi asked tentatively. He knew very well that he could not escape without Mo Jinggong's permission. Yinyi wished he could slap himself on the spot. He is really looking for death. He actually said harsh words to Lord Mo just now. Mo Jinggong said, no need to leave, you stay here and deal with the invincibles who come in later for me. As for people like you, don't worry about them. Okay, I will definitely deal with them. After Yinyi finished transmitting the message, his eyes flickered a few times. Those old guys in the back are going to be in trouble. They actually plan to plot against Lord Mo. An excited smile appeared on Yinyi's lips. Fortunately, he had used sound transmission just now, and the old guy outside didn't know that Lord Mo was inside at this moment. Yinyi quietly looked at Mo Jinggong, not quite understanding why Lord Mo's aura changed and his voice also changed. The previous Mo master spoke very vainly. But now the human race is really the same. Yinyi's eyes changed slightly. Could it be that Master Mo used that method? Of course, Mo Jinggong saw the inquiry in Yinyi's eyes. But he didn't care. He raised his hand and drew a flower from the other side. The flowers as bright as blood flew towards Yinyi and floated above his head. Yinyi froze, with a sad face. He actually wanted to test Lord Mo just now. Yinyi blinked his eyes, smiled and said, Master Mo, I was actually bewitched by your handsome appearance, so I lost my focus for a moment and looked at you a few more times. Yeah, Mo Jinggong responded nonchalantly. Duo Yan was stunned, feeling that he had transformed and became lonely. There is nothing to use it for when co-authoring. Duo Yan instantly shrank in size and flew back to Mo Jinggong's shoulder. Yinyi was still kneeling and didn't get up. The burning flames flew over. Shenyi's face is not so good. Even if he kneels to Lord Mo, why should he kneel to the Phoenix? No. He cannot be the only one to suffer this injustice. So Yinyi decisively sent a message to the old guy outside the universe. Come in quickly, I found the origin of Hongmeng, but I encountered a formation that blocked me and there was no way to get in. Yinyi, what have you been doing since you've been here for so long? Yinyi rolled his eyes, revealing that these old guys are very shrewd. No matter how you answer, they can hear the clues. Yinyi decided not to answer and simply acted out a scene. Puff. He vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot. Then let your breath become disordered. Immediately afterwards, Yi's weak voice came out of the universe. You unexpectedly attacked me, I will send you on your way right now. The power of Yinyi spreads all over his body. It seemed like he was going to fight to the death. The invincibles outside believed in hermetism and stepped into the universe one after another. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1619, the first generation of resentment, additional update. And as soon as they stepped into the border area, they felt the ultimate sense of oppression. They looked at the intact hermitage with astonishment in their eyes. Yinyi stood up and raised his hand to suppress them. The invincible was very confused. Just wanted to send a message. But they found that the sound could not be transmitted at all. Yinyi noticed this, and his eyes were slightly surprised. The entire border area had already become the domain of Lord Mo. That's why he was able to send the message out just now. It was Lord Mo who did it on purpose. At this moment, Shenyi's mood was complicated. It turned out that all of his reactions and actions were expected by Master Mo. Yinyi sent a message, Master Mo, I'm afraid those old guys won't come in easily. Mo Jinggong said, they will come in. When the invincibles saw this, they immediately understood that seclusion had deceived them. They all looked at Mo Jinggong who was speaking. They couldn't see through Mo Jinggong's strength, they only had a feeling that he was dangerous. Who is he? What strength? An invincible man looked at Yinyi and asked. Yinyi was not prepared to answer at first, but after thinking about it, he still said, he is Lord Mo. His strength is enough to overlook the eternity, and he has no rivals in the past and present. Master Mo, where have you heard this before? An invincible man murmured. The other invincibles looked puzzled. Was there such a figure in the prehistoric times? After watching a good show, Duo Yan couldn't help but ask, Master, who is Yinyi? Why is he so afraid of you? Mo Jinggong said, he is the first generation of grudges. He was the one who created the later Chaos Demon. The 12 witch ancestors who were subject to strange erosion are also related to him. As for why he is afraid of me, it's probably because the scar on his face was too painful and caused him to have a memory. Duo Yan was stunned for a moment, feeling that something was strange. Why is he called the first generation of resentment? Mo Jinggong said, he is the seed formed by the condensed resentment from the beginning, and later he gained life. At that time, if he wanted to transform, he needed to obtain the name of heaven and earth. When he transformed, other good names were gone. He didn't know why, so he used this name. In the early days, there was almost no resentment. There is no Hongmeng Qi suitable for practicing in seclusion. Yin Yi could only barely cultivate the Hongmeng demonic qi. The seclusion at that time was a very weak existence. Several times, he was almost affected by the battle and disappeared. Therefore, he was also the last to transform. But no one expected it. When Taichu ended and entered the period of chaos, the era of seclusion came instead. The resentment between heaven and earth increases, which is very suitable for seclusion. There is not much Hongmeng demonic energy in Yin Yi's body. He also gave up his cultivation without any scruples and started practicing again. While Yin Yi's strength is rapidly increasing, the strength of the other Taichu creatures is constantly declining. In a situation where one goes up and the other goes down, Shen Yi felt that the original beings were his shame and a past that he did not dare to face. Just want to get rid of all the original creatures. He didn't care about this. But Yin Yi searched for it and found the immortal realm. So he went to war with Yin Yi. If he and Yin Yi fight alone, the battle will be over quickly. But during his fight with Yin Yi, he attracted many creatures from the beginning. They were thinking about the Hongmeng origin in him, so they joined forces with Yin Yi. The injury on Yin Yi's face was left at that time. He was also injured in the process and allowed him to hide and escape. The concealment in front of me is obviously much stronger than before. This means that the resentment between heaven and earth is increasing. It seems that the Chaos Law enforcers and Shranman are doing a lot of things in the dark. Zhuo Yan asked curiously, Master, what name did you use when you proved your name in the beginning? Mo Jinggong's eyes moved slightly and he looked in the direction of the Tianquan realm. I took my form automatically in the beginning of time without a name. Later, they all called me Mo. Although there were not as many creatures in the beginning as there are now, the variety of creatures at that time was the largest. When Zhuo Yan heard what Mo Jinggong said, he became even more curious and wanted to ask more questions. At this moment, boom! The vast and far-reaching sound of the Great Way resounds throughout the world. It was like tens of thousands of thunders roaring in unison. The void trembled. When the sound of the avenue fell, the clouds in the sky began to billow, and the bright light gradually gathered. Not long after, a tall shadow appeared in the sky. Like a god coming across the void. No one could see his face clearly, and they couldn't even get a glimpse of his aura. They only feel that they're so small and insignificant in front of each other. After feeling seclusion and shock, he subconsciously looked at Mo Jinggong. He had always thought that Mo Jinggong was an insurmountable being. But at this moment, he actually had a feeling that the shadow in the sky was the untouchable pinnacle that all living beings looked up to. Yin Yi wanted to find a look of panic or fear on Mo Jinggong's face. However, he found nothing. On the contrary, a hint of joy was caught on Mo Jinggong's face. Yin Yi felt that he must have been in an illusion. How could Mo Jinggong laugh under such circumstances? He sees things more clearly than other invincibles. That phantom in the sky will be an existence that can easily shake the heaven and earth and make all the lords surrender. At this moment, the northern wilderness universe sparkled in the dark void. It exudes a sacred and majestic atmosphere. The entire northern wilderness universe has resolutely become an existence standing on the top of the void. A shadow like a god slowly appeared outside the Biawang universe. Like the patron saint of the universe. Immediately afterwards, all the stars and universes in the dark void shone brightly at this moment. It seems to be surrendering to the god. The shadow of the god became more solid. It seemed like there was endless mysterious power lingering around her. One can vaguely glimpse her peerless elegance. She gently floated her sleeves, injecting vitality into the universe. She is like the master of the dark void, controlling the life, death and destiny of all living creatures. She is absolutely terrifying. Until her shadow disappeared outside the northern wasteland universe. The feeling of oppression she brought has not disappeared. Those living beings in the dark void cannot return to their senses for a long time. Countless powerful people who rushed to the northern wilderness universe changed the direction. Choose to stay away from the northern wilderness universe. However, many figures continued to rush to the northern wasteland universe. A few old guys hiding outside the Biawang universe broke into the universe at the moment when the shadows disappeared. That phantom carries the aura of the origin of nothingness. It indicates that there is an origin of nothingness in the northern wasteland universe. There are 50 ways to the origin of Hongmeng. And there is probably only one source of nothingness condensed by the power of nothingness. They can resist this temptation. That phantom of the god is truly terrifying. But they can see what is hidden under the terrifying strength. She is a god who is still growing. The supreme being who has not grown up cannot deter them. When several supreme beings entered the universe, that phantom still exists. They looked at the sky for the first time. After she noticed their prying eyes, she just glanced at them briefly. At that glance, it was like a god standing at the top, overlooking all the living beings below. No waves or waves. Terrifyingly indifferent. For a moment, they felt that the greed had nowhere to hide, and unreasonable fear arose in their hearts. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 16:20 The Growing God, the future is promising. Until the shadow completely disappears. Things are back to normal in the sky. The entire northern wasteland universe is still quiet. The shadow disappeared. But the oppression she brought did not disappear. The invincibles looked pale, as if their bodies had been hollowed out, and some were even unable to maintain their bodies. Yin Yi looked at Mo Jinggong again. He had just tried to deduce who she was, but had come up empty-handed. The soul almost fell into the endless void and could never return. Yin Yi said in a trembling voice, Master Mo, who is she? There seemed to be a flash of brilliance in Mo Jinggong's eyes, shimmering and deep. She is her, an irreplaceable existence. Zhuo Yan opened his eyes wide. Why does it feel that the shadow looks so much like Fang Qingran? Zhuo Yan shook his head. It must be an illusion. When it left Xuanchu, Fang Qingran was not yet at the level of a saint and was about to start cultivating the Tao. Now it is only 10,000 years since it left Xuanchu. No matter how evil Feng Qinggran is, with the current resources, he would not be able to reach this level. Even in the prehistoric era when treasures from heaven and earth were picked up casually, no one could reach this height within tens of thousands of years. Zhuo Yan firmly rejected his idea. After Yin Yi didn't get the answer he wanted, he stopped asking further. Anyway, Mo Jinggong knew the owner of the phantom with his intuition from the original resentment. Yin Yi decided that he would stand with Mo Jinggong. So he circled all the invincibles. Do you want to leave on your own, or let me give you a ride? Dozens of invincibles responded in unison. We will leave on our own. They had a premonition that sending him away in seclusion would lead to their physical and mental destruction. After the invincible left, Yin Yi saluted Mo Jinggong respectfully and said, Master Mo, the task you assigned has been completed. Can you let me follow you in the future? Mo Jinggong glanced at Yin Yi lightly and said nothing. He raised his hand to pick up the burning flame on his shoulder and threw it to Yin Yi. Protect it. Promise to complete the mission. Yin Yi held Zhuo Yan in both hands and smiled flatteringly. Mo Jinggong raised his hand, and a barrier separated Yin Yi and Zhuo Yan. Only he and a few old men on the opposite side were left in the entire border area. An old man in blue robe said, Mo, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Another old man in brown robes said tentatively, Mo, it seems that your injury has healed. Mo Jinggong's expression was calm. They can't see anything. The other old man's eyes were dark. Recover. I used the power of the stars from the beginning to hurt him. How could he be easily cured? Ha ha ha, when you said that, I remembered it. After all, I have to thank the void summoning technique for allowing us to narrowly defeat Mo. Yes, if it hadn't been for the void summoning technique, we would have all been trapped in the immortal realm at that time. Mo, you are really amazing. You have managed to maintain the same appearance throughout countless eras. From their time. Youthful appearance is the criterion for assessing strength. Beauty pills, and beauty pills. They all have no effect on beings like them. It's amazing, but I feel like, Mo, your time is about to pass, and that phantom just now is the one that can replace you. Mo, you should know that not all Supreme Venerables are you. Many Supreme Venerables cannot tolerate first-generation beings like you and me. Mo, why don't you cooperate with us? Mo Jinggong finally responded and said in a cold voice, how to cooperate? The old man in blue robe said, you get the Hongming origin, how about we share the void origin? It will save you and me from fighting, and let other future generations of brats get the advantage of the fisherman. Mo Jinggong said calmly, I don't want either of these. I just want to send you away. As for the girl you were talking about, I would like to see her reach the top of the void, and I would rather see her replace me. If any of you dare to take her idea, or dare to touch her in the slightest, you will be destroyed physically and mentally. Every word Mo Jinggong spoke was extremely calm. But several people still heard the threat. They knew very well that Mo Jinggong could destroy them physically and mentally. It can even make them disappear in the long river of time. And the reason why he didn't take action directly now was probably because he was waiting for something. The eyes of several old men met. Their mood hit rock bottom. Mo Jinggong is already strong enough. If he were to join forces with that phantom, he will completely lose his opponent. Within the boundary. After Yin Yi listened to the entire conversation, he looked at Zhuo Yan who was being held by him and asked curiously, Xiao Yanyan, does Lord Mo really know that phantom? Zhuo Yan glanced at Yin Yi with disgust. What a disgusting name are you calling me, Uncle Zhuo Yan? Seclusion. Zhuo Yan said proudly, of course my master knows him. Then who is she? Zhuo Yan held his head high and said arrogantly, why should I tell you? You said harsh words to my master before. Who knows what you are hiding now? Whether you know it or not. Let's fool this guy first. Yin Yi saw through Zhuo Yan's little thoughts and asked, then what are you going to do before you are willing to tell me? Zhuo Yan said, just tell me how you met the master and his past deeds, right? When Yin Yi heard Zhuo Yan's question, his eyes became dazed for a while, as if he was lost in memories. Outside the boundary. Several old men communicated with each other. But this time, they didn't notice anything was wrong. Mo Jinggong just stood there and didn't take the initiative to attack them. He just wanted them to leave on their own. Mo's injury must not have healed. His calmness must be for us to see. But if his injury is not healed, how can he surrender to Yin Yi? Yin Yi is just a wallflower, swaying from side to side. It must be Mo who promised Yin Yi some benefits to make Yin Yi submit. I still think Mo's injury may be healed. Think about it, what Mo did in the early days, he was able to deceive us every time, and it wasn't because of his good acting skills. The expressions of several old men suddenly turned bad. There are some memories they don't want to recall. The deepest hole they had stepped into at that time all came from Mo Jinggong. The old man in blue robe gritted his teeth and said, I don't care what you choose, but today, I want revenge. Another old man followed the message and said, even if I can't get the original power, I still want to beat this guy. Yes, let's beat this guy up first. I don't believe that we can't deal with an injured person with our combined strength. Ellipsis. The few old men no longer hesitated and directly took out the innate treasure and all looked at Mo Jinggong. Damn it, they're so despicable, they even attacked the master. The moment Zhuo Yan's angry voice sounded, a huge space-time crack appeared in the border area. The breath of terror spread through the cracks to the border areas. Yin Yi's eyes widened and he said in shock, this is Lord Mo's domain, how could there be a space-time rift? The moment Mo Jinggong appeared in the void, he raised his hand, and his vast power formed a barrier, blocking the attacks of several old men. A clear and sweet voice came from the rift in time and space, seventh senior brother, let me help you. At the same time, a green long sword flew out first. The innate treasures in the hands of several old men all trembled. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1621, Reincarnation Extraditionist. Feng Qinggran slowly walked out of the crack in time and space. Dressed in red. The sleeves of his clothes fluttered, making rustling sounds, like flames burning the void. dazzling and dazzling. When she completely walked out of the void, the whole world trembled for a moment. A delicate and charming Manju Shahua was suspended beside her. That licorice radiata seemed to contain extremely terrifying power, exuding an ancient and powerful atmosphere. However, her existence completely overshadowed the existence of licorice radiata. She stepped in the void with light steps, heading towards Mo Jinggong's direction. Their eyes met in the air, looking at each other. There are no words. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Fang Qingren's figure was reflected in Mo Jinggong's eyes. Surprise appeared in his eyes, and there was unspeakable joy in his heart. This joy seems to have traveled through countless time and space. After crossing hundreds of millions of stars. The joy of finally meeting each other. The next moment, Mo Jinggong's figure appeared in front of Fang Qingran. Junior sister, I'm very happy that you can come. His voice when he spoke was low and gentle. Fang Qingran raised the corners of her lips slightly, her almond eyes sparkling. Seventh senior brother, it's nice to meet you. Mo Jinggong's expression suddenly changed. His eyes were like the deep starry sky, with bright stars seeming to be constantly moving in it. Then, his eyes returned to the dark color. Mo Jinggong looked into Fang Qingren's bright eyes, and some emotion surged in his heart. Fang Qingren's eyes slightly curved. Seventh senior brother, we, the Lingyun sect, must not let them bully us. Don't worry, no one has the right to hurt you where I am. Upon hearing this, Mo Jinggong was even more delighted, and his deep eyes were shining with light, as bright as stars. Okay, then I will rely on junior sister's protection from now on. Fang Qingran nodded seriously, yes. Then she raised her hand, and the red spider lily flew from her side into her palm. Seventh senior brother, is this a totem? Mo Jinggong nodded and said, well, it has a name, called the Reincarnation Extraditioner. Fang Qingren's eyes flashed with light, and she raised her lips and smiled, the reincarnation guide, then let it lead the way for them. It is good. The moment Fang Qingran appeared, Zhuo Yan's eyes widened and he said in disbelief, it's really Fang Qingran. Damn it, she's a perverted monster. Not only did she come to the Northern Wilderness universe, he also refined the origin of Hongmeng. It even became such a terrifying existence. Even it couldn't see through her strength. Zhuo could only use the word, horror, to describe his mood at the moment. But after being shocked, it became speechless. It has a premonition. It will have endless dog food to eat from now on. Don't look at Mo Jinggong shouting, little junior sister, at this moment. In fact, when he was talking about Fang Qingran in the immortal realm, he was calling her, Ranran. It asked him at that time, why didn't he shout like that to his face? Mo Jinggong just smiled and said nothing every time. Even so, it still always feels like eating dog food. The more Zhuo Yan thought about it, the more his head drooped. The hermit standing aside had a dark and unclear look in his eyes. In Yin Yi's eyes, Fang Qingren's figure had already overlapped with the phantom of the god. Shen Yi thought of the scene where she stood on the top of the void, overlooking all living beings. Recluse is more convinced. She will eventually replace Mo. Become the one who can stand on the top of the void. Only one person can stand in that position at any time. This means that Mo Jinggong is going to fall. Often at times like this, either you die or he dies, and it's bound to be a bloody scene. But who will tell him? What's going on with this scene in front of me? Why did she call Lord Mo the seventh senior brother? And why was the look in Lord Mo's eyes when he looked at her filled with joy? No matter how you look at the atmosphere between them, there will be no scenes of killing each other. Besides, how could Lord Mo have a junior sister? How can there be a junior sister? In the early days, Mo kept to himself and never interacted with them. They only appear when they fight too fiercely and are about to destroy the world. Mo has always been a cold and mysterious existence. In the beginning of time, everyone needed to prove their name before they could transform. Only ink is not used. This is also one of the reasons why everyone dislikes ink. Envy and jealousy. It's also from the same era. Why did they work so hard and fight so hard to get everything? And Mo can get it easily. But their jealousy is useless. Hate is useless. It's useless to refuse to obey. Beaten again and again. It's even harder to play tricks. I can only hate him while being shameless, and look for Mo to find a way to survive forever. Kimo always answered him indifferently, you have your own chance to survive. I can't find it for you. Later everyone disappeared. Those who hide. He got the chance by chance and became powerful. He began to look for ink. No way. Taichu held the breath in his heart and eventually turned it into a demon. But Mo's whereabouts are too difficult to track. Mo has always walked alone between heaven and earth. In fact, if possible, Yinyi would rather not have found the immortal realm in the first place. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened. I didn't get any benefits and got beaten up. Since then, he began to avoid Mo. In fact, he has seen traces of ink in every era. But I have never heard of who Mo stopped for. Those who have seen Master Mo. Without exception, no one could remember who Mo was. Just remember that there is ink. But who is Mo, none of them can tell. As Yinyi thought of this, his eyes kept moving between Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong. At this moment, Mo was no longer cold, and the smile on his face was as gentle as the spring breeze blowing on his face. Various emotions and conjectures surged in Yinyi's eyes. He quickly confirmed one thing, that Mo and Fang Qingran were definitely not just a simple senior brother-sister relationship. At this moment, it seemed that they were just about to break up the relationship. Yinyi pursed her lips, and a horrifying suspicion emerged in her heart. Master Mo is in love. Yinyi subconsciously turned to look at the old men. Fang Qingran just said that she would deal with them. How come they didn't respond for so long? The expressions of several old men were very ugly. But they also revealed a lot of emotions. Horror, disbelief, doubt. They suspected that the Mo they saw was not the one from the Taichu period. Yinyi, how come Mo has a little junior sister? After hearing this message, Yinyi finally became more balanced. I don't know either, but I suspect the Mo Master is in love. What do you think? Absolutely impossible, an excited voice sounded. Suddenly everyone's eyes turned to the old man in blue robe. The old man in blue robe looked a little embarrassed. He glared at Yinyi. If this guy hadn't been so horrified, he wouldn't have been like this. The old man in blue robe once again sent a message to Yinyi. Yinyi, do you know the consequences of our falling in love? Yinyi sent a message. I know, but so what? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1622. You can't lie, can you? The old man in blue robe had a dark face and said through the message, Mo's strength has not been compromised at all, so it is impossible for him to be emotional. It's not like he didn't see the atmosphere between Mo Jinggong and Feng King. But what does it mean? Mo is used to acting. Maybe he is deceiving this little girl. After all, she is likely to be the future god. Then she must have the origin of primordial chaos and the origin of nothingness. So Mo wants both. The old man in blue robe looked at Mo Jinggong with contempt. If we talk about dogs, Mo is more of a dog. No wonder Mo just refused to cooperate with them. It turns out that you need both. After the old man in blue robe confirmed his idea, he immediately sent a message to the other old men and told them his conjecture. This also includes seclusion. Seclusion. He chose not to speak. If what the old man in blue robe said was true, doesn't that mean he is stupid? An old man who looked as thin as a stick said in a voice transmission, Yuan, what you said makes sense. There is affection in the eyes of that little girl, but they call each other brother and sister, so they definitely didn't break that window paper. An old man sent a message, I feel that what Mo wants is to be distant and invisible. Only in this way can he take the initiative. What you said makes sense. I really didn't expect that Mo is still the same dog as always. In fact, we should admire him. There is a reason why this guy can be the first to spy on the changes in the world. I never expected that Mo would sell her beauty in order to obtain the origin of Hongmeng and the origin of nothingness. Is this selling out your beauty? Is this cheating on your feelings? Feelings are not as important as strength. Without strength, everything else is bullshit. Don't discuss these things for now. The matter in front of you is more important. An old man in brown robe said. What's the matter? Several old men looked at the old man in brown robe. It's this little girl who seems to have just said that she would use reincarnation to extradite us and send us on our way. They looked at Feng Qinggran and saw her looking at them with a half smile. The blue-robed old man Yuan was the first to laugh. Ha ha ha, little girl, don't be so ridiculous. You're sending us on our way. Do you know who we are? Feng Qinggran's eyes were sharp. I don't need to know who you are. I only know that you hurt him, so you should pay the price. Ha ha ha. This time, not only Yuan laughed, but also several other old men. The skinny old man said, little girl, don't let him deceive you into thinking you have got a treasure. The blue-robed old man Yuan said, little girl, it is inconvenient to tell you our identities, but you just need to know that we are existences that you cannot kill. Also, we are not the bunch of trash that chaos gods and demons are. The red spider lily in your hand can only hurt me a little. This injury is of no consequence to me. When Yuan said this, there was a calm look in his eyes, without any contempt, and the smile in his tone did not mean to mock Feng Qinggran. Little girl, before you grow up, you still have to keep a low profile, don't be too arrogant, and don't stand up for anyone. Don't you humans have a saying that goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind? When Yuan said these two sentences, his tone was slightly sincere. He has lived to this age. He has seen countless people like Feng Qinggran. Therefore, Feng Qinggran's arrogance could not stir up any disturbance in him. It just felt fresh to him. This was the first time I saw someone standing up to protect Mo. In the past, when the human race saw Mo, they were in awe and did not dare to get close to him. The skinny old man also said, little girl, the road to growth is not easy. Only when you have no emotions in your heart can your Tao heart be firm. When Feng Qinggran heard the old man's words, she hesitated for a moment and glanced sideways at Mo Jinggong. The way they spoke seemed to imply that they treated her as their junior. Could it be that the seventh senior brother doesn't actually have a deep grudge against them? A smile appeared on Mo Jinggong's lips. You can beat me if you want, no need to worry. They did hurt me. If I hadn't met my junior sister, I might not be able to heal from my injuries. Feng Qinggran nodded, and the entanglement in her heart disappeared. When several old men heard Mo Jinggong's words, their eyes became even weirder. Yuan, why do I feel like Mo is a little too shameless? We may be shameless, but we won't lie to a little girl. Yuan sent a message. You don't know how to cheat. You can't cheat, right? The skinny old man was slightly embarrassed. Let's not talk about it for now. I always feel that Mo's behavior is like what the human race calls soft rice. Yuan sent a message. It's indeed very similar. Mo said just now that his injury is healed. What should we do? Should we fight him? An old man in green robes said firmly, fight. If I can hurt him once with the power of the primordial stars, I can hurt him a second time. Besides, he has a weakness now. If we don't fight, we will lose. Yuan's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he transmitted his voice. Yes, you must want the Hongmeng origin and the void origin of the little girl. How about this? Feng Qinggran instantly noticed the changes in several old men. Obviously, they didn't regard her as a rival at all. Their attention was completely focused on the seventh senior brother. They also ignored the strangeness of the innate treasure in their hands. Feng Qinggran's eyes flickered slightly. She raised her hand, and the red spider lily floated beside her again. The Qingguan sword returned to her hand. There was a cold glow on the sword, and one could vaguely glimpse the infinite power hidden within it. The Qingguan sword came back with her, and its level did not drop, which was a pleasant surprise. The 8 old men flashed and surrounded Feng Qinggran and Mo Jinggong. The moment their eyes met, vast power began to flow around them. The blue-robed old man Yuan said, little girl, we old guys don't want to bully a young man like you. We just want to deal with him. As long as you get out of the way, we won't hurt you. Girl, we are stronger than you can imagine. Don't be so obsessed with protecting our feelings that you ruin yourself. Until now. Haewon and the others still thought that the reason why Fang Qingren's aura was terrifying was all because of Bianhua. After all, the power of the reincarnation extraditionist is truly terrifying. They have to be extremely careful when dealing with it. The blue-robed old man He Yuan said, Mo, you should have some shame and not involve the little girl. This is our grudge. Mo Jinggong stood beside Fang Qingran and said slowly, Junior sister has already said that she wants to use the reincarnation escort to send you off. I can't stop her. Mo, you really are. He Yuan was speechless. He was somewhat suspicious that Mo Jinggong did it on purpose, deliberately letting Fang Qingran face them. Anyway, she has Hongmeng's origin in her body, so they can't kill her. But if she is injured, it will be more convenient for Mo to take away the Hongmeng origin and the void origin in her body. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 16:2399 Returning Star Formation added. If he didn't also want the origin of Hongmeng and the origin of nothingness. He Yuan really wanted to curse Mo Jinggong for being shameless. At this moment, He Yuan just wanted to applaud Mo Jinggong. Haewon, stop talking nonsense. It's hard to persuade the damned ghost with kind words. Let's take action, said an old man. When the brown-robed old man finished speaking, mysterious power seemed to appear in the surrounding space. All these forces silently flowed into Fang Qingren's body. However, this was Mo Jinggong's domain, and the old men did not notice this change at all. They saw that Mo Jinggong remained motionless, and there was a flash of vigilance in his eyes. At the same time, they became more determined to deal with Mo Jinggong. He Yuan flipped his wrist and swung the sword. A sword blade wrapped in extremely terrifying power flew towards Fang Qingran. The speed of the sword blade is beyond description in time. At the moment the sword flew out, the sword blade was in front of Fang Qingran. At the same time, along with the sword blade came several terrifying pressures. It was obvious that he didn't want Fang Qingran to have a chance to escape. In the eyes of several old men, under such an attack with such speed and power, only Mo Jinggong and Fang Qingran could resolve the crisis. As long as Mo Jinggong moves, they have an opportunity. But everything was completely opposite to what they expected. There was no need for Fang Qingran to make any moves. The Qingguan sword in her hand flew out and blocked the blade. No one expected this result. The expressions of He Yuan and the others suddenly changed, and the moment their eyes met, they saw horror in each other's eyes. Did we underestimate her? The old man in brown robe said. No, it's that sword. Are the weapons in your hands trembling all the time? Yes, I thought it was because of the reincarnation extraditionist. It's that sword. Its sword spirit is likely stronger than ours, so it can suppress our sword spirit. Then it's not a big problem. What if, in fact, she is really that powerful? How powerful can she be as a person from the later generations? I don't believe you didn't see that she came here by jumping through the void. Ellipsis. While the old men were communicating with each other, they did not forget to keep a close eye on Mo Jinggong. Haewon still aimed at Fang Qingran. He must lure Mo Jinggong to take action. Only in this way can everyone use the power of the Taichu stars to deal with Mo Jinggong. The Qingguan sword returned to Fang Qingran. She received a message from King Feng. Master Feng, this old guy is very strong. I can restrain his sword spirit, but I can't restrain his sword power all the time. You still have to be careful. It is good. She was really not arrogant enough to confront them head-on. No one who has lived from the beginning of time to the present day is a cheap oil lamp. They have countless means to save their lives. Killing them might not be practical. But this is the Northern Wilderness universe, they're still in Mo Jinggong's territory, plus the reincarnation guide and the formation they set up. There's no problem hitting them hard. As long as they're injured, there is no way to hurt Mo Jinggong. So they despised her more. The happier she is. After all, respect is something that you gain after the fight. Haewon's second attack came soon. This time, he swung out 3 sword blades in succession. Fang Qingran raised her hand and let Bianhua take the 3 sword blades. Haewon's face turned dark when he saw this scene. It feels like a heavy punch hitting cotton. This little girl's previous threats were very real. Why is it all dependent on external things now? He Yuan saw the red spider lily and glanced at Mo Jinggong. Mo Jinggong's eyes were always on Fang Qingran, and he seemed not to notice them at all. Haewon's eyes flickered and he sent a message to the other old men. How is your formation arrangement? The skinny old man said, it's already halfway done. Judging from Mo's appearance, you probably didn't notice. He Yuan sent a voice message. Then hurry up, I'm an old man beating a little girl, I'm almost blushing. Of course He Yuan wouldn't blush. He just didn't want to keep seeing his attacks being swallowed by the red spider lily. He knew very well that with the red spider lily totem, Fang Qingran could not be hurt at all. But he couldn't draw a totem at this moment. Because the runes on the totem will resonate with the formation. He Yuan continued to attack Fang Qingran, but could not hurt Fang Qingran at all. Within the boundary. Yinyi saw this scene. I always feel that Haewon and the others are up to something bad. Yinyi's eyes flickered, and he sent a message to Fang Qingran. Sir Fang, a few old guys from Haewon must be planning to plot against you and Mo. You have to be careful. Fang Qingran was surprised for a moment when she received the message from Yinyi. Shouldn't this hermit be conveying a message to senior brother 7? Why contact her? Mo Jinggong looked at Fang Qingran and seemed to have anticipated everything. He probably wants to seek refuge with you. Fang Qingran was puzzled. Why? Because junior sister is very strong, so strong that we are willing to surrender. Fang Qingran believed this half of the time. Fang Qingran asked in a voice transmission, 7th senior brother, was this the formation they used to injure you? Mo Jinggong responded, yes, the power of the stars they can summon is limited. This formation is a bit weaker than the one at that time. After hearing this, Fang Qingran nodded and said through a message, then treat the other person in his own way. Mo Jinggong transmitted the message again. Little junior sister came across the void. Is it because of this formation? Fang Qingren's eyes flickered slightly, and she transmitted her voice. Not only that, after I broke through the Daoshang realm, I spied something, so I came here through the long river of time. This formation can't really hurt you, but it will consume your strength and form a restraint on you. There is someone hiding outside the universe. He will come in and plot against you after you finish fighting them. I'm here just to help you deal with them. As for the one at the back, I can't deal with him unless you, 7th senior brother, are here. Fang Qingren transmitted the message seriously. Hearing this, Mo Jinggong's eyes filled with more joy. He didn't know how to express his joy, and he murmured unconsciously, Ran. This moment, Mo Jinggong's heart trembled. He finally shouted out. Ah, Fang Qingren met Mo Jinggong's deep eyes. What did he call her? She remembered that this was not the time. Mo Jinggong said in a gentle voice, Ran, you can call me Amo. Between him and her, someone has to take the initiative. Then let him do it. A smile appeared on the corners of Fang Qingren's lips. She should have been nervous and excited, but at this moment she was only filled with joy. Amo. Well, Ran, I am willing to help you reach that peak. Okay, let me help you this time. At the same time, the formations of several old men were completed. Countless complex array patterns lit up, interweaving and connecting, with runes flowing. Fang Qingren raised her hand, and the flower of the other shore fell into her palm, and a gorgeous lotus appeared on her other hand. At this moment, countless space cracks appeared around. It seemed as if endless power came from the void. In a moment, the skinny old man exclaimed, What's going on? Why is the 9-9 return to origin star formation out of my control? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1624. Are you embarrassed? When He Yuan heard this, he immediately looked at Mo Jinggong. The formation is out of control, the only thing it can do is that it has been destroyed. Among them, only Mo Jinggong was able to destroy the formation silently. He Yuan looked at the cracked space around him again, and the power extracted from it was very terrifying. Even he felt a sense of creepiness. The expressions of the other 6 old men were even uglier. They worked together and spent half of their strength to set up the formation, but it was destroyed by Mo Jinggong. They were both terrified and depressed. I was happy just now because I could deal with Mo Jinggong. My mood now has hit rock bottom. But his desire to deal with Mo Jinggong became even stronger. He Yuan glanced at Fang Qingren, and finally looked at Mo Jinggong. The two of them were probably acting for him just now. Otherwise, Fang Qingren would not be so arrogant as to deal with them. It is even more impossible for Mo Jinggong to hide behind the little girl. You even said you want the other party to protect you. He Yuan was so angry that his teeth were itching. I was deceived by Mo again. This must have all been Mo Jinggong's idea. But Mo Jinggong's aura never fluctuated at all. How did he destroy the formation? He Yuan stared at Mo Jinggong and asked through gritted teeth, when did you destroy the formation? Why didn't they realize it? Mo Jinggong met He Yuan's gaze, and the corners of his lips curled slightly. I didn't destroy the formation. I am now relying on junior sister's protection. Bah, Mo, you really have no shame at all. But this time, you still pushed the little girl out to be a shield. He Yuan finally couldn't help but curse. Junior sister in a moment. I'll call Ran later Tilda. Is this obviously a deliberate attempt to fool them? Anyway, he didn't believe that Mo Jinggong was really emotional. Otherwise, why is there no backlash at all? Instead, it looks like a spring breeze. The beard on He Yuan's face twitched, and he was obviously very angry. Mo, she is just a little girl, we can see clearly how strong she is. You find a little girl to attract hatred for you, what's the matter with that? Mo, there should be a limit to your shamelessness, right? Aren't you afraid that we will really believe your words and attack her? After He Yuan finished speaking, he still felt it was not enough, so he glared and asked, Mo, do you feel embarrassed to let a little girl protect you? The originally tense atmosphere. Because of He Yuan's words, things became strange. Mo Jinggong curled the corners of his lips and smiled lightly. It's a great honor to be protected by a junior sister. If you want, you can also find a junior sister to protect you. He Yuan. He Yuan's beard trembled even more. He was so angry that his mouth was filled with smoke. He raised his hand and pointed his sword at Mo Jinggong. You. He Yuan was speechless and didn't know what to say. The word shameless is used a lot. He didn't want to talk anymore. At this moment, even Yin Yi looked at Mo Jinggong with a strange look. The other old men looked at Mo Jinggong with contempt. Shamelessly used on Mo Jinggong, this word is already insulting. Only the scrawny old man was different. He first stared at the space-time crack for a long time, and finally set his sights on Fang Qingren. His old eyes became illusory, as if he wanted to see through Fang Qingren. He just had a feeling that there was something wrong with the formation, and it was Fang Qingren's fault. This is his intuition as a formation master. And Fang Qingren was indeed controlling the 9-9 return to origin star array at this moment. It was the first time she encountered such a mysterious formation. It takes some effort to gain full control. The power within the formation is vast and boundless. It's like the power formed by countless seas of stars constantly gathering together. Fang Qingren also captured a unique star power within it. This star power seems to be condensed from the essence of the stars. Pure power. It is soft yet has an unshakable feeling. This should be the power of the primordial stars. Fortunately, she has the origin of nothingness in her body. Otherwise, there is really no way to control the power of the stars. The old man in brown robe said, Mo, even if you destroyed the formation, there is no need to be so proud. He didn't destroy the formation. The voice of the skinny old man sounded. Everyone looked at the scrawny old man. He Yuan asked in shock, Gui Jing, didn't you just say that the formation was out of control? In the early days, Gui Jing was the first to learn to use formations. It's probably because using the formation will consume a lot of one's own energy. Menstruation is always a skinny look. The battle in the immortal realm that year almost exhausted Gui Jing's strength. From then on, there was no more flesh on Gui Jing's body. Gui Jing raised his skinny hand and pointed at the space-time cracks. The power that surged out of these space-time cracks is all the power of the stars. She is controlling this power. They were careless after all. This is the border of the northern wilderness, and also Mo Jinggong's territory. As long as Mo Jinggong wants to. They can't detect any changes. Fang Qingren's arrogance and cruel words were just to make them despise her. After all, if she really didn't say a word after she arrived, they would be careful about her all the time. However, her arrogant remarks made them choose to ignore her. Gave her an opportunity. After hearing Gui Jing's words, Heiyuan and the others looked at Fang Qingran. There were invisible forces surging around Fang Qingran. Aren't these powers the power of the stars? Everyone also saw the glowing manjushahua and colorful lotus in her palms. Both flowers exude terrifying power. Have you ever seen the colorful lotus? Heiyuan asked everyone through voice transmission. They have seen flowers of other colors. But I have never seen such colorful flowers on the avenue. Everyone shook their heads. We underestimated her. I feel that she is controlling the 9-9 return to origin star formation. Gui Jing said in a message. Several old men all looked in disbelief. How could a little girl easily control the formation that the 7 of them had managed to complete with the combined efforts? Rather than controlling the formation, they would rather believe that she destroyed it. Heiyuan sent a message. Gui Jing, what evidence do you have to prove that she controlled the formation? If Fang Qingran really controlled the formation, then when he scolded Mo Jinggong just now, wasn't it wrong? No one noticed the flash of embarrassment in Heiyuan's eyes. Evidence, wherever she is standing, isn't that evidence? Gui Jing replied. A rift in time and space opens. The power that emerged from within was so terrifying that even they felt terrified. But Fang Qingran remained calm. There is only one possibility for such a situation to occur. The emergence of these space-time cracks is related to Fang Qingran. Heiyuan looked at Mo Jinggong this time without anger in his eyes. There was only endless contempt. But deep down in his heart, secret envy and jealousy emerged. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1625, the sword points to the sky, shattering the void. Heiyuan forced down the strange feeling in his heart and moved his gaze to Fang Qingran. The little girl is really outstanding. It is dazzling in every aspect. If she were placed in Taichu, she would definitely become a top powerhouse. However, with a talent like hers, even now, as long as all resources are devoted to cultivating it, she is still expected to become invincible in the future. Heiyuan felt that he might have made a misunderstanding. He preconceived the idea that Mo Jinggong would not like anyone. Naturally, he doesn't like Fang Qingran either. But Mo Jinggong might really be attracted to such an outstanding girl like Fang Qingran. A strange light flashed in Heiyuan's eyes. And then it disappeared very quickly. He sent a message to Fang Qingran. Little girl, do you know Mo's identity? Fang Qingran was slightly surprised when she received this message. She chose to ignore it. He should tell her everything about Mo Jinggong in person. She didn't want to, nor did she want to, learn about him from other people. In a moment, Fang Qingran raised her hand and sent out a colorful lotus. The lotus was shining and suspended in the air. The next moment, the formation patterns rotated again, and the runes began to flow rapidly. Everyone can see it now. Fang Qingran has become the center of the formation. How did you do it? Gui Jing asked eagerly. Fang Qingran said, control the power formed by the formation, and regard yourself as the center of the formation. All formations in the world can be used by me. Are you practicing the art of formation? Gui Jing asked. Ah. After Fang Qingran finished speaking, she felt that something was wrong with the way Gui Jing looked at her, a little too eagerly. It was exactly like the way Kang Qi looked at her. Fang Qingran was speechless. She took control of the formation he had worked so hard to set up, shouldn't he be angry? Mo Jinggong took a few steps forward, blocking Gui Jing's view. Gui Jing's eyes moved, and the look he gave Mo Jinggong changed. There was no longer contempt in his eyes, but inquiry. Is Mo Jinggong really acting? The other 6 old men don't know what to do now. The little girl, whom they looked down upon, controlled the formation they had set up and stood on Mo Jinggong's side. If they really fight with Mo Jinggong, they will definitely be the ones who suffer. The most powerful aspect of the 9-9 return to origin star formation is the power of the primordial stars within it, which can suppress these primordial creatures. Even if Fang Qingran can't control the power of Taichu stars, the power of ordinary stars can also hinder them to some extent. Like them, winning or losing happens in a split second. Encountering obstacles at critical moments is fatal. Back then, they used the power of the primordial stars to slow down Mo for a moment, and were able to barely injure him. Give them a chance to escape from the immortal realm. Heiyuan, Gijing, what should we do next? An old man asked in a voice transmission. Are you willing to leave without beating Mo up? Heiyuan said indignantly. Not reconciled. The 6 old men echoed in unison. Only the tropism remained silent. Heiyuan just doesn't care. All he needs now is a few cannon fodder. Heiyuan continued to transmit the message. Since we are not willing to give in, we cannot miss such a good opportunity. I feel like my guess was wrong just now. Mo should really be in love with the little girl. Let's change our target and attack the little girl. An old man looked at Heiyuan strangely. She controls the formation. Is it really okay for us to attack her? What if Mo takes this opportunity to attack us? Heiyuan sent a voice message and asked, so what if she controls the formation? I don't believe that she alone can hurt us. How difficult is this formation to control? You should know better than me, right? The worries in the hearts of the elders finally disappeared. Yup. They were dizzy just now. It takes the combined efforts of the 7 of them to control the formation. How can Fang Qingran control herself so easily? Even if she knew how to operate the formation. If she really uses the formation to deal with them. It only takes one time for her to be sucked into a mummy by the formation. He Yuan, how do you think we should deal with her? The old man in brown robe asked in a voice transmission. He Yuan Chuanyan suggested, why don't we cooperate and form a Jushian sword formation? This formation is simple, fast, and very lethal. Makes sense. Under the Jushian sword formation, even the power of the stars in the 9-9 return to origin star formation cannot protect her. Let's use this to deal with her. As long as she is hurt, Mo Fanken will be in chaos. He Yuan heard the response and sent another message, come on to the 4 formations of Jushian. I will be responsible for attracting the flower of the other side. Everyone agreed without any doubt. Gui Jing looked at He Yuan with a sharper look, but he chose to remain silent. It's good that we all came together from the beginning of time. But the feelings between them are very shallow. If it weren't for Hongmeng origin this time, they wouldn't have gotten together at all. They won't even know that each other is still alive. Fang Qingran noticed the change in the aura of the 4 old men. The next moment, 4 sharp swords flew out and surrounded her. The 4 old men followed closely at the moment the sword flew out. The action is so fast. Not even a moment's pause was needed. The fierce sword power surrounded Fang Qingran. Countless sword blades were attacking her. The other shore flower flew out. Swallowed the sword blade. Countless terrifying sword blades were approaching Fang Qingran. He Yuan shouted angrily, you old guys, how could you work together to bully a little girl? Little girl, I'm here to protect you. The 4 old men looked confused. Look at He Yuan who is rushing towards this side. When Fang Qingran saw those sword blades, there was no fear in her eyes. She calmly held the Qingguan sword, and the power flowed around her body. She first dodged several sword blades. Then his figure flashed, and the Qingguan sword in his hand blew a streak of light in the air. It was as if the void had been cut apart. Fang Qingran raised the Qingguan sword and swung it, seeming to be able to mobilize boundless power. She glanced at the several old men and swung her sword towards them. Several old men changed their colors. Even He Yuan became a little more cautious. But the moment Fang Qingran swung his sword, the blade was right in front of them. There's no time for them to dodge. The sharp sword blade left a gash on their bodies. Some are on the face. Some are on the shoulders. Some are in hand. Just a very small hole. A few drops of blood oozed from the wound. Such injuries are nothing to beings like them. But they still looked shocked. Little girl, what is the name of this sword of yours? He Yuan asked. No name. This is the sword technique she created herself. He Yuan said, how can a good sword technique not have a name? How about calling it, sword pointing to the sky, shattering the void? He sees it clearly. The power Fang Qingran relied on came from the void. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1626 The Power of the Stars in the Beginning, additional update. The sword points to the sky and shatters the void. Fang Qingran nodded in agreement. Fang Qingran swung the sword again. It was exactly the same sword move as before. But this time the power was far greater than before. Poof. The Zhu Shan sword formation was broken. The 4 old men suffered backlash. Horror flashed in their eyes, and then they looked at He Yuan angrily. They have recovered by now. He Yuan was just trying to trick them. The old man in brown robe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked, He Yuan, why did you give her swordsmanship a name? They all came from the beginning and knew the importance of proving their name. A suitable and relevant name often brings unexpected gains. You can take it if you want. He Yuan shrugged. He admires Fang Qingran. At such a young age, he was actually able to create his own sword skills. Such a powerful swordsmanship. What a good seedling. It's a pity that she is on Mo Jinggong's side. But what does it matter? He could stand by her side. After listening to the brown-robed old man's words, Fang Qingran understood the reason why there was such a huge difference in the power of the sword technique before and after. In other words, the sword technique you create yourself must also have a name. This is just like the human race's enlightenment. Sword moves also require proof of name. Fang Qingran looked at He Yuan with a slightly complicated look. It seemed that He Yuan had always been kind to her. She decided to be gentler on He Yuan for a while. The old man in brown robe said angrily, He Yuan, you actually tricked us on purpose, right? He Yuan said indifferently, yes, you come to bite me. The old man in brown robe immediately drew his sword and rushed towards He Yuan. In a mere sword fight, he was clearly no match for He Yuan. He Yuan severely injured the old man in brown robe with just one move. The old man in brown robe shouted to the other 3, He Yuan tricked us into setting up the immortal killing sword formation, why don't you come together? The 3 of them looked at each other, and finally decided to attack He Yuan together. He Yuan can fight one person, but when he fights 3 at the same time, he starts running around. After a while, I arrived at Gui Jing. Let Gui Jing take the blow for him. He Yuan took this opportunity to severely injure an old man. So the number of old men chasing him changed from 3 to 2. He Yuan ran towards the other 2 old men. The 2 old men, who had no intention of participating in the fight, prepared to hide. As a result, they had no chance to escape and each took a blow for He Yuan. He Yuan used this to severely injure the other 2 old men holding swords. For a moment, among the 8, only He Yuan was slightly injured. The remaining 7 were all severely injured. When Zhuo Yan saw this scene, he asked Yin Yi speechlessly, do all of you first-generation creatures like to kill each other? Yin Yi shook his head, this is not cannibalism. He Yuan, this old guy, is very evil. He Yuan did this just to save everyone. After all, Venerable Feng just said that he wanted to revenge Mo. The extent to which they injured Mo back then was probably the same as the extent to which He Yuan injured the 7 old men. Heiyuan looked at the 7 old men in surprise. Damn it. What's wrong with you? You hurt yourself while playing with yourself. What are you going to do next? Heiyuan looked at Feng Qingran with a smile on his face. Little girl, let me introduce myself. I come from the beginning, the first generation of creatures, and my name is Heiyuan now. None of what I said before was meant to ridicule or look down on you. They don't take you seriously. I'll take care of them for you. I know you must be unhappy with me, but don't do it. I'll do it myself. After Heiyuan finished speaking, he slapped his hand towards the chest. After this palm strike, Heiyuan's body shook and his breathing became disordered. Little girl, are you satisfied with this? Heiyuan asked. Feng Qingran remained silent. She would rather Heiyuan attacked her directly or said harsh words to her. That way she could bring herself to hurt him. But Heiyuan's attitude now really made her confused. Mo Jinggong saw Feng Qingran's confusion at a glance and said in a voice message. Ranran, they and I don't have any deep hatred. That's enough. In fact, it is normal for Heiyuan and others to want to deal with him. After all, in the beginning, they always like to fight. Every time they go to war, it will intensify the division of Taichu heaven and earth. He spied something at that time. As long as heaven and earth are divided, their life and death catastrophe will come. Although the division of heaven and earth is inevitable, if it comes later, he will have more time to find a way to break the situation. However, once they started fighting, it was impossible to stop them. Then he can only dig various holes for them. Reduce the chances and time of their fighting. In this way, it delayed some time for him to find the origin of Hongmeng. Feng Qingran met Mo Jinggong's gaze and said through a message, then I'll send them out. Okay, it's all up to Ranran. Mo Jinggong said via voice message. Feng Qingran only felt her cheeks slightly hot. She quickly looked away and adjusted her mind. Feng Qingran looked at Heiyuan with sharp eyes. Senior, what do you think I should be satisfied with? Heiyuan coughed. Then what do you want from us before you are satisfied? Feng Qingran had no intention of killing them. So Feng Qingran probably didn't want to kill them. So what did she mean by sending him away just now? Feng Qingran raised his hand and crossed it in the air, and a brilliant star appeared. Like a river of stars, extremely bright. It contains the purest power of the stars. The power of the primordial stars, an old man exclaimed. Gui Jing was staring at Feng Qingran with stern eyes. You have mastered this formation and can still use it. So if Mo Jinggong and Feng Qingran join forces, they can kill them. Then why didn't they take action? Heiyuan asked this question for Gui Jing. Mo, why did you let us go? Heiyuan knew it very well. If Mo Jinggong didn't want to let them go, Feng Qingran would definitely get rid of them because they had hurt Mo Jinggong. Even if they can't get rid of it, it will cause them more serious injuries. Mo Jinggong said, because my enemy has never been you. Your existence, although seemingly useless, actually maintains a kind of balance. Heiyuan, what does seemingly useless mean? There was a flash of anger on the faces of several old men. Mo Jinggong obviously scolded them in a roundabout way. The return of menstruation was very calm. What balance is maintained? Mo Jinggong said, the balance between the strong and the weak. As long as you disappear, there will be strong people to replace you immediately. This is the law of the universe. You are not bound by shackles, and your nature is not bad. You will not take the initiative to harm the people, nor will you cause disasters. But most of the powerful people who appeared in the future were not in control of themselves, and they were not in control of their hearts. They would be deceived by various things and create various disasters invisibly. The laws of balance between heaven and earth are always traceable. These balances cannot be easily disturbed. Heiyuan and others looked at each other, feeling a little ashamed. They always think about themselves, but Mo, who seems to only care about himself, is more righteous than them. No, Mo didn't just care about himself. At the beginning, Mo hinted to them to look for opportunities for survival as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Heiyuan and the others decided to apologize to Mo Jinggong. At the same time, he thanked Feng Qingran. After the seniors leave the Northern Wilderness universe, can we perform a play? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1627, Feng Xiaoyu, just give your orders. Heiyuan was the first to react. Acting, we love acting the most, just give us your orders, little friend Feng. Gui Jingwen spoke up a step later. Little friend Feng, if you have anything to say, just tell us. We will do our best to cooperate with you. The other 6 old men looked at Heiyuan and Gui Jing with strange eyes. Is there something a little off about these two? Why are you so passionate about Feng Qingran? Heiyuan noticed the inquiring gazes of the 6 elders, looked over, and said with a dark face, young friend Feng is asking us, what are you guys doing standing there, why don't you quickly agree to it? 6 elders. You agreed to it without asking clearly. Heiyuan saw their hesitation and immediately said righteously, friend Feng is so kind, how can he harm us? If Feng Qingran hadn't appeared today, there will definitely be a fierce battle between us and Mo. By then, we will definitely not gain any benefits, and we will become complete enemies with Mo. If there are other immortals hiding behind us and attack us while we are injured, we will be half dead even if we don't die. Think carefully, how much help has little friend Feng given us? She even crossed the void to help us. How much karma must she bear for this? She sacrificed so much for us, shouldn't we be grateful? They didn't ask us to sacrifice anything. As long as we cooperate in acting, it won't hurt us. What are you hesitating about? Heiyuan outputs one by one. The 6 old men were stunned when they heard this. It seems like they shouldn't hesitate. The appearance of Feng Qingran resolved the conflict between them and Mo Jinggong. She let them go while she was still controlling the Jujiu Gyuan star. She is indeed a good person. The 6 old men looked ashamed. They all said, friend Feng, how do you want us to cooperate? Within the boundary. Zhuo Yan asked Yin Yi in surprise, why does Heiyuan seem like an old liar? Feng Qingran clearly came for his master. It has nothing to do with them. Yin Yi asked, do you know what Yuan was called when he was named? What? Big lie. Juan. Yin Yi did not intend to conceal the truth for Yuan. When he was proving his identity, he originally wanted to use the name Yuan, but he had offended a very powerful being before. The other party holds a grudge very much and keeps his eyes on Yuan, waiting for the opportunity to take revenge. When Yuan was proving his identity, he found a very secret place, but the other party still found it. So at the critical moment, the other party intervened and changed Heiyuan Zhongling's title into a big liar. Yuan was depressed for a long time because of this incident. As soon as Yin Yi finished speaking, Zhuo Yan laughed out loud. Zhuo Yan smiled and looked at Yin Yi again, but I feel that Yuan's big liar is much better than your first generation of resentful species. Seclusion. Yin Yi tried to save his dignity by saying, it's all in the past anyway. It's not important to me now. Zhuo Yan suddenly felt a little guilty. Don't be angry, Yin Yi, I will never laugh at you again. It's okay, you can laugh at me. I've been through laughter before, and I'm used to it. The secluded voice was muffled. After hearing this, Zhuo Yan felt even more guilty. Yin Yi, you are right. Let the past be the past. If anyone dares to laugh at you in the future, I will slap him in the face. Yin Yi still had a disappointed expression on his face. Tell me, am I really unlikable? A burly man in seclusion. There is a hideous scar on his face. Looks very fierce. At this moment, he showed a fragile expression. The contrast was huge. Zhuo Yan felt that Yin must be extremely sad, otherwise he would not be like this. Good brother. What nonsense are you talking about? I just like you very much. Really? Zhuo Yan nodded wildly, and the golden feather on his head swayed. Really, from now on, besides my master, Fang Qinggran, Qi, Xiaoyun, Lao Ling. You are the one I care about the most. Zhuo Yan didn't realize there was anything wrong with what he said. Yin Yi didn't seem to care. Yin Yi showed a touched look. Zhuo Yan, you are so kind to me. I don't seem to know these people you mentioned. Can you introduce Master Fang to me first? Zhuo Yan raised his head. You want to know about Fang Qinggran, then you're asking the right question. Let me tell you, I've saved her 3 times. Zhuo Yan started bragging about all kinds of things. He was completely unaware of the dark light in Yin Yi's eyes. Yin Yi listened very carefully, even though Zhuo Yan was talking almost entirely about its heroic performance. But he also heard some information about Fang Qinggran's growth experience from these descriptions. Yin Yi looked at Fang Qinggran again and his eyes became determined. It is certain that Fang Qinggran will be the future god. Outside the boundary. After listening to Fang Qinggran's acting requirements, Yuan and the others all looked at Mo Jinggong. Mo Jinggong stood there quietly, allowing Yuan and the others to look at him. Yuan stroked his beard and said, Friend Fang, are you sure you want to act like this? Fang Qinggran smiled and nodded, yes. Okay, since young Master Fang asked us to act this way, let's do it this way. Yuan said. Thank you, seniors. Fang Qinggran bowed politely. Yuan smiled brightly. Little friend Fang is so polite. We are acquainted with each other. To be honest, we should apologize to little friend Fang. Yuan took out a jade pendant and said, Friend Fang, I have left 3 subconsciousnesses in this jade pendant, which can resist 3 fatal attacks from the Supreme Master for you. This is my apology gift to Mr. Fang. I hope you will accept it. Yuan finished speaking and handed it over. Fang Qinggran took it with both hands. Thank you, Senior Yuan. Ha ha ha, okay. Yuan happily took out another storage ring and gave it to Fang Qinggran. Yuan said, Friend Fang, I got the things in here by accident, and I have been putting them away without using them. Please use them for me, Friend Fang. Fang Qinggran felt that Yuan was too enthusiastic. She was a little embarrassed to accept this storage ring. After all, she had to deal with him as soon as she arrived. Mo Jinggong glanced at Yuan and said, Just accept it, junior sister. He has a lot of stuff anyway, so he doesn't care about this. Yuan immediately said, Yes, it's useless for an old man like me to keep these things. It's better to give them to little friend Fang. Fang Qinggran caught the thing with both hands. Thank you, Senior Yuan. Yuan stroked his beard with satisfaction and looked at Mo Jinggong with a meaningful look. The other old men seemed to have figured out something. They all came to give gifts to Fang Qinggran. They didn't give Fang Qinggran any chance to refuse and kept stuffing all kinds of good things into her hands. Not giving Fang Qinggran any chance to refuse. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1628. See you later, little friend Fang. Fang Qinggran finally accepted the things and thanked them one by one. Yuan and the others listened to Fang Qinggran calling him senior, and looked at each other. The smile on his face deepened. So, when Fang Qinggran thought it was over, a new round of treasures fell into her hands. Friend Fang, these are fragments of the jade disc of creation. I am old and my bones are loose. I don't want to collect the fragments anymore. I'll leave them to you. Friend Fang, this is a special book on elixirs. To refine it, you need the ancestral fire and the heaven refining furnace. I don't have either of these, so it's useless to keep them. I'd better give it to you for research. Friend Fang, I have a set of array plates here. As long as there are enough divine source stones, even the eternal emperor can be easily trapped. Friend Fang, I have a time-space orb here. When you hold it and cross the long river of time, you can reduce the probability of encountering a time vortex. Friend Fang, Fang Qinggran felt like she was about to be buried by the treasure. Seeing this, Yuan stopped the old man who was about to continue taking things out. Okay, that's enough, we should go. Several old men withdrew their efforts with regret. Fang Qinggran thanked them again. You're welcome, we just gave this to you because we like you, Fang Xiaoyu. Farewell, Fang Xiaoyu. Fang Qinggran said, Seniors, let's say goodbye now. Thank you for your gifts. I like them very much. Before Yuan left, he seemed to have thought of something and waved his sleeves. A large black stone appeared in front of Feng Qingbran. Stone is about the same height as her. He Yuan said, "Friend Feng, I don't know what this black thing is, but it is very hard. I tried my best but couldn't crush it. I have no use for it, so I'll give it to you. If you can find the ancestral fire, you can use it to refine weapons. If you can't find the ancestral fire, you can use it to hit the enemy. I guarantee that one hit will cause a bruise." He Yuan explained, and said with a bow, "My dear friend Feng, we will meet again later." As He Yuan finished speaking, his figure disappeared. The figures of the other old men also disappeared into the universe in an instant. Feng Qingbran knew that they had really left. It's time for her to go back. Mo Jinggong asked, "Are you leaving?" Feng Qingbran nodded, "Yeah. Then I'll send you away." Mo Jinggong's eyes showed reluctance. Even if they were in the same universe, he didn't want to face separation. "Amo, raise your hand." Mo Jinggong extended his hand to Feng Qingbran. Feng Qingbran held Mo Jinggong's hand, and a faint halo flashed. Mo Jinggong only felt a burning sensation in the palm of his hand. Feng Qingbran had worry in her eyes, and she transmitted her voice, "This is the control mark of the 9-9 return to origin star formation, but my strength is limited. You only have one chance to control it, and then the formation will dissipate. Amo, I'm not sure if coming back here can change anything, but I know that he hurt you, and it was badly hurt. You have to be careful with this. I hope you will be safe and worry-free when we meet in Tianquan realm." The image of Mo Jinggong being injured flashed unconsciously through Feng Qingbran's mind. He, who had always been respectful and unparalleled, was now as pale as paper, with disheveled black hair and his body covered with shocking wounds. When he stood in front of her, he was shaky. He didn't care about his injury at all. Instead, he smiled and comforted her, "Little junior sister, don't worry. I beat away those who wanted to steal your things. Just focus on advancing." With her strength, she couldn't tell how badly he was injured. But she knew that the last time he was injured, it took him countless years to heal. Mo Jinggong is indeed very powerful. So powerful that she couldn't even see through his strength now. But the stronger you are, the more pain you will have to endure after being injured. The harder it is to heal. That's why she took the risk to come here and stop He Yuan and the others from using the formation to hurt him. As long as he doesn't get hurt now, enemies coming in from behind will not be able to harm him. After hearing Feng Qingbran's words, Mo Jinggong felt the warmth in his palms and his heart was burning. He never thought that there would be someone who would sacrifice so much for him. Just because I was afraid he would get hurt. It is when you can cross the long river of time without fear of life or death, without fear of cause and effect. Ranran, I will definitely go to see you in person. It is good. After He Yuan and the others left the universe, they all looked in a miserable state. Especially He Yuan, his grey hair was stained with blood. The loose blue robe was in tatters and covered with cuts from swords. Gui Jing's face was covered with greyish-white. It's obvious that he doesn't have much time left. At this moment, he was like a skeleton covered with human skin. The old man in brown robe stepped out of the universe tremblingly. One of his eyes was a bloody hole, and the other eye was tightly closed. Another old man came out of the northern wasteland universe. He had a broken arm. A deadly black fog overflowed from the broken part. Another old man came out. He had a broken leg and a piece of his head was missing. Ellipsis. They looked on, each more miserable than the other. Bah, the old man in brown robe spat out a mouthful of blood. If I can hurt Mo, I will be happy even if I lose an eye forever. Ha ha ha, He Yuan laughed crazily. Yeah, we worked together and actually severely injured Mo. This is something we can brag about for the rest of our lives. What are you happy about? You didn't get anything and you were seriously injured. You can only wait for death now. Gui Jing's voice was extremely hoarse. It seemed as if the end was near and even speaking was difficult. He Yuan said, "Return to the meridian, you still have the nerve to say that. If you hadn't insisted on activating the 9-9 return to origin stars in advance, would we have to do this?" Another old man said, "It's meaningless to say this. I never thought that after so much time, we can only hurt him and can't do anything else." After he finished speaking, his figure disappeared into the dark void. "Alas, I am old, really old, and the world can no longer accommodate me." Another old man disappeared. "I'm leaving too. I can't beat him if I stay anyway." Soon, only He Yuan and Gui Jing were present. He Yuan shook his head and sighed, "Alas, I was defeated in the end. I have no regrets about losing to Mo. It's just that the origin of Hongmeng may really have nothing to do with me." He Yuan disappeared before he could finish his words. Gui Jing looked back at the Biawang universe with an unwilling look on his face. After a long time, his figure disappeared into the dark void. As soon as they left, the outside of the Northern Wilderness universe became quiet. At this moment, outside the Northern Wilderness universe, the breath of the origin of Hongmeng can no longer be sensed. Many strong men have already returned along the same route. The aura of Hongmeng's origin disappeared, proving that it had an owner. They continued on, without any sense of purpose. But there are always some unwilling invincible people who are still trying to break into the Northern Wilderness. They're just one step away from becoming the Supreme Being. I could never get over that barrier. The origin of Hongmeng is their only hope. It's really hard to give up just like that. But as soon as they entered the Northern Wilderness universe, they fell into a metadomain where a melee was taking place. They were forced to join in. There is no way not to join. There's a metadomain. Every invincible person was injured. The origin of the primordial origin was constantly controlled by different people. In any case, whoever gets the origin of Hongmeng will be besieged. "Sister Yanwang, how about we go?" Ling Tianyun hid behind Yanwang and spoke carefully. Yan Huang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Leave. Don't you want your things anymore?" "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1629, Stronger Opponents, additional update. Outside the northern wilderness universe. In a void. The 8 people from Haywin gathered together. Now they were all clean and had no missing limbs or broken legs. There was no sign of injury. Ha ha ha, I never thought that I could actually take advantage of Mo. You didn't see the look in Mo's eyes when little friend Feng called me Senior Yuan. It scared me to death. Hehehe, I really want to bring Feng Xiaoyu and Mo together now. I always feel that the progress between them is too slow. Feng Xiaoyu is a little girl after all, it's normal for her to be shy. It's not just Feng who is shy. You didn't see Mo, he was even more nervous. I almost misunderstood that Mo was acting. I'm going to stay here and find an opportunity to make them closer. If nothing else, I just want to hear Mo call me a senior. After hearing what He Yuan said, everyone looked at him. He Yuan said, what are you looking at? If you want to leave, no one will stop you. I will wait here anyway. Of course, he had other plans for staying. Since Fang Qingbran is destined to reach the top in the future. Maybe, she is the one who breaks the deadlock. He decided to seek refuge with Fang Qingbran. Compared to her reaching the peak and then seeking refuge. Choosing now is more sincere. Besides, even Mo Jinggong stood on Fang Qingbran's side, so he had no reason to hesitate. I'll stay too, Gui Jing said. The old man in brown robe said, then I will stay too. You all stay, then I won't leave either. So they all decided to stay. He Yuan's beard suddenly stood up. A bunch of old guys, pretending very well, I'm afraid they must have figured out some tricks a long time ago. An old man asked curiously, why did you ask us to act? Lure the enemy deep into our territory. Gui Jing said succinctly. He Yuan said, the enemy who can make little friend Fang travel through the long river of time must be no simple one. The old man in brown robe said, I feel like it should be from our time, but I don't know who it could be. You still have to use your senses. There are only a few people who can put Mo in danger. I wonder if they came only one or all of them. He Yuan said, they should all be here. The brown-robed old man asked in confusion, why? He Yuan sneered, they're indeed much stronger than us, but if we only have one of them, we want to severely injure Mo. Dream on. He Yuan paused, and then said, friend Feng didn't hesitate to cross the long river of time to come and deal with us. It must be that the formation we set up affected Mo, or hurt him. But according to my guess, we should have hurt Mo. For someone like Mo, no matter how lightly or heavily injured he is, it is extremely fatal. As long as there is an injury, there is a weakness. If they work together to deal with the injured Mo, they should have a chance to severely injure Mo. He Yuan's words were recognized by several elders. Gui Jing said, have you ever thought that if it weren't for little friend Feng's appearance, we wouldn't have to act and would definitely be seriously injured? Everyone looked at each other. They were all filled with fear. Why were we so desperate at that time that we actually wanted to deal with Mo together? The old man in brown robe asked with a little confusion. Several old men fell into deep thought. It's him. He Yuan's exclamation interrupted everyone's thoughts. They looked through the void towards the entrance to the northern wilderness universe. I saw a dazzling golden light. This body full of golden light of merit is actually him. He Yuan immediately shouted loudly, withdraw your consciousness and stop looking. Upon hearing this, the elders immediately withdrew the gaze and completely blocked the void. The old man in brown robe looked pale. Fortunately we didn't fight with Mo, otherwise, I'm afraid. He Yuan looked grim. I'm afraid it's not just Jing Chan. Let's adjust our state first and see if we can help Mo later. After Fang Qingbran left, Zhuo Yan flew back to Mo Jinggong's shoulder. Master, what are we waiting for? Mo Jinggong said in a cold voice, a stronger opponent. More powerful. How powerful? More powerful than the 8 of He Yuan combined. Zhuo Yan's eyes widened. Then what should we do? It can't beat He Yuan. How terrifying it would be to face an enemy that is more powerful than He Yuan and the others combined. The hermit asked, Master Mo, are you talking about pure Zen? Mo Jinggong's eyes fell on Yin Yi. Yin Yi, take Zhuo Yan to Tianquan realm. If there are any more invincible people who want to break in, kill them. He can be distracted next. When fighting against Jingchen, you must be careful to avoid getting hurt. Yin Yi happily responded, yes, Master Mo. Zhuo Yan didn't want to leave. Master, I don't want to leave. A purple crystal four-clawed dragon appeared beside Mo Jinggong. It looked at Zhuo Yan and said with a little disdain, you will only be a hindrance if you stay here. Zhuo Yan immediately got angry and said, Gui Zhu, who are you looking down on? I have countless lives, I am not afraid of death. You've died so many times, don't you need strength? Gu said. The phoenix can indeed be reborn forever. But every time it is reborn from the ashes, it will be one level weaker. Zhuoyan. Mo Jinggong looked towards the entrance of the Biawang universe, and with a flick of his sleeve, he sent Zhuo Yan and Yin Yi into the Tianquan realm. Gu was puzzled and asked, Master Mo, why did you send Yin Yi to the Tianquan realm as well? Mo Jinggong said, he is a smart fence sitter and knows how to make the right choice. Mo, it's really you, long time no see. When this voice sounded, a golden figure appeared. The other person was wearing a cassock. He was holding Buddhist beads in his hand. His eyes were full of compassion. Mo Jinggong met those compassionate eyes and said, Jingchen, long time no see. Jingchen smiled. Compared to the name Jingchen, I prefer you to call me Miaosha. Mo Jinggong asked, it was you who used the golden silkworm goo to infiltrate the group of ferocious beasts, right? You have guessed all this. I really can't hide anything from you, Mo. Jingchen spoke in a very calm tone. No sadness, no joy. Jingchen looked inquiringly and asked, Mo, I'm actually quite surprised that you always managed to stop my plans. I remember that at that time, you didn't care about worldly affairs. Mo Jinggong looked at Jingchen in silence. When he discovered the golden silkworm goo in the immortal realm, he immediately thought it was Jing Chan's doing. Jingchen wants to use the golden silkworm goo to control all the ferocious beasts. However, Jing-chan did not expect that the souls of the vicious beasts were incomplete, and the golden silkworm goo could not bewitch them. Seeing that Mo Jinggong didn't say anything, Jing-chan's eyes finally fluctuated. Mo, since you don't care about worldly affairs, you shouldn't ask to the end. You shouldn't have tried to stop my plan. Mo, I want both the Hongming origin and the Void origin this time. Do you want to leave on your own, or do you want me to do it? As Jing-chan spoke, a huge golden image of Dharma rose up behind him. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1630. I heard you were injured, gold ticket 2. The Dharma image sat upright on the lotus throne with his eyes closed, emitting a terrifying aura. The Dharmakaya is formed by the power of merit. It seems to be able to suppress all the darkness in the world. The golden light of the Dharma image spread to the entire border area. Gahu felt a little uncomfortable. The Dharmakaya seems to suppress it. It doesn't understand why. It cultivates the power of the origin of Tao, and bathing in the golden light of merit, it should be extremely comfortable. Why did the golden light of Jingchen make it so uncomfortable? Mo Jinggong noticed something unusual about Gahu and raised his hand to set up a barrier around it. Gahu came back to life instantly. The amethyst phosphorus flakes on his body flashed a bright purple light. Gahu transmitted the message, Master Mo, why does his Dharma image suppress me? Mo Jinggong looked at the image with a cold look in his eyes, and said in a voice transmission, because under the golden light of merit there is filth that you cannot see. Gahu was very surprised and puzzled. The golden light of merit can only be obtained by doing good deeds and accumulating virtue. How could there be filth hiding under here? How can you hide the filth? Gahu had many doubts, but Master Mo said that there was filth hidden, so it must be there. Gahu sent a voice message, Master Mo, how could he have so many merits? Such a vast power of merit. The power of faith is also mixed in. It is really hard to imagine how pure Zen was achieved. Stolen, Mo Jinggong said. On the one hand, he uses the rules to create cosmic catastrophe. While saving people, he also received gratitude and respect from all living beings. How could that not be enough? Mo Jinggong transmitted his voice, Gahu, you are responsible for creating time vortexes, the more the better. It is good. Mo Jinggong changed his domain into the void metaverse. Jingchen noticed the change in breath immediately. Jingchen's eyes changed, Mo, it seems that you are unwilling to leave on your own. In this case, I can only attack you. Roar. A dragon roar sounded. A dazzling purple light lit up in the Yuan domain. Jingchen looked towards the purple light, and there seemed to be a flash of gold in his eyes. The next moment, a purple dragon several dozen feet long appeared. Every scale on the dragon's body is crystal clear purple. Its dragon eyes were huge, and when it looked at Jingchen, there was an extremely oppressive feeling in them. Fear flashed in Jingchen's eyes, and the Buddhist beads in his hand lit up. Gahu, which they had been fighting for so long, actually recognized Mo Jinggong as its master. Gahu dragon's tail swept across, and whirlpool-like places appeared everywhere in the Yuanyu space. The vortex made a strange and harsh sound. The terrifying power of time overflows from it. Jingchen looked at Mo Jinggong, Mo, you don't even care about your own life or death. If you fall into the time vortex, you will be injured if not killed. Even they could not avoid getting hurt. Mo Jinggong looked at Jingchen, his eyes like the abyss in the darkness. Jingchen, have you forgotten? I am the contractor of Gahu, and these are prepared for you. The next moment, Mo Jinggong flashed and the attack had already landed on Jingchen. Jingchen had no time to react. It was the Dharma image behind him that blocked the attack for him. The Dharma image blocked the attack, and the golden light noticeably dimmed a little. A cold light flashed in Jingchen's eyes, but his face remained compassionate. But Mo Jinggong attacked again. Every attack is packed with vast and terrifying force. Not only was Jing-chan unable to dodge the attack, he was also unable to find Mo Jinggong's location. The golden light of the Dharma image behind Jingchen became less and less, and gradually a hint of red light emerged. Mo, why are you so anxious to defeat me? Mo, before I came here, I met Yuan and the others. Guess what they said? Jingchen's words received no response. Only the horror of the attack fell upon him. Jingchen's black pupils turned golden, and he finally caught sight of Mo Jinggong's figure. Mo Jinggong, dressed in black, exuded a cold and dangerous aura, like an emperor who controlled this Yuan domain. His aura was terrifying and intimidating. Jingchen was shocked. Has Mo Jinggong become this powerful? His pursuit over the years seemed to have become a joke. Jingchen's eyes moved slightly. He raised his hand and threw a string of Buddhist beads to Mo Jinggong. The Buddhist beads scattered when they were about to approach Mo Jinggong. 18 Buddhist beads surrounded Mo Jinggong. The Buddhist beads emitted a dazzling bright light, and powerful power erupted from within. The 18 Buddhist beads blocked Mo Jinggong's escape route. Jingchen clasped his hands together and muttered something. When Gahu saw this scene, the huge dragon tail lashed towards Jingchen. Boom! The dragon's tail hit the Dharma image. Gahu was shaken so much that cracks appeared on his dragon scales. At the same time, bang bang bang. Explosions sounded one after another. The residual power of the Buddhist beads explosion directly shattered more than a dozen time vortices. The entire metaverse was shaken. Jingchen stared at the place where the Buddhist beads were broken, and disbelief flashed in his eyes. Such power was unable to hurt Mo Jinggong at all. The golden image behind Jingchen seemed a little illusory. The Dharmakaya's eyes turned black. Mo, it seems that you are really strong, but Yuan and the others must have used the 9-9 return to origin star formation to deal with you, so you were injured. As Jing-chan was speaking, 4 more auras appeared in the Yuan domain. Gahu felt it the first moment. It came to Mo Jinggong and said, Master Mo, he has invited helpers. What should we do? Mo Jinggong's expression remained unchanged, no problem. A wild voice sounded, ha ha ha, Mo, you are worthy of being me, as arrogant as ever. Another cold voice sounded. This is not arrogance, this is confidence. Mo's strength cannot be questioned. I can only hear the sound but not see the shape. Instead, a woman showed up first. The woman had a graceful figure and teased, Mo, you really made it easy for us to find you. You already have the Hongmeng origin, so why are you fighting with us for it? Mo, I heard you were injured, is that true? Jing Chan directly sent a message to the 4 people. Stop talking nonsense, quickly form a formation. Do you want to give him a chance to deal with you? Be careful of the time vortex. Jingchen, are you sure he's injured? If he's not injured, we'll only fail if we fight him. Sure, Jingchen said in a firm tone. Mo Jinggong never rushes to attack. This was the first time he encountered Mo Jinggong, who was so anxious to end the battle. This is their chance and they must not miss it. Mo Jinggong ignored the fluctuations in the surrounding aura and attacked Jingchen's Dharma image again. In just a few breaths, the Dharma image behind Jingchen turned completely red, with a pair of black pupils and a ferocious face. The 4 who came later saw this scene. Their eyes met, and the last bit of doubt in their hearts disappeared, and they believed Jingchen's words. After all, if Mo Ruo had not been injured, he would not have had to get rid of the Dharmakaya. It wouldn't take so long to destroy the Dharma image. The moment the Dharma image disappeared, Mo Jinggong sent a message to Gahu, don't worry about me from now on, just focus on creating the time vortex. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1631. It is Gahu. When Gahu received Mo Jinggong's message, the whole dragon became excited. Finally, I can cooperate with Master Mo again and have a good fight. It can also restore to its original form and show its mighty and domineering power. Roar. After a deafening roar, mysterious power continues to flow into the meta realm. This force is domineering and powerful. Wherever it passed, all other powers were swallowed up by the mysterious power, leaving behind streaks of purple light. Soon, the entire Yuan domain was illuminated by purple light. All these mysterious forces gathered towards Gahu. An extremely brilliant light suddenly burst out from Gahu's body and shot up into the sky. A domineering purple color can be vaguely seen in this light. The next moment, an extremely huge amethyst dragon appeared. Its body stretches for tens of thousands of miles, almost occupying half of the metaverse. It seemed that just a movement of its huge body could cause the meta realm to vibrate. Countless time vortices appeared in the meta realm. Violent and raging power continued to surge out of the vortex of time, tearing everything around it apart, causing the surrounding void to be extremely distorted. Jingchen and the other 5 were forming a formation, but were forced to interrupt. Jingchen's gaze fell on the time vortex. Could it be that because of the existence of the time vortex, they were unable to form the formation successfully? The woman looked at Jingchen and asked in surprise, when did it become a dragon? Why haven't I seen it in Taichu? Jingchen said calmly, it is Gahu. Jingchen, Mo Yu Gahu, why didn't you tell me such an important thing earlier? If I had known earlier that Gahu was by Mo Jinggong's side, he may well have given up on the trip. Gahu, it is said, was born when the heaven and earth were void, and controls the most primitive power of heaven and earth in the world. There is a rumor that as long as you get Gahu, you will know the secret of the birth of heaven and earth. It can even become the supreme existence. When heaven and earth began to separate, they faced a crisis of disappearance and searched everywhere for Gahu. But no one knows who Gahu is. Jingchen did not answer the other party's question, but said calmly, I can deal with it, as long as you can hold Mo back. The woman asked, Jingchen, are you sure? Sure. As Jingchen spoke, golden light flashed on his body and a Dharma image appeared behind him again. The golden Dharma image is like a huge hill. Solemn and solemn. It gives people a sense of holiness that cannot be desecrated. The moment the golden Dharma image appeared, Gahu stopped creating the time vortex. That inexplicable feeling of oppression appeared again. Jingchen said, Zhu Ji, hold him back. I will come to help you after I conquer Gahu. Zhu Ji blinked her beautiful eyes. Master Jingchen, don't worry, we will definitely be able to hold Mo back. After Zhu Ji finished speaking, she looked at Mo Jinggong, who was as graceful as jade, and smiled wildly, Mo, let me see your current strength, okay. As she finished her words, countless ice blades formed and flew towards Mo Jinggong. Seeing this, the other 3 used their own moves. They knew very well that they could not give Mo Jinggong any free time when facing him. All the attacks reached Mo Jinggong in the blink of an eye. Mo Jinggong's face showed no expression at all. He just waved his sleeves lightly, and all the attacks approaching him disappeared completely. Zhu Ji and the other 3 were horrified when they saw this scene. They knew Mo was strong, but wasn't he injured? Why can we easily resolve their attacks? Could it be that Jingchen deceived them? Zhu Ji and the others exchanged glances. The next moment, they moved again, with countless terrifying attacks directed towards Mo Jinggong. Each of these attacks seemed capable of easily destroying a universe. Wherever the attack passed, a crack was created. Mo Jinggong raised his hand calmly, and as he waved his hand, boundless power overflowed from his body. All the attacks launched by Zhu Ji and the others disappeared. There was a flash of light in Mo Jinggong's eyes, and he knew that Jingchen and the others wanted to use the formation to deal with him. But for some reason, they finally gave up. Master Mo, this bald guy is too unlucky for me. A voice calling for help came from Gahu. Mo Jinggong saw that Gahu was suppressed by the Dharmakaya and could only keep hiding in the time vortex and then come out again. Mo Jinggong's eyes narrowed, thinking that Jingchen might have set his eyes on Gahu. Jingchen's appetite is really growing. Mo Jinggong raised his hand again and threw Zhu Ji and the other 3 who attacked him into the time vortex. It then destroyed the time vortex they entered. Everything happened in less than a breath. Zhu Ji and the others didn't have time to react before they left Northern Wilderness and disappeared without a trace. Mo Jinggong flashed and blocked the big palm that was about to hit Gahu. Boom. The golden palm shattered. There were side cracks appearing on the Dharma image behind Jingchen. Mo, you came so quickly. I thought Zhu Ji and the others could at least hold you back for a while. Jing Chan said with a little regret. Obtaining Gehu is more useful than obtaining the origin of Hongmeng. That's why he changed his mind at the last minute. But he underestimated Mo after all. Even if Zhu Ji and the other three were combined, they couldn't hold Mo Jinggong back for even a moment. But Mo Jinggong didn't intend to waste time talking to Jingchen. He gently shattered the Dharma image behind Jingchen with a palm. He didn't use his full strength at once because he was worried that the formation would appear and suppress him. But Jingchen and the others' formation was not completed. Then he won't have to worry about anything. Gehu said, Master Mo, there is something strange about this bald man. His golden light of merit seems to be inexhaustible. Yeah, Mo Jinggong responded. Jingchen's voice sounded, Mo, why do you always go against me? I was the first one to discover the existence of Gehu, why did you take it away? Gehu spoke first, Bah, what do you mean by robbing? I just like following Master Mo. Even a dog wouldn't want to make a contract with someone like you. Gehu paused, and then said, even if Master Mo didn't show up, I wouldn't choose you. Don't dream about it. There was a chill in Jingchen's eyes. Gehu, you signed a contract with Mo just because you wanted to go there, right? I can take you there too. With all the merits in my life, I want to open that place easily. Gehu, if you follow him, you may never be able to go to that place. Born in the beginning of time, he is an unreachable existence and an unclimbable peak in the eyes of later generations. But, in fact, even if he was born in the beginning, there are still some shackles on my body. He could never cross that line and go higher. Obtaining the origin of Hongmeng can only save them from disappearing. But since the beginning, their strength has been declining step by step. This is a fact that cannot be changed even if one possesses the origin of Hongmeng. He tried many ways and found that as long as he obtained the pure power of faith, he could avoid declining in strength. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1632 The End of the Dark Void. In order to gain the power of merit, he saves people everywhere, follows the laws of heaven and earth, and submits to various rules. But too slow. The merit and power gained from saving people normally cannot prevent his strength from declining. So he agreed to cooperate with other primordial creatures. They found a way to quickly gain the power of merit. That is to create a catastrophe of heaven and earth. As long as there is a living being, there is greed in his heart. Their plan was implemented smoothly. Every time the world changes, countless lives fall into disaster. All they need to do is stand up at this moment and save the weak people from danger, and they can gain pure power of merit. This even includes the power of faith. In fact, they could have gained more merit and power. But every time the catastrophe of heaven and earth is about to begin, Mo Jinggong will appear and try to stop the catastrophe. Mo Jinggong's obstruction was indeed successful. But Mo Jinggong ultimately underestimated the greed of living beings. To become stronger, they can do anything. Even if the great catastrophe of heaven and earth comes a little later, it will still happen. When the catastrophe really happens, Mo Jinggong will appear again to save innocent people. They did this to prevent Mo Jinggong from finding out. They could only allow Mo Jinggong to take away the merit and power that belonged to them. The merit power they gained together was less. He got even less, which was barely enough to maintain his strength from declining, but could not make him stronger. But as the great catastrophes of heaven and earth continued to occur, he glimpsed more secrets of heaven and earth. There is a universe outside the universe. Where is the end of these universes? He stayed in the dark void for hundreds of millions of years for this. The answer was never found. For this reason, he could only try to obtain more merit power in order to glimpse more things. He captured some special secrets of heaven and earth. Only with Gehu can you find the end of the dark void. Jing Chan thought about this and stared at Gehu with burning eyes. Gehu looked at Jingchen with eyes full of coldness. Gehu said, you gained all this merit just to open that place. Jingchen suddenly became excited. Gehu, there really is such a place, right? The dark void has an end, right? Can I become stronger? Gehu looked down at Jingchen and said, what makes you think you are worthy of going to that place? If you go there, you won't survive for more than 3 breaths. Sometimes confinement is actually a form of protection. Jingchen simply ignored Gehu's words and asked anxiously, so there really is an end, Gehu, can you take me there? Gehu looked at Jingchen with pity in his eyes. He was afraid he had misunderstood something. Its existence is not to extradite everyone to that place. It exists to restrict people from going there. Gehu, come back, Mo Jinggong said. Pure Zen can peek into that place. It really surprised him. Master Mo, he cannot be left here, and that place cannot be exposed. Gehu returned to Mo Jinggong and transmitted his voice. Mo Jinggong raised his hand and patted Gehu's dragon head, I know. Jing Chan watched Guizhu surrender to Mo Jinghong, his black pupils gradually turning golden. Guizhu, you don't want to take me to that place, but you're willing to take him there, why? Is it because he is the one standing on top of the void? Then if I replace him and stand on the top of the void, can you take me there? Jingchen seemed very obsessed with going to that place. Gehu was slightly worried and sent a message to Mo Jinggong, Master Mo, I suspect he has probably exposed that place. Mo Jinggong said firmly, he didn't, and he won't. Jingchen believed that only by crossing the end of the void could he become a stronger being. If Jingchen tells one more person about such an opportunity, he himself will have one less opportunity. Jing Chan didn't get a response from Gehu, and the coldness in his golden eyes became even stronger. Mo Jinggong's aura changed, and his fingertips quickly drew something in the air. In just a few breaths, several bright and juicy red spider lilies appeared. Mo Jinggong sent the red spider lily into the vortex of time, and the look he gave Jingchen was as deep as the sea, as if endless mysteries were evolving. Jingchen felt the murderous intent coming from Mo Jinggong. Jingchen was not at all panicked. He had the origin of Hongmeng in him, and Mo Jinggong could not kill him. Next moment, Mo Jinggong's figure disappeared from Jingchen's perception range. Jingchen's eyes changed and he changed his position instantly. It's so fast that it's difficult to capture even with spiritual power. Next, Jingchen kept teleporting and dodging, as if he was running away from something. Not long after, Jingchen flashed her time vortex, and a dark figure flashed out from the time vortex and went towards Jingchen. Jingchen finally showed panic on his face and had to take Mo Jinggong's attack. Boom. A collision of forces. The sound was earth-shaking. Light up with dazzling light. A time vortex was destroyed. Gahu released his divine power, but only captured two blurry figures. However, it could feel that the entire metaverse was trembling. Gahu hurriedly called upon the power of the void to reinforce the Yuan domain. Once the metadomain is broken and their power leaks out, the surrounding universe will be reduced to ashes. When Gahu was called upon to the end, all the void power in his body was consumed. It can only borrow the power within the time vortex to maintain the metadomain. Gahu's eyes rolled around. Could it be that Lord Mo had already anticipated this outcome? The time vortex can not only replenish it. It also restricts Jingchen from escaping by using the cracks in the void. Poof. After the sound of vomiting blood was heard, Jingchen's dodging movements slowed down and he could no longer avoid Mo Jinggong's attacks. Jingchen used the Dharma image again. Boom. Mo Jinggong smashed Jingchen's image with one palm and said in a cold voice, "There are 33 left." "Mo, you forced me to do this." 10 Dharma images appeared directly behind Jingchen. The Dharma image projected golden light that enveloped Mo Jinggong. Fashang's eyes were like two scorching suns, staring at Mo Jinggong as if they wanted to pierce through his body. Mo Jinggong looked at the tall Dharma image with endless indifference in his eyes. Only by destroying these Dharma images first can we take out the original source of Hongmeng in Jingchen's body. Take away the origin of Hongmeng and then kill Jingchen, and you won't have to worry about anything. Mo Jinggong raised his hand again, and endless power seemed to surge forth. The 10 Dharma images also moved. 10 huge golden palms slapped towards Mo Jinggong. The giant palm collided with Mo Jinggong's power. Boom. Cracks appeared on the 10 Dharma statues. Disappeared in an instant. How is this possible? Jingchen exclaimed in disbelief. The 10 Dharma images are equivalent to his 10 prime periods. Mo Jinggong was obviously injured. Even if he wasn't injured, his strength shouldn't be stronger than Taichu. Jingchen's pupils turned golden red. Did Gahu take you there? Otherwise, how could you break through that barrier? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1633. That's even. Additional update. A dark void.